en la investigación clínica en el área del control de cáncer. Ahora, para preguntas en Zoom, por favor, escriben sus preguntas en el chat. Y al final de las presentaciones, bueno, al final de cada presentación vamos a abrir el micrófono. Ahora quiero dar las gracias también a los organizadores, el Hospital de Clínicas, sobre todo la dirección académica que nos ha apoyado mucho en la organización, muchas reuniones, listas de acciones. Y todo el equipo de Cancer Research y Biostatistics, SWOG, la Universidad de la República y también todo el apoyo financiero para los viajes de la Universidad de la República y la Fundación Hope y SWOG. Así que es una colaboración verdadera y agradecemos mucho a todos de ustedes por ese trabajo en conjunto. Ahora quiero pasar el micrófono al doctor Blanque. Doctor Blanque es el ejecutivo de SWOG y también es oncólogo médico en el Night Cancer Research Center en Oregon. Y sus intereses se centran sobre todo en cuidados paliativos. Bueno, le dejo el micrófono, doctor Blanque. You can unmute.
Buenos dias, and welcome to day 2 of the SWOG Cancer Control Research and Statistics course. It is 3 a.m. here in Portland, Oregon, and my little dog thinks it's his birthday because he got such an early breakfast today. As you just heard from Dasha, yesterday we heard about a broad range of topics, ranging from SWOG's commitment to SLAI to a detailed discussion of the cancer burden in Uruguay. We also had a very nice introduction to statistical methods, and we heard about the regulatory aspects of clinical research in South America. Today should be very exciting. We learn about a variety of population science-related topics, including end-of-life care. And more important, we have the pleasure of having the Chief Medical Officer from the American Society of Clinical Oncology, Dr. Julie Graylow, talk to us about incorporating the patient advocate voice into clinical research. Participating in the conference has been an honor, even if I had to do so virtually, and I thank you for your patience. With that, we will begin today's lectures, and I just happen to have the pleasure of being the first speaker. So I will be speaking to you today about medical aid in dying, the United States experience, and research possibilities. I'll give you a little bit of a background on implementation of medical aid in dying in the United States. I want to spend a bit of time comparing and contrasting with the laws in Europe and Latin America. I'll give you some hard data on how our state, the first to implement MAID in the US, has done over the last 25 years. But most importantly, or perhaps equally importantly, I want to talk to you about research possibilities into end-of-life care. We need to start by clarifying terms. It is okay to talk about death or dying, physician-assisted, physician-hastened. Medical aid in dying is the in term right now. Death with dignity refers to the name of the statute used by at least a couple of states, and lawful physician-hastened death is a term that's often used in the literature. It is not correct any longer to refer to this as suicide-assisted or not, because medically and legally it's not considered to be suicide, and I will come back to that in a couple of seconds. It is certainly not euthanasia, which is taking the life of another person, even with their permission, and it certainly is not mercy killing. Now, arguments for MAID have been around for years and years and years, if not decades. It could, in theory, increase patient autonomy. It could be used to palliate suffering that we otherwise cannot alleviate. There are clearly patients at end of life who are unable to engage in enjoyable daily activities, and the statement has been made that life could be technologically extended when it is no longer meaningful to the patient. However, there were even more arguments made against MAID, particularly by those who did not want Oregon to pass the law. First, do no harm is an incorrect quotation of the Hippocratic Oath, but it's used quite frequently. I've heard it suggested physicians would offer end-of-life medications to patients for whom they could not manage a medical problem. This argument is still trotted out on a nearly daily basis that it is a slippery slope to active euthanasia of the disenfranchised. And similarly, it might be foisted upon the poorly educated or the impoverished. This one's a little bit hard to address, that it may be the province only of the divine, or that it diminishes sanctity and value of human life, and that there's no such thing as a rational suicide. Now, a state senator in Oregon, Frank Roberts, who himself had prostate cancer, introduced 3 physician-assisted dying bills in 1989, 1991, and 1993, but none of them got out of committee. Other states that are nearby, Washington and California, both tried and failed to legalize physician-aided dying in the early 90s, but they both allowed lethal injection or euthanasia, which is probably never going to happen in the United States. In 1993, a political action committee, a political body, the Oregon Right to Die, was formed. And in 1994, Measure 16, the Oregon Death with Dignity Act, the first of its kind, was introduced. It passed by 1.31% of the public's vote. And then shortly thereafter, there were a number of legal challenges, including threats to prescribers' licenses. It took 22 years before it went to the Supreme Court, but in a case known as Gonzalez versus Oregon, our Supreme body did actually rule 6-3 to uphold Oregon's law. MAID is actually legal in 11 US venues, most of them by statute, at least in one because of the Supreme Court ruling. And in North Carolina, it's never been determined to be illegal, but no one has had the guts to legally challenge it. It's also legal in a number of countries in Europe. That is, euthanasia is legal in Belgium, Spain, Luxembourg, Germany, and the Netherlands, including in children in a couple of these venues. MAID itself is specifically legal in Switzerland, and at least 3 countries are currently or actively considering it right now: France, Ireland, and Portugal. What about MAID in Latin America? Well, Colombia's Supreme Court decriminalized MAID very, very recently, May 11th of 2022. Interestingly, euthanasia has actually been legal for a number of decades, and about 200 people have used the procedure. In Uruguay, Article 37 of your penal code states of mercy killing, judges may exempt from punishment the subject of honorable history, author of a homicide that is carried out with godly motives and induced by repeated requests by the victim. Sounds a little bit harsh, but it is on the books. There are specific rules in Colombia, which just passed that statute we talked about. It's allowed for patients dealing with, quote, intense physical or mental suffering arising from physical injury or severe and incurable illness, end quote. But the law is very, very rigid. Physicians operating outside of that framework could be jailed for up to about a decade. Now, in Oregon, death with dignity is highly, highly regulated. This actually just went off the books by a court case. You no longer have to be a resident of the state. And in fact, today in clinic, I have 2 people coming to see me, one from Ohio and one from Kentucky. Patients otherwise have to have an illness that is expected to take their life within 6 months. In other words, we do not allow MAID solely for patients who are suffering and otherwise near end of life, but not at end of life. Patients have to have a couple of requests that are verbal and one that is written. So there are built-in cooling off periods, and the fastest that patients can execute MAID in Oregon is 15 days, unless they are imminently dying, in which case we can make an exception. You cannot do this if you're a nurse or a physician assistant. You have to have an MD or DO and be licensed in the state. And the patient must make and communicate healthcare decisions for themselves actively. You cannot do this through advance directive. The physician has to, on multiple occasions, inform the patient of alternatives, including comfort care, hospice or palliative care, and adequate pain control. As we talked about, the patient has to make 3 separate requests for lethal medication. And interestingly, the patient has to, the patient has to be mentally competent when the prescription is written, not necessarily when the patient takes the medication. And again, this is not euthanasia. No one can administer a lethal IV injection to another human being, physician or otherwise. Now, this is very, very interesting. The act itself offers very strong protection against civil lawsuits and criminal liabilities. Doctors, in theory, shouldn't lose their license or go to jail if they do this wrong, and the family that is involved cannot be prosecuted for murder. The prescription does not go directly to the patient, unlike, say, a prescription for amoxicillin for a strep throat. It goes to the pharmacy. They can hold it for up to 6 months, and the good news is they do not charge the patient unless they want to fill it and take it home, and it costs about $800 US. As we talked about, the cause of death is not suicide. When I used to fill out the death certificate, I would write drug overdose legally prescribed, but now it's the underlying terminal illness. So in other words, if a patient with pancreatic cancer takes a lethal dose of medication and dies, they died, if you will, of pancreatic cancer, not suicide, not MAID, not anything else. And one of the nice benefits from this is that in the statute, insurance companies are forbidden from denying benefits under a suicide clause. Medically and legally, again, this is death from cancer and not suicide. There are a few areas that still worry people. What happens if a physician or a family prepares the medication that has been deemed to be okay by the Oregon Health Authority? As we talked about, technically, the patient doesn't have to be mentally competent at the time of administration per statute. But again, the health authority has decided just by practice that they do have to be competent at the time. We talked a little bit about the requirement to self-administer the medications. That's in statute. The route is not. So theoretically, a patient could self-administer an IV formulation, but it's really not allowed by the health authority. It has to be involving the GI tract. Now, that is a big old problem if the patient can't swallow, like if they have Lou Gehrig's disease or ALS. And sometimes if they have obstruction from ovarian cancer or another malignancy, they actually have to put the medications into their rectum, which fairly well eliminates the dignity from the Death with Dignity Act, but is highly, highly effective. And as we talked about, advance directives are something that are desired by patients, but are illegal. The Oregon Health Authority does require timely collection of information about participating patients and physicians, and this allows us to collate the data at the end of the year and publish it upon occasion. It includes age, sex, and the number of prescriptions written and taken, and you can make special requests if you have a particular research interest. Patient confidentiality is highly maintained, which is good, but so is physician confidentiality, which is bad, because sometimes the patients cannot find a physician willing to participate if their own doctor does not do so. Now, we have the results from 1998 through 2021. There were over 3,200 total prescriptions written for lethal medication intended to end life, but only 2,159, or 66%, actually died from ingesting legal medication. MAID makes up a tiny fraction of overall Oregon mortality at 0.6%. Last year, 133 physicians wrote prescriptions. The overwhelming majority wrote 2 or fewer, and the max, this is a little bit behind, was actually 74, but per records, it was 47. This just shows you the medications that have been used in Death with Dignity over the decades. Several years ago, we used a variety of different barbiturates, and then in about 2016, we started using a multi-drug cocktail. The drugs in that cocktail have evolved a little bit, and now we use something almost exclusively known as DDMA-PH. This is a demonstration of the drugs we use. There are 2 drugs that cause arrhythmias, digoxin and amitriptyline, at up to 400 times the therapeutic dose of those drugs. And then there are 3 drugs that make sure the patient is in a painless coma when it happens. Diazepam, morphine, you can see at 15 grams, and we've been very commonly adding phenobarbital to the cocktail, which makes it much, much faster. As we talked about earlier, not everybody who gets a prescription actually takes it. The percentage of patients who actually self-administer the drug ranges between about 45% and 80%, depending on the year. So the law actually benefits quite a few patients who never actually take the drug themselves. Sorry, I should also mention that you can see that the number of prescriptions written goes up pretty steadily year by year, with an exception around the time of COVID. Now, the drugs we use are unbelievably effective. They're unbelievably fast acting. The median time to coma is 5 minutes. So I always tell my patients, be sure that you say your goodbyes, pet your dog. There is no opportunity to stick your finger in your throat and try to vomit the medication up. You're going to be in a painless coma almost instantly. And the median time to death is 30 minutes. But notice the outlier was 5 days. Every once in a while, patients are asleep for a very long time, and we don't know why. It's an area where research is needed. I warn the patient it's not unpleasant for them. They're asleep, but it's very, very scary to the family. Other complications are incredibly rare. There were a tiny smattering of seizures in the old days, and we haven't seen that since we started adding the barbiturate. And the most feared complication, what if I wake up? Very, very rarely happens. It has happened 9 times over the years. It has not happened some 2,342 times. So again, the medications cause death about 99.6% of the time. And I tell patients, you never have to take the cocktail, even if I prescribe it, but you do have to be sure that you want to die if you do consume the medications, because you almost certainly will. Now, this is interesting. Physicians have to be sure that patients have decisional capacity, that they understand that they're going to die if they take the medication. Both the attending physician, that is the prescribing physician, and the consulting physician can refer the patient to psychiatry if there's any doubt, but you can see that it almost never happens. It only happens about 3% of the time. So we physicians feel that we are very good determining whether or not patients understand that they will indeed die if they take the medication. The law actually requires us to tell the patients to tell their families, and they usually do, about their decision. Physicians are almost never present when the patients actually take the medication. I have learned through my practice that they want us to be there. So it seems to me that we're simply not asking the patients if they want us to attend. And the law, again, requires us to tell the patients not to take the medication in a public place. And again, the overwhelming majority do actually take the medication at home. Patients taking the medication and dying are evenly divided by gender between males and females. They're overwhelmingly white, which may just represent the state's population where this medication is actually legal. And the median age is 73, but the range is very interesting. The youngest patient who took the medication was 25, and the oldest was 102. Again, it's not being forced upon the poorly educated. The overwhelming majority have some college education. We do want the patients to be in hospice, and most are, although some hospices in Oregon actually oppose this and will not allow their patients to use the medication. And the overwhelming majority have medical insurance, although whether or not the insurance actually pays that $800 for the medication remains up for grabs. Excuse me. We see the majority of these patients because about 3/4 do actually have cancer of one type or another, usually lung cancer. About 11% of patients have amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. We do see fibrotic lung disease and CHF quite frequently, and a few patients have various endocrine diseases. HIV used to make up about 1% of these diagnoses, but now that we have effective antiretrovirals, we're seeing this much less commonly. Why do patients want death with dignity? Well, about 91% say that they have loss of control over their life and/or their death. As we talked about, a huge percentage cannot participate in enjoyable activities, and it is the Oregon Death with Dignity Act. About 3/4 cite a loss of dignity. The reasons on the bottom are much more problematic to me. About 1/4 of patients take lethal medication intended to end their life because we're doing a bad job of managing their pain. And what's worse, 5% of patients take the drugs because they can't afford their chemotherapy. This is a societal catastrophe and something that we need to address. Now, I wanted to come back to the psychiatric referrals. There are no guidelines or recent court cases that define decisional capacity or competency. Why do I bring this up? Because terminal patients tend to be depressed, or at least they're sad, and the incident depression has been cited as being between 1 in 4 and 3 in 4 patients. In a recent publication, almost 60% of psychiatrists said that they feel depression renders patients incompetent of using MAID, and 38% felt that simple dysthymia was sufficient to exclude them from the process. So the question is, would treating depression in patients seeking MAID end their desire to use the procedure? The best way to answer this would be a clinical trial randomizing a population to psychiatric referral and care, if we could do so. But the problem is, as I just told you, there's a gigantic range of depression seen, So we don't know the true incidence of that depression to power the trial. We're not sure if patients at the end of life who are very sure that they want the medications as quickly as possible would even be willing to undergo depression screening or go to see a psychiatrist if they were randomized on that arm. So we have proposed a feasibility pilot study within SWOG. We propose to take somewhere between 50 and 100 patients, making their first verbal request for lethal medication intended to end their life. We are going to administer a psychiatric screen, and if they don't have depression or they have mild depression, we will observe them and quantify the MAID rate. But if they have moderate or severe depression, that is a score greater than 10, we will assess them for decisional capacity. If they don't have capacity, they have to go see psych anyway. But if they do have if they do have capacity and they're depressed, we're going to ask them if they will go see a psychiatrist or a psychologist to have the diagnosis confirmed and hopefully to get treated for their depression. Then we'll see what happens to their interest in using medical aid in dying. The primary objectives of the study are to assess the feasibility of universal depression screening using PHQ-9. We want to see the proportion of patients willing to complete it, the proportion of patients who screen positively for depression, and we want to see if the Oregon numbers, which have been published at 25%, hold on a national level. As secondary objectives, we want to estimate the rate of acceptance of formal mental health referral and treatment among patients who screen positively for depression. So again, we want to see the percentage that will go to see the mental health specialists. We want to see the percentage that have the diagnosis of depression on a screening tool confirmed by a professional provider. And we want to see the percentage of people who agree to treatment. So with that, I will close. I thank you for your attention. And if we have time, I'd be happy to take any questions. I am looking at the chat. I'm also listening if there are any any people at the conference who do have questions.
Si hay preguntas, por favor, acérquense al micrófono. I have a question for you, Dr. Blanqui. Can you talk about the political climate in Oregon that made this possible? We've not had success in other states, and it's been very controversial, but Oregon has passed this far ahead and far more successfully than other parts of the U.S.
That is a very, very nice question. Thank you so much. So Oregon does tend to be a very liberal state. On the flip side of that, and by that I mean we've had things like mandatory healthcare coverage for a number of years, unlike other US states. It's also a bit libertarian. So the state said no to compulsory fluoridation and compulsory vaccination multiple times. But Death with Dignity, as you saw, passed by about 1% when it was introduced many, many years ago. It was reintroduced and passed by about 10%. And there was a recent Gallup poll that showed more than 80% of Oregonians do support it. And the number nationwide in the US is about 76%. So we want it. Now, that said, as you've already alluded to, it's been a bit difficult in Latin America, or at least some Latin American countries, to get it passed. The biggest opponent in Oregon, as in Latin America, is the Catholic Church, and they still don't want any changes to the law, including those that make it easier for patients to self-administer the drug.
Thank you. We have one question from Dr. Tamales.
I have questions. Hi, Dr. Blanqui.
Good morning.
If the patient selected to the mental health referral arm won't accept it and doesn't accept the mental health referral, still going to participate in that arm, or it's going to be managed as screening failure?
It's a great question. They would be a treatment failure, and we would collect data on their outcome.
Thank you.
One last question, and then we'll continue.
First, a comment. We are right now discussing the law here in Uruguay. I think that the population is in favor, but it's pending to the decision by the government. My question is, what's happened with these 5% that are admitted to the process, the 5% that request because of the cost of medication?
I'm sorry, I just heard, what happens to the people who request it?
Yes, they are admitted to the process. Is a acceptable reason. These 5% of people that ask for and the reason.
Oh, the financial,
Yeah.
that is a tough one. Obviously, we do try and get social work involved if it's a matter of them not being able to afford their medical care. If they continue, and I've had patients say, no, it's just too much of a financial burden to my family. I don't want to sell my house to pay for chemotherapy. We do have to follow the law, but I think it is just a social catastrophe. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, doctor Blanqui, por la presentación. Era fascinante y un tema muy complejo para muchas regiones. Vamos a seguir a la siguiente presentación. Es la doctora Grelo, es vicepresidente ejecutiva y directora médica del ASCO. También quiero mencionar que era ejecutiva para el Comité de Pulmón y el del Cáncer y vicepresidente del Comité de Cáncer de Mama de SWOG. Bueno, bienvenida otra vez.
I advance it. Do I use this?
It should work, but it doesn't always. So.
Thank you very much, Dasha. Thank you to SWOG for pulling together a wonderful conference in cooperation with our colleagues from Uruguay. Yesterday was fantastic. I'm looking forward to today as well. And as Dasha has mentioned, I spent more than 20 years as a SWOG member. I was the vice chair of the breast cancer committee for many years, and then the executive officer for breast and lung cancer. Also a member of the SWOG Latin America Initiative working group for a long time. So I'm thrilled to be here in my new role as the chief medical officer at the American Society of Clinical Oncology, ASCO. And I've been asked to talk about ASCO's global impact with a particular emphasis on Latin America. Are we set? Okay. Although we have American, and I do recognize it's North American and South American or all America. Although we have American in our name, we are truly a global organization. ASCO membership is 1/3 international, and our annual meeting attendance is usually half international participants. This past year with COVID and our hybrid meeting format, it was about 40% international members. And you can see that of our 45,000 members, they represent 150 different countries. So the green on the map shows countries in which we have ASCO members. This is a busy slide, but I point out here, our mission is conquering cancer through research, education, and promotion of the highest quality, equitable patient care. And of our current strategic plan, we have 4 goals, of which I've circled, make a global impact. And that's what I really want to emphasize. I'll also point out that we have 2 of our ASCO board members here, Enrique Soto, who will speak later today, and Mariana Chavez McGregor, who is online. Both are on our ASCO board. So our global engagement spans our 3 mission pillars. Mission pillar 1 is research, and we have international research courses, grants, and we have our journal, JCO, Journal of Clinical Oncology, Global Oncology. Our second mission pillar is education. And here we have leadership development and mentoring. We've got meetings. We added a global health track to the education part of our annual meeting several years ago. And we do a lot of global webinars. And our third mission pillar is quality, primarily around quality care. So we have our Quality Oncology Practice Initiative, COPI. I'll talk a little more about that and its international components. We have guidelines and resource stratified guidelines. We have an international cancer corps, and we partner with the City Cancer Challenge. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. We, in 2019, decided that we needed to listen to our international members to best understand how we could serve them. So we decided to create a series of regional councils. The first, created in 2019, is our Asia Pacific Regional Council. So that is farthest along. The second was our Latin American Regional Council, and we have our Uruguay rep, Luis Ubijos, who will follow me and give you a little more detail about what's going on in our Latin America Regional Council. We just launched a Sub-Saharan African Regional Council. And in the spring of this past year, we were all set to launch our Central and Eastern European Council. We had selected representatives from across the region, and Russia invaded Ukraine. And so we put that on hold, but we're using all of those members to help us in our efforts to help Ukrainian oncology patients and physicians. We have in leadership development globally something called the IDEA Award, the International Development and Education Award. This is supposed to be restricted to low and middle income countries. I was just talking to Luis about this, but I do see Uruguay is filled in, and so maybe there are opportunities for others. So I need to look into that and investigate that to see if Uruguay would be eligible. IDEA recipients, we've had 405 in the past 20 years from 70 different countries. 75 of those have been from Latin America, and 19% of all IDEA award winners have come from Latin America. And here is Dr. Ruiz, just as a representative IDEA recipient from Peru in 2019. We have, through our Conquer Cancer Foundation, a variety of grants and awards with a global focus. This includes our Global Oncology Young Investigator Award. For our Career Development Award, which is a 3-year award, you can be from any country. We have an International Innovation Grant, which is $20,000 one time to an NGO or an institution for a specific project. We have our long-term international fellowship. The deadlines for the rest of them have closed for this year, but the deadline for the Life Award is due January 31st. This is over $100,000, and it would support someone internationally to come to the US, Canada, and do work for a year. And then we have an International Women Who Conquer Cancer Mentorship Award. Nominations for this year are still open. Dr. Cynthia Villarreal from Mexico won that last year. So we had a Latin America winner of that award last year. So if you've got a woman who conquered cancer with mentorship expertise from Uruguay, nominate them. We created the JCO Global Oncology to be able to publish findings that might not be as competitive in some of the big journals. And we're really trying to grow this, get good quality research. Gilberto Lopes, who is originally from Brazil, now in Miami, is our editor of that. He's always interested both in ideas, but also junior editorial positions for those of you who might be interested in learning how to do journal editorial board work. In Latin America, we have 2 international cancer core sites. These are sites that we partner with more intensely, specifically in areas of multidisciplinary care, palliative care, quality of care measurement. We've had a partnership with Tegucigalpa, Honduras for quite a while, and just recently through our Latin America Regional Council had another selection for a site in Bolivia. We really do not want to be saying, here's what ASCO should be doing for you. We want to hear what you want from ASCO. So this is a survey that we did in 2021 of 20 countries asking how can ASCO add value to you, your patients, and cancer care in your country. We surveyed 20 countries, 6 of which were in Latin America. And the top 3 responses were, ASCO should help us with access to essential drugs, registries, and pathologic diagnosis. In response to that, with access to essential medicines being number one. We did a lot of background work. We had a board retreat on this, and then we had a stakeholder summit in June at our annual meeting on access to essential cancer medicines. This just shows some of the speakers and some of the ongoing projects we highlighted. We actually had an update from the PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization Strategic Fund, and talked about why that wasn't so successful with the regional procurement as we thought it might be. And then ASCO has decided to partner with the Union for International Cancer Control on their Access to Oncology Medicines, or ATOM coalition. And because ASCO isn't going to be good at getting drugs across borders. That's not our expertise. Where our expertise is education, capacity building, and quality care. So we're a partner in this coalition with 300 other public and private sector partners to increase accessibility of the drugs, primarily on the World Health Organization's essential medicines list. So we're starting with 5 to 10 countries and hope in a few years to grow to 40. I think the final selection is almost ready to be announced. We plan to make available the drugs on the WHO essential medicines list, generic, biosimilar, and we're working on how we can get some of the innovative new medicines that, because of cost, are not included on the WHO list. We're initially going to focus on breast cancer, but plan to add prostate, cervical, lung, colorectal, and pediatric eventually. And that innovative way of trying to get some of the newest medicines available is to secure voluntary licenses from biopharma through a model with the medicines patent pool, so that medicines can be made in a generic way, and the licenses are kind of allowed by pharma, even though the drugs are still on patent. I told you that we do some international quality work, and I see the Brazilian flag up there. We do either quality training programs that can be 6-month or 1 day. A multidisciplinary team applies as a team from a given clinic or hospital and says, we want to do a project improving quality that is this, and you can do it in a 1-day quick help or 6-month project. We've had 270 international participants from 9 countries in our quality training program. And then COPI, Quality Oncology Practice Initiative certification, is where you meet a certain set of criteria for quality care and safety, and we certify you for 3 years. Now we're piloting COPI, the Quality Oncology Practice Initiative, in some low and middle income countries. Uganda has been the shining light there, Dr. Jackson Oram. Here we just take 5 quality standards that you'd think should be pretty easy and should be found easily in the medical record, but amazingly are not consistently. And we do a baseline assessment and then quality projects to improve the outcomes and look for quality improvement over time. So in Latin America, we're doing this LMIC COPI project, both in Honduras and in Bolivia, our 2 international collaboration sites. Globally, we've just in June at our annual meeting signed a memorandum of understanding with the World Health Organization that focuses again on ASCO's expertise in quality care. So the goal would be to agree on prioritized and aligned indicators of delivery of quality care, and then go to governments that are interested and use these indicators. And output 2 would be then to create case studies jointly between WHO and ASCO to show the benefits of monitoring and measuring and agreeing on what quality is. The picture is of Dr. Andre Ilbawe. He's a surgical oncologist who trained actually both in Seattle and at MD Anderson, and he is now the lead for cancer at the WHO. And to show you the importance of ASCO's Make a Global Impact, we had him as our keynote speaker at our presidential symposium at our annual meeting this year. We've joined with the Union for International Cancer Control on a project called City Cancer Challenge, and this has impact at a city level. So I've talked about projects with countries and regions and hospitals. This is at a whole city, and there has to be some political commitment as well as healthcare commitment, and you can apply to be a CCAN city. ASCO's partnership, again, is in education, leadership development, the quality piece. And there are now 13 cities in the City Cancer Challenge, 6 in Latin America. And we also, it's hard to see the map here, but if you look closely, and we'll share the slides, you can see the cities. I was just in Porto Alegre, one of the CCAN cities, 2 weeks ago on a training course. And we also launched a leadership program for women in oncology through CCAN just this past October in Geneva. And this is a picture and of these young women faculty members across all the CCAN cities. We had a representative from each of the Latin America cities, except I think the one in Paraguay was just announced in October, so we didn't have a representative there. And these are the leadership program for women in oncology representatives from Latin America. And I'll just add as I close one more partnership. Dr. Blanke started this session talking about palliative care, end-of-life care. This is a partnership that we did just recently to celebrate, if you will, World Hospice and Palliative Care Day and Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We wanted to raise the visibility of patients living with metastatic disease and talk about it and reduce the stigma of palliative care as well as the metastatic disease. We did 4 webinars that are available free on our website, one for researchers, one for clinicians, one for patients, and one for civil society. And if you look closely at the pictures, you'll see a couple of our Latin America colleagues, including Dr. Alejandro Mojar, who used to lead the SWOG Latin America initiative, and again, Dr. Cynthia Villarreal from Mexico, who won our ASCO Women Who Conquer Cancer Mentorship Award. So to conclude, ways you can be involved, you can engage with ASCO. We have a global network on My Connection. You can share your experiences by writing articles and blog posts for the ASCO Connection. Somebody here could write up this meeting and submit it as, look at this great meeting and collaboration. We're all over social media. And if you're a student training your fellow, you get free membership. We have discounted rates for professionals in low, middle, and upper middle income countries. I do recognize Uruguay is classified as high income, so we're going to talk about how we can maybe help, but certainly for the students, trainees, fellows, and I think you get a very discounted price for the first 3 years after your training. And here are some of our Latin America colleagues at a meeting sharing a post on social media. So thank you very much for your attention. We're going to hold questions until after you hear from Dr. Ubijos about a little bit more about the Latin America Regional Council. So thank you for your attention.
Necesitamos un minuto para bajar la presentación. Perdona. ¿Puedes ayudar para hacerlo más rápido? Bueno, yo te introduzco rápido. Bueno, perdón los problemas técnicos o más bien de organización de mi parte. El doctor Luis Ovillo es oncólogo médico, fue profesor adjunto de la Cátedra de Oncología del Hospital de Clínicas, es subdirector del Instituto Nacional del Cáncer y miembro del Consejo Regional Latinoamericano de la Sociedad Norteamericana de Oncología, es decir, la ASCO. Bueno, bienvenidos, doctor Ovillo.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Disculpen hubo un temita ahí con la presentación, pero bueno. Vamos a hablar un poco, algunas cosas que ya se fueron mencionadas, pero vamos a hacer hincapié en lo que es el rol del Consejo Regional Latinoamericano. Es un gusto para mí integrarlo. Este es el primer Consejo Regional. Estas son las actividades, el rol que tiene hoy en día los consejos regionales en general para ASCO, que tienen que ver con el asesoramiento de ASCO, de las necesidades regionales de cada una ni siquiera de los países, sino de las regiones. Estos consejos están integrados por miembros de cada uno de los países. ¿Qué pasó ahí? Pero básicamente el rol está en identificar las oportunidades, identificar las necesidades y llevarlas luego a la práctica, mejorando los programas que tiene ASCO ya para todos sus socios, principalmente para lo que son los socios internacionales. Acá hay una cosa que también voy a mencionar al final, pero que ya fue mencionado. Es importante, y lo miro a los residentes que están ahí mirándome, es importante hacerse socio de ASCO. Hay muchas oportunidades que estamos mejorando, incluso desde el Consejo. No mejorando porque no sean buenas, sino aterrizándolas y adaptándolas a lo que son las necesidades latinoamericanas y de cada uno de los países. Es verdad que Uruguay integra un prestigioso grupo del High Income, según el Banco Mundial, y eso no nos hace elegibles para muchas de las becas, pero para algunas actividades sí seguimos siendo elegibles, y hay que recordar que los residentes y las personas en formación no tiene costo la membresía. Por lo tanto, los invitamos a que se asocien. Hoy en día están funcionando estos 4. El primero fue el Asia-Pacífico, que es el modelo que tiene ASCO incluso para todo el resto porque es la primera experiencia que tuvo. El latinoamericano está funcionando desde el 2021, que tuve el honor de integrarlo desde sus inicios, incluso de presidirlo en el primer año. Y esta es la integración. Aquí hay miembros de cada uno de los países, que lo que hacemos es tratar de asesorar a ASCO en lo que son las necesidades de la región y de cada uno de los países. En este momento lo preside la doctora Janine Chavarri de México. Yo lo presidí en el primer año. ¿En qué estamos trabajando? Esta foto es de la reunión anual que tuvimos en Miami este año, en abril. Estamos trabajando en varios programas. Ya se mencionaron lo que son los International Cancer Corps, que son las actividades que tiene ASCO para poder apoyar países de bajos y medianos ingresos, enviando especialistas a poder ayudar en la mejora continua de los procesos de las instituciones y dar actividades formativas también a nivel de los países. Estamos desarrollando programas de liderazgo en América Latina. Ya hay un programa de liderazgo de ASCO que es muy difícil aplicar para las personas de América Latina, porque la competencia es muy importante a nivel de Estados Unidos y Canadá, y habitualmente también implica que tienen bastantes más condiciones para poder ganarlo, y ahora lo estamos adaptando a lo que son los programas latinoamericanos y lo que es poder traer conceptos de liderazgo que nos parece que pueden aportar no solamente en conocimientos técnicos, sino en cómo ser un buen líder de cambiador de opinión, y un líder también en lo que es el tratamiento del cáncer en cada uno de los países. Programas de investigación clínica, como ya se mencionó, la investigación clínica es un objetivo importante de ASCO y ya, si bien ya hay programas de desarrollo, estamos trabajando en los cambios en algunos de estos programas para poder mejorar aún más los resultados a nivel de Latinoamérica. Otra de las cosas que encontramos como elemento importante, y esto fue el primer trabajo que hicimos, ¿no? Cuando empieza esto en el 2021, lo primero que hicimos fue un diagnóstico que llevó hasta una encuesta a nivel de la sociedad científica de todos los países, y los problemas se repetían. Investigación clínica bastante escasa en nuestros países, ausencia de guías en la mayoría de los países, y por otro lado también problemas educacionales. A todo esto es lo que está abocado el Consejo Latinoamericano. En cuanto a los International Cancer Corps, esto también está diseñado para países de medio y bajos ingresos, y tuvimos en la última 9 aplicaciones. El rol del Consejo fue básicamente la selección y el asesoramiento de cuáles podrían ser los lugares que tuvieran principalmente mayor impacto. Lo que nos basamos fue en poder poner energía en los lugares donde podríamos tener mucho impacto, y creíamos que en este caso en Santa Cruz, Bolivia, que ya se está trabajando con ellos, se está trabajando en lo que va a ser el programa y se va a enviar personal, pero también se va a trabajar en cursos, sobre todo de cuidados paliativos. Podemos tener mucho impacto a nivel de Santa Cruz, Bolivia, por eso fue seleccionado. Como dije, estamos desarrollando el programa de liderazgo, que es una adaptación del programa de ASCO, que ya tiene a nivel global. Lo que vamos a hacer también es adaptarlo de lo que ya se ha ido trabajando en el Consejo de Asia-Pacífico. Aquí ya se están seleccionando incluso personas, quizás hayan visto que se contactó personal de ASCO en todos los países, no solamente en Uruguay, estamos hablando para todos los países que están en el Consejo, y se han contactado personas para poder ver los intereses, y luego se va a abrir una aplicación que va a ser en el 2023. Ya lo tenemos prácticamente terminado. Bueno, las guías, eso fue un tema que se encontró con una gran problemática a nivel de toda la región. Hay pocos países que tienen guías nacionales, y muchas se basan en guías de otros países que no contemplan las características del país del lugar, y tampoco los elementos de acceso que son tan importantes. Entonces, lo que considerábamos en el Consejo en una primera instancia fue que brindar elementos para hacer las guías, y eso va a ser un workshop justamente para poder tener elementos para poder trabajar con las guías. Después, esto se va a trabajar con las sociedades científicas de cada país, porque cada país tiene sus condiciones, tiene sus interlocutores que son los que van a hacer o no las guías, y son los que van a trabajar luego con las autoridades donde esas guías podrán ser volcadas o no. Pero estamos trabajando básicamente mucho en esto también. El ICRC Plus Initiative, esto es una variación del curso que ya existía de ASCO, que es el ICRC, el International Clinical Research Course. No nos olvidemos que Uruguay tuvo la versión anterior a este curso, que es el ICTW, y lo hizo en 2 oportunidades en Uruguay. Lo que identificamos desde el Consejo es que, si bien se hacían cursos a nivel de la región, ASCO tiene muy bien medido los impactos, porque todos los cursos que hace los mide cuáles son sus resultados, pero en definitiva pensábamos que habían sido un poco magros, y pensamos cuál podría ser la forma de ayudar. Y bueno, el Plus, el más, representa una tutoría que se le va a dar a esos países. En realidad, lo que se va a solicitar es que apliquen centros que tengan mayor o menor grado de desarrollo. Si es un centro ya desarrollado con investigación clínica, quizás no va a necesitar aplicar, pero aquellos que quieren desarrollarse y que necesitan herramientas, aplican como centro, o sea, no solamente una persona, sino los médicos, enfermería, personal administrativo que esté vinculado o que quiera estar vinculado, y luego del curso se le va a hacer un seguimiento con algún mentor que tenga experiencia y que haya ya desarrollado investigación clínica. Esto tiene que ver con el seguimiento y asesoría en todo lo que tiene que ver, por ejemplo, también con el área regulatoria y cómo manejarnos en tiempos oportunos para poder ser elegibles para ensayos clínicos. Este curso está en desarrollo y se va a lanzar en breve. Quiero hablar también de lo que son las oportunidades de ASCO. Ya Yuri ya habló bastante, pero quiero dar un poco la visión desde el Consejo y mi visión particular. ASCO tiene muchas oportunidades educacionales, ahí hay algunas de ellas, estas son quizás las más destacadas, algunas tienen costo sobre lo que sería la membresía, otras quizás no, o se puedan subsidiar, pero en definitiva son oportunidades formativas que se pueden utilizar de ahora y al futuro. Los programas educacionales, acá podemos mencionar algunos que incluso fueron hechos en Uruguay. Hay cursos a nivel de cuidados paliativos, el International Palliative Care Courses, International Clinical Research Courses, que ya dijimos que va a haber una variación que va a ser ICRC Plus en breve. El curso de manejo multidisciplinario del cáncer, el MCNC, que lo hicimos acá en Uruguay en el año 2013. El Cancer Control en Primary Care y el Train the Trainer, que también lo hicimos acá en Uruguay en el año 2013. Los International Cancer Corps, lamentablemente Uruguay no es elegible, pero sí, si tenemos contactos a nivel internacional, si están escuchando a nivel del Zoom o cuando esto quede grabado, es importante tenerlo en mente porque es de una gran ayuda, pensamos. Y otras cosas que sí, como ya se mencionó, Uruguay es alto. Uruguay aparece marcado porque Uruguay tuvo 3 becarios para la IDEA. Uno fui yo fui el último, pero en definitiva ahí entramos a lo que es el país de alto ingreso y por lo tanto no fuimos más elegibles. Y bueno, estos son los beneficios que tiene ASCO marcados y me parece que son muy importantes, pero yo voy a hacer hincapié en algunos, más allá de los descuentos que son muy tentadores. Quiero recalcar en los últimos dicen, si usted es socio y miembro de ASCO, puede aplicar a trabajar también en todos estos grupos. Estos grupos son básicamente personas que hemos decidido ser voluntarios y trabajamos para ayudar todo lo que son los intereses de Latinoamérica, en este caso, y de Uruguay en el caso particular, pero esto se puede ampliar. Por eso es que la idea es aumentar la base de socios a nivel latinoamericana. Sabemos que tiene un costo importante. Miro a los residentes ahí al fondo, que me miran para abajo. Apliquen, que no tiene costo y el beneficio lo van a ir encontrando durante el camino, que está muy bueno. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, ahora vamos a abrir el micrófono para la presentación de la doctora Grelo y el doctor Ubillos.
Yo creo que una cosa muy importante que hay que comentar, además de lo que dijo Luis, es que todos los programas de ASCO y de la Conquer Cancer Foundation están abiertos a los aplicantes internacionales. Entonces, no son solo los programas internacionales como el Global Oncology, el IDEA, etcétera, sino los Young Investigator Awards, los Career Development Awards, todas las cosas de ASCO puede uno aplicar desde fuera, no son excluyentes. Entonces, el hecho de que Uruguay no sea un país de bajos o medianos ingresos no hace que los uruguayos no puedan aplicar a los programas de ASCO. Obviamente hay que competir con los países con las personas de ingresos altos, pero eso no debe de ser una razón para no participar, ¿no? O sea, lo digo desde mi experiencia personal, yo desde México participé y he ganado los grants, o he ganado algunos grants de ASCO que no son específicos para países en desarrollo. Entonces, creo que hay que quitarse eso de que no se puede competir, ¿no? O sea, digo, es más difícil, pero hay que quitarse la idea de que no se puede intentar y que la verdad es que la mayoría de la gente ni siquiera aplica. No es que no se los gane, es que no aplica. Entonces, creo que eso es un poquito para lo que existen estas reuniones, para intentar cambiar esa mentalidad de que no se pueden hacer cosas de América Latina, de que no se puede competir con los gringos. La verdad es que eso creo que es parte de lo que tenemos que cambiar. Y me gustaría que comentaran al respecto, sobre todo la doctora Gralo y Luis, de qué opinan de las oportunidades para Latinoamérica y otros países en Estados Unidos, ¿no?
Yo contesto una cosita primero, o aporto una cosita. Está muy buena tu reflexión, Enrique, y yo soy de los primeros en tratar de empujar a que la gente aplique de donde esté. Hay algunos de esos programas que tienen un tema administrativo limitante, que es que no somos elegibles si somos high income, independientemente. México no sé dónde está, si es middle. Middle Up, o sea que es elegible. Eso nos pasó. Uruguay era elegible para muchas de estas becas y dejó de serlo cuando pasamos a High Income. Bueno, no voy a decir lamentablemente, es como un poco bizarro, pero en definitiva, ese es lo que tenemos. Hay otros programas, otros tantos programas como se mencionaron y se mostraron acá, que no importa el nivel de ingreso que se tenga en el país, por lo tanto, sí somos elegibles. Y lo importante también para la gente joven, y que quiero recalcar, se puede ser elegible aunque no se sea miembro de ASCO en un inicio. De hecho, cuando yo apliqué, yo no era miembro de ASCO, después sí quedé con una membresía. Pero en definitiva, al inicio se puede aplicar y después eso sí los va a terminar llevando a ser miembros de ASCO, pero no lo tengan como limitante. Busquen en la página y esta información puede estar disponible también, ¿verdad, Julie?
And I should have already mentioned this, but Yvonne, you can also tell us about your experience, but we have right here a member of the Trainees and Early Career Committee. And he's the liaison to the ASCO International Affairs Committee. So right here, you see an example of someone up and coming who is already a formal member of one committee and a liaison to another committee, and hopefully representing Uruguay and your needs, et cetera, within ASCO. And we're not here to sell ASCO membership. We're here to help your careers. So I want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
I was just going to mention one other way that ASCO you can get involved in ASCO and also help you and your patients is cancer.net, which is the ASCO led patient information website. And it actually is used tremendously outside of the United States, especially in Spanish. And so a lot of the material that is up there about diseases or about cancer is actually has been all translated into Spanish. There's a great blog section. And so if you wanted to write a blog in English or in Spanish, I'm sure they'd be very happy. And these are all patient facing, but they are beneficial potentially to you and to getting your name out and getting more involved. And so I would just like to make sure that that's front and center as well.
Bueno, creo que todo lo que tenía que comentar ya lo comentaron. Hay algunas oportunidades en español, solamente para hacer el enlace de lo que se ha comentado con la realidad en el Uruguay. Muchas veces el residente, el médico de posgrado que está en formación, encuentra un área de desasosiego, porque acaba mencionando que no tiene la oportunidad de una idea, que es el enlace con el investigador internacional en centros reconocidos en Canadá y Estados Unidos. Y entonces, como no pueden hacer una idea y no tienen el enlace real, entonces acá es donde es importante que se pongan en contacto ya sea con el doctor Luis Ubillos, estoy en disponibilidad de ayudarlos, porque la opción que se tiene y que se ha hablado con el doctor Doug Pyle y con Erika Cirineo, miembros de ASCO y parte del Early Career, también del International Affairs Committee, es de que se pueden utilizar vías alternativas como es el mentorship, que se tiene la oportunidad del mentorship desde la perspectiva de unirse a ASCO por medio de una membresía gratuita para miembros de posgrado. Así que todo esto entra dentro de una englobe general que se tiene que aterrizar. El doctor Enrique Soto, como yo, como mexicanos, conocemos la realidad de México, conocemos la realidad tal vez de otros países, pero es importante aterrizarla acá a Uruguay, porque acá, como no tienen la idea, no encuentran el vínculo de cómo llegar al investigador para que después se apliquen al LIFE, o al GOYIA, que es el que nosotros aplicamos generalmente. Así que son situaciones que tenemos que tratar de enlazar para que esto mejore el vínculo y las posibilidades de ustedes para tener la exposición hacia investigadores internacionales.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Y la doctora Grelo y el doctor Ubillos van a estar aquí para el descanso, por si acaso quieren discutir más sobre ASCO y las oportunidades. Bueno, ahora la doctora Tami Mauri va a presentar. Es profesora asistente en el Departamento de Epidemiología, Genética Humana y Ciencias Ambientales del Centro de Ciencias de la Salud de la Universidad de Texas en Houston. La agenda de investigación de la doctora Tami se focaliza en 2 áreas específicas: prevención y control del cáncer en poblaciones vulnerables, incluyendo grupos minoritarios sexuales y grupos minoritarios, me salió, sexuales y de género, así como personas que viven con el VIH y SIDA. Y la utilización de plataformas de telemedicina y herramientas móviles para la capacitación de profesionales de atención médica y trabajadores de salud en países en desarrollo y áreas desatendidas de los Estados Unidos. Bueno, bienvenida. Es otro PDF. Lo busco.
¿Funciona? ¿Aló? Ah, sí. Sí, yo soy una caminadora también. Así que, bueno, muchísimas gracias particularmente a SWOG Latin American Initiative por la gentil invitación y mucho más al doctor Cuello y todo el equipo que han hecho posible tener este evento acá en Montevideo aun cuando yo estoy residenciada en los Estados Unidos, soy venezolana, así que cualquier esfuerzo en la región implica muchísimo para nosotros y ser parte de esto pues es un orgullo tremendo. Yo soy profesora de la Universidad de Texas, tanto en el Departamento de Epidemiología Genética Humana y ciencias ambientales, y además adjunta al Centro de Cáncer MD Anderson. Mucho de mi esfuerzo está ligado a lo que fue mi carrera profesional. Yo soy odontóloga y luego hice una maestría en medicina bucal, que es como el vínculo entre la medicina y la odontología, así que yo estaba rotando en hospitales oncológicos y luego me apasioné mucho con la infección por VIH en los 90, cuando fue el pico de la epidemia en mi país y casi en toda Latinoamérica. A nosotros siempre nos pasan las cosas un poquito más tarde que lo que le pasa a nuestros amigos del norte. Y de allí parte de lo que yo observé fue que en aquel entonces estaba yo haciendo un estudio de cavidad bucal y cómo podíamos usar la cavidad bucal y las lesiones bucales como marcadores clínicos para poder determinar si el tratamiento de VIH estaba siendo efectivo en el paciente. Entonces imaginen a alguien en la zona más rural de Uruguay, pues teniendo y estando empoderado con herramientas para saber si tenía una candidiasis bucal, algo estaba fallando, y entonces no esperar hasta la cita de los 6 meses, sino adelantarse e ir al hospital más tempranamente para tener un cambio en su tratamiento y poder tener una mejor calidad de vida. Pues sucede que en esa corte, que era la más larga de los Estados Unidos para ese momento, una de las grandes sorpresas evidente para grupos que ya estaban en el área de tabaquismo, pero para mí, que yo estaba en el área clínica VIH, pues durísimo, fue que el 44% de los pacientes, y era una corte de 744 individuos, eran fumadores. Fumadores en ese momento, lo cual es altísimo. Si consideraban que para el momento en la Universidad de Alabama, donde yo estaba haciendo el estudio, en ese estado, la prevalencia de fumar en la población general era alrededor del 19-22%. Estamos hablando de más del doble en una población que ya tiene una condición crónica, entendiendo que ya pues el VIH es considerado como tal. Y eso fue mi camino hacia la investigación y el servicio en el tabaquismo, a lo cual pues soy pues muy apasionada y siempre he creído que pues la prevención del cáncer es allí donde deberíamos tener más inversión y esfuerzo. Yo les voy a hablar en la charla un poco de los centros integrales de cancerología. Luego les voy a hablar del tabaquismo y su impacto en los pacientes que son diagnosticados con cáncer y hacia donde yo he dirigido mi investigación, que ha sido con el uso de tecnologías móviles y de informática y de tecnología digital para poder llegar a todas las poblaciones, incluyendo los pacientes con cáncer. Y por último, una aplicación móvil que desarrollamos en la Universidad de Texas para ayudar al profesional de cancerología, de VIH, de odontología, en poder dar una consejería antitabáquica en su consulta. Así que bueno, un poco más reiterando lo que venía diciendo, pues está esto de que una onza de prevención vale más que una libra de curación. Y yo siento que en muchos de nuestros centros oncológicos en la región estamos sumamente enfocados en el diagnóstico y el tratamiento. Y nos olvidamos de que hay un compromiso con la comunidad. Y que estos centros no solamente deberían hacer investigación dentro de las paredes del instituto, sino también afuera de las paredes del instituto. Y eso es un concepto bien importante, que es lo que ha hecho que se cataloguen algunos centros en los Estados Unidos como centros oncológicos integrales, Comprehensive Cancer Centers. Esa es una designación que le da el NCI, el Instituto Nacional de Cancerología de los Estados Unidos, a algunos centros, no a todos. Entonces, este es el mapa de los centros integrales, de los centros de los Estados Unidos. Y ahí ustedes pueden ver, algunos son centros de cáncer, otros son laboratorios básicos y están los Comprehensive Cancer Centers, centros de cáncer integrales. ¿Por qué integrales? Porque ellos han desarrollado no solamente en el área de servicio clínico y la investigación, sino en el área de prevención. Tienen que demostrar que tienen líneas de investigación, programas de prevención para poder ser catalogados como centros integrales. Yo siento que nosotros en la región, si pudiéramos canalizar las fuerzas allí, pues estaríamos haciendo muchísimo. No que el esfuerzo en tratamiento y sobrevivencia del paciente no sea importante, pero ¿cuántas vidas podríamos salvar nosotros y pacientes que no necesitarían llegar a nuestros centros? Recursos económicos que ya son precarios en nuestra región que pudiéramos invertir porque la demanda de tratamiento por cáncer fuera menor. Y allí es donde el tabaquismo ha tenido un impacto tremendo. Nosotros éramos una región muy afectada por las enfermedades infecciosas. Y hemos dado un vuelco tremendo a las enfermedades crónicas porque estamos copiando patrones de otras naciones que nos hacen ahora más susceptibles a condiciones crónicas. Y dentro de esas está ¿cuál? El tabaquismo. Porque mientras Estados Unidos y Canadá están haciendo una batalla dura contra el tabaquismo, las grandes tabacaleras que dicen, pues habrá que girar el mercado y a dónde más nos queda, qué nos queda cerca al otro lado del Río Grande. Latinoamérica. Y nosotros tenemos leyes buenísimas. El problema es que no reforzamos el cumplimiento. Y ustedes aquí en Uruguay han sido líderes no solamente de la región, sino del mundo. Cansada estoy de tener la diapositiva del Uruguay de cómo le ganaron a la gran tabacalera en un esfuerzo titánico cuando estas empresas estaban acostumbradas a hacer lo que les daba la gana. Así que mi aplauso y mi respeto para todos los uruguayos, porque en cierta forma ustedes fueron parte de eso. Y pues nosotros en la región algo nos salpica, ¿no? Ahora, ¿por qué es importante el tratamiento de cáncer en el paciente, el tratamiento de tabaquismo en el paciente con cáncer? Yo tengo colegas oncólogos que, bueno, pero ¿y para qué? El paciente ya está con diagnóstico de cáncer. Se va a morir. Por lo menos que se muera fumando contento. Pero nadie entiende que la calidad de vida es importante hasta para morir. Y por eso el tratamiento y la prevención del tabaquismo es importantísimo. Antes del diagnóstico de cáncer, pues para no tener cánceres asociados a tabaco. Luego en el diagnóstico, ¿por qué? Porque el paciente que es diagnosticado con cáncer entra en una fase de yo quiero cambiarlo todo, ahora quiero ser el más saludable, voy a hacer ejercicio, voy a comer lo mejor que pueda. Eso es un momento que en inglés le decimos teachable moment, ahí. Es un momento que el individuo está abierto a hacer cambios conductuales que podríamos tomar ventaja de eso. Y luego están estudios demostrados que si el paciente deja de fumar, hay una tremenda mejoría e impacto en la sobrevida porque el tratamiento funciona mejor, el tratamiento de quimioterapia, el tratamiento de radioterapia y también la curación o cicatrización del proceso después de una intervención quirúrgica. Eso está demostrado científicamente, hay cualquier cantidad de publicaciones. Así que no es solamente dejar de fumar por dejar de fumar, sino que dejar de fumar debería ser una parte integral del tratamiento oncológico. Y así como aquí en esta diapositiva, pues les pongo dos alternativas, dos visiones de lo que ocurre con un paciente si continúa fumando, mayores niveles de dolor, la calidad de vida se ve afectada en estos pacientes tremendamente, hay una mayor toxicidad pulmonar, muchas cosas que ustedes están y lo saben del día a día, comparado con el lado derecho, en donde entendemos que el individuo puede tener una larga sobrevida, reduce tremendamente la posibilidad de recurrencias, no solamente del cáncer primario, sino también de tener cánceres relacionados al tabaquismo que no sean el cáncer primario por el cual vino el paciente a la consulta. Y obviamente, pues, disminuir la posibilidad de muerte. Nosotros hemos venido trabajando desde ya varios años, ya casi 10 años, con muchos de los centros de cancerología de la región. Ahí están unos esfuerzos que hemos hecho, uno en Colombia con una clínica privada en Medellín y con el Instituto Nacional de Cancerología en México. Y luego hicimos un esfuerzo grandísimo con 6 institutos de cancerología en la región. Y lo que nos dimos cuenta es que el problema es incluso más grave de lo que pensábamos, porque hay instituciones en donde la prevalencia de fumar es alrededor, por ejemplo, la de México, 11%. El oncólogo colaborador en el país me decía, bueno, pero eso no es mucho. Eso, 11% no es realmente alto. Pero el problema es que la población general fuma 12%. Estamos entendiendo que un profesional de cancerología casi fuma igual que la población general. Y hay estudios que indican que si uno como profesional de la salud fuma, las posibilidades de recomendar al paciente o dar servicios de cesación de tabaquismo son nulas, porque usted es un fumador. Es increíble cómo en muchos de nuestros países, cuando uno se pasea afuera del hospital, está la gente fumando. Cuando yo hice en el estudio de Colombia y México, hicimos una parte cualitativa y hacíamos unos grupos focales con algunos de los profesionales de la institución. El director de alguno de los centros decía, aquí no se fuma, esto estamos muy bien, todo, uno que otro que uno ve ahí, pues. Y en la medida que íbamos haciendo los grupos focales con luego los médicos, y cuando llegamos a las enfermeras fueron lo mejor, porque hacían unas, lo llamamos en Venezuela unas colas, pero aquí no se debe llamar así. Eran unas vueltas en carro para fumar. Como no los dejaban fumar en el instituto, entonces se ponían de acuerdo, nos vemos en el estacionamiento, nos montamos varias en el carro, nos vamos a dar la vuelta, fumamos y nos volvemos a venir para el hospital. Y eso pasa. Y no nada más en Latinoamérica. Pasa en los Estados Unidos. Pasa en centros de cáncer. Yo tengo una sensibilidad para oler el cigarrillo tremenda y yo sé colegas, enfermeras, asistentes administrativos que fuman en centros de cáncer. Y eso no debe ser penalizado, sino más bien tomado como una oportunidad para ayudar a la persona, porque muchos de nosotros como profesionales, y me incluyo, yo era de las que llevaba a los pacientes a quirófano y decía, no, pues no te puedo llevar, vas a seguir fumando. Y con una actitud punitiva, culpabilizando al paciente de su propia adicción. No sé si lo saben, pero el tabaquismo, la nicotina es más adictiva que la heroína. Mucha gente no lo cree y muchos de nosotros vamos y le decimos a nuestros familiares, es que sigue fumando, como si esto fuera algo de, bueno, ponte el zapato rojo ahora. Es mucho más fuerte y más complicado que eso. Entonces, ¿por qué estoy haciendo salud móvil? Porque yo pienso que por ahí van los tiros, como decimos coloquialmente en Venezuela. Quizás aquí también. La tecnología de la información ha penetrado tremendamente en cualquier rama y aspecto de nuestras vidas, del día a día. Y eso ha impactado la salud. Ya ahora muchos de los centros tienen las historias clínicas electrónicas y ya los datos son integrados, los datos del paciente de una forma electrónica y ya uno puede hacer unas búsquedas y ha ayudado tremendamente en en las formas en cómo nosotros podríamos hacer la investigación epidemiológica, sobre todo en los centros sanitarios. Luego hemos visto que hay este desarrollo masivo de softwares y equipos basados en tecnología digital, pero el gran cambio lo llevó ¿cuál? El teléfono inteligente. Porque ahora entonces podemos llevar el internet donde queramos. Es como una pequeña computadora en nuestras manos y es la posibilidad de poder tener todo lo que vemos en la computadora en el bolsillo. Nosotros creamos Decision T, que es una aplicación móvil en donde es la única que hay para cesación de tabaquismo para el profesional de la salud, no para el paciente o el fumador, sino es un algoritmo que integramos en la aplicación en donde el profesional va contestando preguntas y el algoritmo le va diciendo, bueno, ahora dígale al paciente esto, ahora recomiéndale los parches, esta es la dosificación porque este es un fumador pesado, estas son las contraindicaciones y así. Entonces, para alguien que no está familiarizado con tabaquismo, es una oportunidad. Y esto fue producto de un grant de una oportunidad de financiamiento que obtuvimos a través de SWOG, de Hope Foundation, en el Premio Impacto. Y lo hicimos a través de este estudio con 3 centros de cáncer en Colombia, Perú y Brasil. Era basado primero en un programa de entrenamiento porque teníamos que sensibilizar a los profesionales de salud, 30 profesionales en cada país. Y esto lo hacíamos por un entrenamiento virtual y además de el colaborador local da una charla en persona allí con su equipo. Y luego desarrollamos el algoritmo, porque muchos de los participantes del estudio se quejaban de que tenían que ir a revisar las diapositivas para revisar cuál era la dosificación de los parches de nicotina y decidimos, bueno, ¿y si nos armamos un algoritmo que lo puedan tener en el bolsillo, en el celular y consultar cuando quieran? Pero luego vino COVID y aunque pudimos hacer el estudio en Colombia y en Perú, pues Brasil quedó por fuera y aún con eso entonces dijimos, bueno, hay un problema y decidimos llevar el app a los Estados Unidos y ellos tienen Texas. Para los que no saben, este es el mapa de los Estados Unidos. Está Texas y lo demás, ¿no? Entonces, muchos piensan que Texas es los vaqueros, es el petróleo y el gas, la NASA, y obviamente, pues para los seguidores de béisbol, pues tenemos mucha lástima con los demás, pero acabamos de ganar la Serie Mundial. Y este señor que está aquí es Altuve, que es venezolano, y pues Venezuela dando una oportunidad a ayudar un poco en los logros locales. ¿Y por qué lo decidimos llevar realmente a Texas? Porque tenemos el centro médico más grande de los Estados Unidos, 47 instituciones. Esta es una visión del algoritmo basado en dos modelos conductuales, el de las 5A y los estadios de las ruedas de cambio, y el algoritmo le permite a usted dar una consejería en menos de 5 minutos. Esto es unas vistas de cómo luce el algoritmo. Le va diciendo de acuerdo a lo que le hagan el clic, qué es lo que tienen que decirle al paciente. Hicimos una prueba piloto con 18 profesionales y nos fue bien. 5 minutos y 17 segundos fue el promedio para dar la consejería. Una exactitud, es decir, el tratamiento y la consejería que se daba era bien precisa, con una usabilidad de 87.5%. Que lo podemos hacer en Uruguay. El doctor Cuello me estaba diciendo que pues aquí podemos probarlo también, así que ahí les dejo, antes de terminar la charla, los niveles, los criterios de inclusión. Contáctense con el doctor Cuello si quieren probarlo en su consulta, que nosotros los incluimos en el estudio. Esto nos abriría oportunidades de financiamiento. Está en mi contacto para contactarme y me termino esta conferencia con un cuadro que pude ver en el Museo de Arte Visual, en donde refuerza esta idea de la prevención. Este caso de fiebre amarilla quizás se hubiera podido haber prevenido y tenemos allí a un niño al lado de su madre muerta. Eso es lo mismo que siento yo con el tabaquismo, si oportunidades se le pudieran dar a muchos pacientes, porque no nada más es el paciente que fuma, son los familiares que se ven afectados a través de esta terrible epidemia. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, doctora Tami. Desafortunadamente no tenemos tiempo para preguntas. Vamos a pasar directamente al descanso y vamos a empezar a las 10 en punto. Entonces tenemos 12 minutos.
This is not a love song. Happy to have, not to have not. Big business is very wise. I'm crossing Whenever I'm down, I call on you, my friend. I call on you, my friend. I call on you. Whenever I'm down, call on you, my friend. Helping hand in my time of need. Whenever I'm down, call on you, my friend. Call on you, my friend. Call on you, my friend. Whenever I'm down. And all that's going on is really going on. Just one of those days when you say the right thing to keep me moving on, to keep me going strong. Whenever I'm down, I call on you, my friend. A helping hand in my time of need. Whenever I'm down, I call on you, my friend. Call on you, seek roundabout fragile time, playing games, acting strange, fearful mind, lost and missed, understood. Too much talk, like two worlds, him and you, as they show you love him, as they show you love him. He's lost for words again. Glimpse of timeless being, can feel the hollow. Lessons learned long ago, old and stale. Too afraid, no mistake cannot fail. Just enjoy, found and kept under flame. Love is his
Hola, voy a empezar el curso porque tenemos una agenda muy completa todavía y tuvimos que reorganizar un poco las charlas. Entonces ahora vamos a empezar con la presentación de la investigación en toxicidad financiera de la doctora Dawn Hirschman y luego sigue doctor Joe Ungar. ¿Ok? Bueno, la doctora Hirschman, bueno, voy a hablar en inglés porque hablo más rápido. Dr. Hirschman is an American Cancer Society Professor of Medicine and Epidemiology and is the Director of Breast Oncology and co-leader of the Cancer Population Science Program at the Herbert Irving Comprehensive Cancer Center at Columbia University. As Vice Chair of the SWOG Research Network, she oversees the NCI's Community Oncology Research Programs, NCORE, and the research portfolio, which includes prevention, epidemiology, cancer care delivery, symptom control, and quality of life, and survivorship trials. As Vice Chair of the SWOG Cancer Research Network, she oversees the NCI Community Oncology Research Programs, research portfolio. And now I'd like to welcome Dr. Dawn Hirschman. Dr. Hirschman, can you?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? Just let me know.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So I'm sorry I'm not there with you, and thank you so much for inviting me to participate remotely. As you just heard, I'm going to be giving this presentation in English, and it's going to be about financial hardship. And before we start, I want to give full credit to Veena Shankaran, who graciously shared many of her slides with me for this talk, who's will be discussing her work and the work that she's done in SWOG. So as you heard, I'm going to be talking about financial hardship in cancer care. Can move my slides. Great. So generally the field or topics of financial toxicity fall under what we call cancer care delivery research. And both of the talks I'm giving now and in the later in the day really focus on the field of cancer care delivery research, which is a multidisciplinary field of scientific investigation that addresses how social factors, financial systems, organizational structures, health technology, and provider and patient behaviors affect access to the cancer care that we give, the quality and costs of cancer care, and ultimately the health and well-being of our cancer patients. And in general, this area of research, is really focused on informing practice change, especially in diverse practice settings. So for this talk, we're going to be discussing financial toxicity, which really is a constellation of symptoms. We used to not really think of this as a toxicity like we think of other toxicities, but it really has evolved into that. And it's a constellation of symptoms that focus on patients having difficulty meeting their household expenses, having lack of income, having anxiety or financial stress and strain, increasing debt, bankruptcy, and ultimately can affect non-adherence to treatments, and ultimately has been associated with not only worse quality of life, but also increased risk of poor health outcomes. So we all hear a lot about how healthcare costs are rising. And I like this figure because it really rings home that healthcare costs have increased higher than any other sector. And this sort of puts a dollar and cents onto that rise, at least in terms of US dollars, in terms of, you know, a dozen eggs costing $55 if it was going up at the same rate at which healthcare costs have gone up. Now, given current inflation, this may not be too far off, but it gives you a sense just sort of in terms of relative increases. And, you know, we in the United States, where much of this work or the work that we've been involved in has focused, we spend twice as much as other comparable countries on healthcare costs. And you can see that, you know, the US spends about over $10,000 per capita compared to other countries more in the $5,000 range. And the costs really focus mostly on inpatient and outpatient costs, where you see huge differences in terms of increased spending, and also on prescription drugs and medical goods, where much higher rates and substantially higher rates on administrative costs. The rest of the costs are pretty comparable, pretty low spending on long-term care and prevention. Well, you know, in the US, you might think with all of this spending, what has it gained us? Well, maybe it's helped us have some quicker access to new therapies. That's certainly true compared to developing countries, and fewer restrictions in terms of regulations on the therapies once they're approved. However, has it really given us greater, more equitable access to health and cancer care? Well, I think most people would say, no, we don't do so well in terms of equitable access. Has it improved quality of care? Well, I would say probably not. There's not good evidence that that's the case, and it's definitely not been associated with better survival. So, you know, we have to really question what the value is of all of this increased healthcare spending. So, a large part of cancer spending has gone into the cost of drugs. And much of that is related to the fact that launch prices and post-launch prices have increased faster than inflation, as I had mentioned in the beginning, and don't necessarily correlate with clinical benefit. So a huge portion of the increase in cost has come from the cost of the drugs themselves. And in addition, we give combination drugs, which, you know, then exponentially increases the cost. And we often give these drugs for prolonged periods of time. And with some improvements in survival, sometimes patients are on these expensive drugs for years and years. So the combination of being on combination expensive drugs for long periods of time has definitely resulted in increased costs. Third is that some of the newer therapies, especially things like immunotherapy, are, you know, perceived as being less toxic. Not so clear that they are, but sometimes as a result, we're giving them to patients further on after multiple other lines of therapy, and somewhat in what we call these Hail Mary situations. So there's evidence to support this. And we know that a big quality of care indicator is drug utilization in the last 30 days of life. And there's been a lot of work by ASCO and other organizations to try to decrease drug utilization in the last 30 days of life. And you can see that those efforts have resulted in a decrease overall in terms of all systemic therapy. But when you look at some of the newer immunotherapies, the costly immunotherapies, those uses are actually increasing over time in those last 30 days, sort of giving support to that notion that people don't perceive these drugs as being toxic. And immuno-oncology drugs really now constitute some of the biggest spending. And you can see how these figures are going up in terms of billions of dollars, that it's now thought that in the next, 5 to 10 years, it'll be about 75% of the total spending growth is as a result of these agents. And not only is the forecast for the spending of these agents to go up, there are many, many new agents in trials, and over 300 human trials with multiple different mechanisms in early phase trials. So we anticipate these costs are going to go up exponentially. So in addition to drug costs going up, sort of parallel with that is annual insurance costs. And so these numbers really only reflect through 2015, but they've gone up proportionally since then. And you can see that the premiums for patients have gone up. And I say since 2015, they've gone up dramatically. But you can see that the proportion out of pockets, including co-pays, deductibles, and co-insurance, which is a big problem in the US, have gone up substantially as a result. And so when we think of financial toxicity, there's the costs that are coming in terms of the premiums that you pay, as well as the out-of-pocket costs, even amongst patients with insurance. So to sort of compound that, patients often are stuck with paying higher prices for more expensive drugs. And this sort of shows the increase in multi-tiered drug formularies over time, which indicates that a larger proportion of the newer drugs are being shared by patients, even if they have pharmacy plans. So bigger out-of-pocket costs are coming from more oral and other therapies that are result in increased expenditures on the patient's part. So, this is a very American-centric talk, but the reality is that the vast majority of people are pretty fragile financially. And this is a survey that was done that asks, how would you deal with paying for a major unexpected expense, such as $1,000 for an emergency room visit or a car repair, and just sort of being hit with one sort of $1,000 bill that was unexpected, that, very few patients would actually have the savings to be able to do that. Most people would have to finance it with credit cards and pay over time. They would have to reduce their spending on other things. They might have to borrow, and a proportion would have to take out a loan. And actually, it's sort of shocking because that's a $1,000 charge. But the vast majority of patients that have to pay out of pocket in the US have to pay, can pay like a substantial amount, including, $8,000 or $9,000 for an individual and $17,000 to $20,000 for a family in terms of what they have to pay out of pocket before they hit their max. So it can be devastating. So when we think of financial hardship, we think about the material factors, psychological factors, and behavioral factors that are the result of having financial hardship. And there are patient populations that are particularly at high risk, being at a younger age, lower income, female, being minority, or having a severe cancer. And ultimately, as I said before, all of these things can affect quality of life. They can increase the burden on caregivers. They can affect your patients' use of emergency room use and hospital use because they're not getting regular outpatient visits as regularly. And ultimately, these can affect survival. And there have been very good studies that suggest bankruptcy increases mortality. So as I said before, drugs are a major contributor, but it's not just the drugs. And when we think of financial toxicity, we need to think about the other factors that we may not be measuring, such as non-medical costs, such as transportation back and forth, paying for parking garages, paying for tolls, housing, and indirect costs, such as loss of employment and income, both for the patient as well as the caregiver, and missing work and not having the same opportunities for raises and promotions that somebody who doesn't have these competing interests have to go through. Now, there had been a variety of studies that have been done, but many of the prior studies have been really had a lot of limitations in terms of assessing financial toxicity. Many have been retrospective, so there's a lot of issues with recall bias. They're not longitudinal, so cross-sectional studies can be limited in terms of the information gained. Many have focused on long-term cancer survivors, so the immediate impact, especially patients at high risk for early mortality, had not been captured. And there's been limited information on the global impact in terms of other family members and their whole household financial impact. And as a result of these limitations, SWOG, under the leadership of Veena Shankaran, who was the PI of this study, did the first cooperative group study looking at cumulative incidence of financial hardship. And the focus was on patients that had higher risk for short-term issues, and we focused on metastatic colorectal cancer patients. So these are the primary results. And the way the study was designed is that patients that were within 120 days of diagnosis were enrolled, and enrolled shortly either before or shortly after initiating their first chemotherapy. Patients were asked questionnaires about the details of their financial situation, as well as other patient-reported outcomes, including quality of life at 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months. And what was really interesting and novel about this study was, in addition to asking patients specifically about their financial toxicity, the results were linked to their credit reports to understand future issues related to their credit scores and bankruptcy. And the primary objective was to estimate the cumulative incidence of self-reported major financial hardship at 12 months. So this consisted of new debt accumulation, selling or refinancing a home, greater than or equal to 20% income decline, or having to borrow money to pay for cancer treatment. And then there were numerous secondary objectives to this prospective study, looking at risk factors, exploring whether financial hardship predicts poor health-related quality of life, the feasibility of doing a study like this, and the ability to look at credit reports. And these are the results that were published just this year in JNCI. And you can see really dramatic increases in any material financial hardship over that first year, with about 70% reporting something at 12 months. And it's sort of interesting when you break it down by, specific groups of factors that compose financial hardship. Selling a home, close to 3%, refinancing a home by 12 months, another 3%. But, shocking, like 20% income decline, that's a pretty substantial amount. Quarter of patients needing to take out loans, and a substantial number of patients with debt. So, when you add this up, it's quite high, but it's impressive that these rates of increase start as early as 3 months into patients' care. We looked at a variety of different factors that would be associated with increased risk for financial hardship. And, surprisingly, there was no one factor that was statistically significantly associated with an increase, although the trend was that for increase associated with age and race and marital status and household income. So as a result, we looked a little bit more deeply at other factors associated with economics. And this was a post hoc analysis, but you can see that based on patients' income and their assets, which make a lot of sense, the patients that had lower income and less assets had significantly higher risk, almost a 50% higher risk of developing financial hardship than patients that did not meet those criteria. And you can see this in terms of a time to event analysis. So in conclusion, patients were willing to participate in a prospective study like this. There were a lot of concerns that patients would not be willing to give their financial information or even link it to their credit reports. I think we were shocked by the rate of 75% at 12 months, despite all of these patients having some access to health insurance. That it gave us a clear understanding that clinical and policy interventions need to be done in order to protect cancer patients from financial devastations. And ours in SWOG was not the only study. There are multiple other ongoing studies looking at financial distress in pediatric patients and the effect on the parents, looking at patients with early stage colorectal cancer disease, which will be interesting in comparison to our study of metastatic patients, and an alliance trial looking at patients with hematologic malignancy, where some of the data suggests similar rates of financial toxicity as what we were seeing. So this gave us ideas in terms of looking at ways to solve this and looking at the models of patient navigation, which has been designed to really offer patients and families and caregivers assistance once they're diagnosed with cancer, and has been shown to decrease emergency room use. It's been shown to improve cancer screening and improve access to care in general. So the idea of financial navigation came up in terms of overcoming barriers to care, to see whether or not financial navigation could improve things like copay assistance or enrollment in insurance and other kinds of non-medical costs that might be associated with other social determinants of health. So the group at the Hutch did a pilot study looking at two national organizations that have the Patient Advocacy Foundation and Sense, which are both national organizations geared towards financial navigation, to see what kind of an effect. And in a small pilot study, these organizations, which have expertise in money budget management, helping with copay assistance and navigating health insurance plans. The pilot study resulted in anxiety about costs decreasing about 30% over a 3-month period. So based on these preliminary results, in SWOG, we now have open 1912 CD, what we call our credit study, which is a randomized study of financial navigation, looking at this same intervention with monthly contact with a financial navigation service, focusing on factors that I just mentioned: financial counseling, literacy training in finance, assistance with non-medical costs, as well as copay assistance, versus a control group, which is just financial literacy training, looking at the impact of this intervention on financial hardship, both for the patient and caregiver. And what's really unique about this study is that patients and their spouse dyads are enrolled together to look at the global health effects, both for the patient as well as long-term for the spouse. We've learned a lot in terms of challenges, in terms of enrolling to a trial like this, but hopefully it will be informative. The goal is to enroll about 500 dyads. Their inclusion criteria, you can see here listed both for the patient as well as for the spouse, caregiver. Patients can be both English or Spanish speaking, but initially we had that they had to file their tax returns together. We've now changed that. The endpoints are the same as I had mentioned before, focusing on financial hardship, but also looking at treatment adherence and resource utilization and caregiver burden. So, in order to really fully figure out how to best treat patients for financial hardships. Many clinics, both in the US and other countries, have started screening patients for financial hardship. But optimizing the implementation of systematic financial screening can be quite challenging. We at our institution were part of an NCI-sponsored initiative looking at multiple institutions in terms of how to go about doing this on a global level. And we instituted as part of in our electronic medical record 2 self-reported financial items, looking at worry of financial problems and knowing whether or not you have enough money or savings to cover the cost of treatment. And in our clinics, we screened about over 3,000 patients, and just sending out electronic pushes, we're able to get about a 40% response rate, the vast majority through patient portals. What was concerning is that even just globally screening this way, we found that about 40% of patients endorsed some type of financial worry, and over 50% endorsed financial hardship. So when we think about doing these studies and implementing them into the clinics, it's important to know how to screen for it. But it's challenging because sometimes the patients with the biggest needs are the ones that are least likely to have access to digital technologies to use it and inform providers about what they're going through. So actively, with knowing how to screen and treat with navigation, we need to know how to implement this in the community. So there are multiple ongoing research questions, when and how often to engage patients and caregivers in these questions about financial screening, how we're going to have the screening and resources available to screen and actually provide care for patients that are having financial hardship. How do we best identify patients at risk? And what are the impacts, the biggest impact on outcomes, and where can we intervene to have that greatest impact? And importantly, how do we provide physicians feedback so that we know how to make decisions that may be able to reduce financial hardship for patients? So with that, I will end this talk, and I don't know if we have time for questions, but if we do,
yeah, we could pick 1 or 2 questions. Dr. Soto.
Hi, Dr. Hirschman. Thank you for a great talk. Of course, many of these things apply to the US system, which is very complicated, but which of these tools and these research strategies do you believe could be applicable to other healthcare systems, such as many of the systems in Latin America that are public integrated healthcare systems rather than private systems with private insurance? Which of these tools do you think are translatable and could be used in other settings?
Yeah, thanks. I think, I think that, you'd actually be surprised that, the vast majority of patients are, don't have great health insurance in the US, and some of the systems in other countries, the public systems may be even better than the public systems here. I think that, there's a lot of research that needs to be done in terms of what components have the biggest bang for your buck, so to speak, in terms of trying to solve this problem. And, I think a lot of interventions are not going to succeed if we don't get a handle on drug pricing. And so I think ways of limiting that and making sure that we have good systems in place to make sure that there's value in the questions that we ask and the drugs that we're giving. I do think financial navigation is something that can be universal, and sometimes, just knowing how to access the systems to be able to reduce co-payments or get drugs for free can make a huge difference. Even simple things like transportation costs and food insecurity can, trying to solve some of the downstream effects, I think can also have big implications in terms of cancer outcomes.
Tenemos una última pregunta.
Sí, y un comentario. Va a ser en español porque no sé si tenés. Do you have translation?
Do you have interpretation on yours, Dr. Hirschman? There's a little
no, I-
globe that you want to click and select English to hear the translation.
I'm not
the
sure
bottom.
what you just told me to do. So can you
Okay,
repeat
at the
that?
bottom of the Zoom, you'll see a globe probably.
I don't see any globe.
There's no globe. Actually, you
No.
might want to exit the screen share to see it.
Well,
Try
let me
that.
just for speed, can you just translate the question, or that might
Yes.
just be faster?
No, it's not a question, it's a comment, but it's large and complicated in the Spanish. I prefer using my mother language. Yo creo que aplica mucho a nuestra realidad porque si bien no, o si bien tenemos un sistema público y un sistema integrado y un sistema con un montón de cualidades, todos estamos, y en Uruguay, por ejemplo, no se pagan los costos ni por la quimioterapia, ni por otras situaciones del proceso de cuidado, pero tenemos los consultorios llenos de pacientes con problemas financieros. Y es una situación que pasa completamente desapercibida para los tomadores de decisiones, y nosotros tampoco los exploramos. Y muchas veces los pacientes se sorprenden con la toxicidad financiera, y tiene un efecto muchísimo más desastroso porque no hay ningún tipo de navegación financiera como señalaba. Yo creo que es un área de trabajo sumamente importante. En los sistemas públicos latinoamericanos se vive una falsa equidad. Y uno cree que tiene cosas resueltas que en realidad no sucede así. Te agradezco mucho la presentación porque creo que planta una semilla de inquietud acá. Nosotros creo que tenemos que entrar en esa línea de investigación.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to interpret all of that, but I will try
Yeah,
my best.
I was able to hear, actually, I hit that.
You were able to
I
turn
found
it
that
on?
button.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know if I got all of it, but because maybe he had found this button a little
I
bit
think he
late.
started
But
a little late. He just opened saying that he believes that a lot of elements of your presentation apply to their reality here in Uruguay. They have a public system and they don't pay chemio. And I think around that time you might have gotten the
Right,
interpretation.
exactly. Well, where I work is, in Washington Heights and New York, and, we have very high rates of poverty, high rates of suboptimal health insurance, and it's really devastating and for so many families. And so it really affects all of us when we can't provide the optimal care. But I do think that there probably are some solutions that are not overwhelming. And I think it's important for us to use the examples of both the designs of the studies that have been done in the US and the questionnaires that have been done, both in English and Spanish. So we have all those tools available to be able to get a better understanding of what's happening in other countries and other Latin American, Central American countries, because it wouldn't take that much to be able to at least get a better handle on what are the key drivers to poor outcomes, so that we can figure the best interventions to intervene.
Great. I think that provides a great segue to our next presentation. Thank you very much for these data, the very worrisome data with troublesome tendencies for the future, and your work is amazing. So thank you. Bueno, ahora vamos a pasar a la presentación. ¿Tenés una pregunta? Bueno, ok. Del doctor Iván Lira, es oncólogo médico con una alta especialidad en tumores gastrointestinales y neuroendocrinos. Actualmente es asistente de la Cátedra de la Oncología Clínica de la Universidad de la República.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. Y esa como... Creo que hay que duplicar la pantalla, ¿verdad? ¿La cambio? ¿Eso está funcionando? Sí. Funciona. Perfecto, vamos a continuar con esta presentación. El día de hoy vamos a hablar sobre los factores asociados al diagnóstico y el tratamiento de cáncer en el Uruguay, que es algo importante y que hemos estado explorando dentro del servicio. Es importante tener en cuenta que, bueno, todos estos, lo que vamos a ver se correlaciona de manera importante con lo que ya hemos platicado con la doctora Hirschman y con la parte de la información que ya han estado revisando desde el día de ayer. Así que, bueno, es importante tener en cuenta que como el día de ayer el doctor Blanqui nos hizo el favor de comentar, en Estados Unidos se estima que el 25% de la población va a ser latina o con características hispanas alrededor del 2040. Ahora es importante tener en cuenta que esta población latina que va a estar cercana al 25% en Estados Unidos en ese año, pues el 67%, vamos a tener un incremento del 67% de la aparición de cáncer en esa población latina. Así que esto es importante y acaba de ser publicado este año por un equipo de investigación multidisciplinaria y multinacional. Así que, bueno, esto establece la relevancia de dónde estamos parados en este momento. La Organización Mundial de la Salud en 2017 estableció que, bueno, el diagnóstico del cáncer en etapas tardías favorece una inhabilidad o una falta de posibilidades para establecer un diagnóstico oportuno y favorece la presentación de sufrimiento innecesario y muerte temprana en los pacientes con diagnóstico de cáncer, lo cual tiene un impacto importante para esta población. Es importante reconocer que obviamente las áreas de mayor oportunidad se presentan en la población latinoamericana, que es de países de bajo y mediano ingreso, y bueno, esto se debe principalmente por alteraciones o imposibilidades para tener equipamiento adecuado muchas veces, o incluso población médica que tenga las características adecuadas para hacer un diagnóstico oportuno, incluso a nivel de políticas de salud, un adecuado acceso a políticas de detección temprana. La vía del diagnóstico del cáncer es una vía algo complicada y generalmente se presenta en múltiples, es como una escalera de presentación. Y esto se da primero con una presentación de los síntomas de manera habitual. Obviamente, esto deriva en la consulta con el médico general, con el GP. En algunas ocasiones se presenta de manera asintomática y debería de ser detectada por medio de metodología de screening. Y posteriormente ya pasa al manejo con un médico especialista. Esta PAD viene de un estudio de cáncer de cabeza y cuello. Pero lo importante aquí es de que aquí ya hay intervenciones de un médico especialista en cáncer. Todo esto puede tener algunos puntos débiles que son los retrasos. Es importante que los retrasos los tengamos en cuenta como una situación que puede generar una emergencia oncológica, ¿sí? Este término se menciona desde el 2014 que tal vez no está del todo aceptado. Sin embargo, estas emergencias en el diagnóstico de cáncer representan una situación que afecta o que pone en riesgo la vida si no se interviene de manera urgente en su diagnóstico y tratamiento. Entonces, cada vez que vamos investigando más del cáncer, nos enfrentamos a que estamos frente a una hidra, ¿no? De que según la mitología griega, cada vez que atacabas una cabeza, se multiplicaban. Así de que, bueno, parece que encontramos una vía de acción y la situación se vuelve cada vez más compleja. Este mismo estudio menciona que, bueno, si bien es cierto, hay pacientes que tienen presentaciones tempranas, muchas veces, y el paciente tiene una adecuada valoración médica, muchas veces hay pacientes que simple y sencillamente no vamos a poder hacer nada por ellos por la biología tumoral propia de cada paciente, ¿sí? Sin embargo, esto no es lo más común. Tenemos también algunos factores como son los psicosociales o factores sociales del medio de salud que impactan sobre una presentación adecuada del paciente, y cuando son pacientes que no se presentan como un primer síntoma y buscan atención médica, muchas veces es porque tienen presentaciones atípicas, hay errores en el diagnóstico médico o incluso hay unas deficiencias importantes en la metodología de investigación, lo cual nos da problemas para establecer un diagnóstico. Perdón. Entonces, podemos encontrar que hay aproximadamente 3 grandes grupos donde podemos encasillar una gran cantidad de situaciones donde podemos actuar, que son las habilidades y conocimiento de los médicos, deficiencias en la ruta de acción del cáncer y situaciones relacionadas con el paciente. ¿Qué podemos hablar del primer grupo? Bueno, el doctor Vishal Gyawali, que actualmente se encuentra basado en la ciudad de Kingston, en Ontario, nos demostró que cuando él hizo este estudio con población de Nepal, con médicos de Nepal, porque él es nepalí, mencionó que aproximadamente el 90% de los médicos ahí generales no tenían la oncología como una asignatura, o sea, mandatoria. Y solamente aproximadamente el 15% de esta población de médicos se consideró con un conocimiento adecuado para enfrentarse a un paciente de cáncer. Entonces tenemos médicos que no se sienten bien tratando cáncer y ni siquiera muchas veces tienen conocimiento. Este estudio brasileño mostró un análisis de 110 universidades y el 70% de esas universidades dijo que no tenía oncología en su currículum básico. Obviamente se encontraron deficiencias en la enseñanza, tanto a nivel científico, clínico y los aspectos psicosociales de la oncología, que es una enfermedad que, si bien es cierto, afecta muchas veces a un miembro de la familia, tiene un impacto a toda la población que le rodea, ¿no? A su núcleo familiar, lo cual es importante. La conclusión es clara. Una adecuada preparación en cáncer debería ser mandatoria. Canadá publicó algo similar y algo también interesante. Si bien es cierto, Canadá menciona que tiene un programa donde se puede mencionar la oncología dentro de la currícula, muchas veces quien da el curso de oncología no era un oncólogo médico. Tenían otras especialidades, a veces en un patólogo, cirujanos, dermatólogos, algún médico general, hematólogos o incluso otorrinos daban en la clase de oncología, lo cual eso afecta de manera importante. Si tenemos una población de estudiantes con médicos que tal vez no tienen un conocimiento apropiado de la oncología, entonces esto afecta muchas veces el interés del médico para involucrarse de manera apropiada en un curso de oncología, que como son las optativas. Y aquí podemos ver que oncología, solamente el 0.64 de un grupo bastante nutrido de 9,500 lo elegía dentro de su opción número 1 para entrar a hacer una pasantía, lo cual obviamente tiene un impacto importante. ¿Qué podemos decir entonces y que se correlaciona también con algo que ya vimos previamente? Bueno, además de todo lo que ya sabemos de los programas de residencias médicas, también se necesita que el residente ponga un estímulo de su parte y se dé cuenta que tenemos oportunidades internacionales que no solamente los apoyan desde el punto de vista académico con una lectura, sino que también se pueden obtener cosas importantes, como es acceso a cursos, preceptorships y otras evaluaciones o cursos de medicina continua de CMEs, perdón. Obviamente, la mayoría de estos esfuerzos, como ya mencionó el doctor Soto, mencionó la doctora Gralow previamente, muchas veces son gratuitos para médicos en formación. Así que creemos que tenemos herramientas importantes que deben ser aprovechadas de manera amplia por toda la población que está en formación. No solamente estos programas se enfocan hacia el residente de oncología, sino también para el médico general en formación, ¿sí? ¿Cuál es la situación actual que tenemos en Uruguay? Bueno, en la UDELARD no se encuentra propiamente incluido dentro de la currícula, sin embargo, se ofrecen cursos adicionales curriculares, pero cursos optativos, esa es la palabra, como es el curso de prevención de cáncer de mama y los programas de prevención de cáncer. Obviamente, otra forma de ingresar y tener contacto con la cátedra es por medio del internado rotativo, donde pueden tener la opción de entrar a oncología, etcétera. Pero, sin embargo, esto podría ser un punto donde tendríamos potencial capacidad de acción. ¿Y qué hay con el resto de Latinoamérica? En realidad no hay una publicación que nos diga qué más está pasando en Latinoamérica, más allá de lo que ya publiqué o mencioné del grupo brasileño. Así que es importante saber dónde estamos actualmente. Y para los médicos en entrenamiento, bueno, importante aprovechar las alternativas que se tienen disponibles, gratuitas y viables, con información completamente posible y entendible de buena calidad. ¿Qué podemos decir de la ruta del cáncer actualmente? Bueno, desafortunadamente, aunque sabemos que el beneficio en las enfermedades tempranas con terapias adyuvantes, etcétera, está bien establecido. Incluso ayer la doctora McGregor nos presentó su publicación. Nosotros aquí también vemos en el Uruguay, por medio de la doctora Cecilia Camejo y la doctora Cecilia Castillo y Natalia Camejo, que esa situación tiene un impacto importante. Tenemos una población que sigue recibiendo tratamiento adyuvante más allá de 90 días, cuando a pesar de que esta información no es nueva. Entonces, algo estamos haciendo mal, algo está fallando actualmente. El doctor Mauricio Cuello, también una publicación realizada o obtenida por esta institución, demostró que en los cánceres de cabeza y cuello, independientemente, de su etapa clínica, cuando iniciaban su terapia 40 días después del diagnóstico, tenían una repercusión importante en la sobrevida global. Entonces, nuestros esfuerzos deberían estar enfocados a que los pacientes con cáncer de cabeza y cuello tengan un diagnóstico y tratamiento antes de este momento. En México, bueno, México ha estado trabajando de manera importante en este rubro. Hay un grupo en el INCAN, la doctora Unger ha estado publicando en cáncer de cabeza, en cáncer de mama, y se nos ha mencionado de manera importante que, bueno, tal vez están teniendo intervalos totales de 7 meses, pero con rangos que van de los 4 a los 14 meses. Cuando hablamos también lo que pasa en otras índoles, bueno, sabemos que tal vez aquí llama la atención que el paciente, las características del paciente, parece ser que son más enfocadas a consultar de manera temprana que en otros lugares, porque aquí mencionan que 0.3 que el 0.3 meses es lo que tarda el paciente en presentarse a buscar atención médica, lo cual vamos a ver que no siempre sucede acá. Obviamente, una consulta temprana se relaciona con una mejor sobrevida, como lo podemos ver acá de este lado, ¿sí? ¿Qué es lo que se menciona en el área de pulmón también en México? Bueno, tuvimos la oportunidad de participar en este trabajo que se presentó en el Mundial de Pulmón hace unos años. Y acá en pulmón, la realidad no es tan diferente. Estamos hablando de 6.6 meses para establecer un inicio de tratamiento, desde el inicio hasta la presentación del inicio de tratamiento, lo cual obviamente es una ventana de oportunidad para establecer esfuerzos y lineamientos que favorezcan una reducción en estos intervalos. Obviamente, las revistas más importantes, en este caso British Medical Journal, establece que, bueno, cada retraso más allá de 4 meses, de 4 semanas después del diagnóstico, para iniciar el tratamiento tiene un impacto perjudicial para la sobrevida de los pacientes. Principalmente podemos tomar el caso de mama y colon, donde el inicio de una terapia oncoespecífica tiene un impacto sobre la sobrevida global, independientemente si el manejo es quirúrgico o adyuvante per se, con radioterapia, quimioterapia, etcétera. ¿Qué es lo que se está haciendo ahora que sabemos dónde estamos parados y que tenemos un serio problema para establecer los diagnósticos a pesar de que las recomendaciones de la OMS vienen desde 2017? Bueno, el grupo inglés el sistema de salud inglés lo que nos está proponiendo actualmente a nivel local es de que, bueno, se debe tener 2 semanas de retraso para que el 93% de los pacientes con una sospecha de cáncer pasen del médico consultante a un médico general con capacidad de establecer un diagnóstico y una terapéutica. Tratar de motivar a la gente para que cuando se detecte un síntoma pueda pasar a una referencia rápida con un médico con más conocimiento. Obviamente, una vez que tenemos eso, se recomienda que hay un margen de 31 días para que el 96% de los pacientes pasen de del primer momento de diagnóstico o decisión de tratar, del momento del diagnóstico al inicio del tratamiento, lo cual también es importante que se pueda establecer esto. Y se establece que en general debe de haber una espera máxima de 62 días para que, bueno, el paciente desde el momento de la referencia urgente por un síntoma sugestivo esté ya en posibilidades de iniciar un tratamiento. Así que, bueno, este es el objetivo que se plantea en Inglaterra y creemos que es un objetivo que, bueno, tiene que ser perseguido. Si bien es cierto, los porcentajes para lograr esto son aún son ambiciosos, creemos que el primer paso es detectar dónde estamos para poder saber dónde tenemos que hacer un especial énfasis y poder lograr los objetivos planteables. En Uruguay, tenemos características o factores de riesgo tan clásicos para una enfermedad maligna que llama la atención que haya retraso. Tenemos pacientes que prácticamente el 70% tiene una historia previa de haber tenido un consumo de tabaco. Muchos de esos que son previamente tabaquistas dejaron de fumar en el momento que recibieron la presencia de síntomas o diagnóstico, ¿sí? Así que, bueno, vamos a indagar un poco más en este resultado, pero cuando vemos el alcohol, también prácticamente el 46% de los pacientes de una cohorte de 85 que se están reclutando tenían consumo de alcohol y también está pasando algo ahí. Pero algo que llama bastante la atención es de que prácticamente 73% de los pacientes que tienen un diagnóstico de cáncer, o al menos de los 4 tumores más frecuentes, como son mama, próstata, colon y pulmón, tenían una historia de cáncer y tienen retraso. Algo está pasando porque si tenemos un paciente con conocimiento de síntomas que tiene un familiar con cáncer, lo estamos dejando llegar en estadios tardíos y con un diagnóstico no apropiado. Entonces, llama la atención que con esas características, solamente el 49% de los pacientes, el 51% tenía visitas rutinarias con los médicos de primer nivel. Obviamente, muchos de estos pacientes generaron síntomas en los intervalos porque si bien es cierto, vemos acá que la aparición de los síntomas se presentaron o tuvieron el diagnóstico antes de una semana. Este grupo, muchos de ellos llegaron con un criterio de emergencia oncológica, que es lo que vimos al inicio de la plática. Así que este es un área que estamos explorando, pero tenemos del otro lado de la moneda pacientes que tienen hasta de 2 a 5 meses para poder establecer un diagnóstico de cáncer en nuestra sociedad o nuestra población. Sin embargo, obviamente la percepción que tienen los pacientes es de que el 38% menciona que para ellos el diagnóstico llegó tarde, ¿sí? Lo cual no suena ilógico después de que vemos todo lo que está pasando. ¿Cuál es la situación actual en el Uruguay? Bueno, actualmente, como ya les mencioné, estamos corriendo este estudio donde estamos evaluando los 4 tumores más frecuentes, las características sociales, socioeconómicas de nuestra población, y también estamos evaluando otra característica que vamos a ver más adelante. Sin embargo, es importante destacar que dimos el puntapié para empezar el programa de rápida resolución del cáncer de mama, que actualmente está activo, está dando resultados. Sin embargo, no tengo unos resultados maduros, lo suficientemente maduros para publicarlos con ustedes. Sin embargo, tenemos una buena percepción de que esto está cambiando la posibilidad de establecer un diagnóstico temprano y oportuno, obviamente. Los siguientes pasos, bueno, hay que tratar de tener más acción en las patologías más comunes y obviamente hay esfuerzos por el grupo de próstata, del cáncer de colorecto, que están tratando de establecer algoritmos para un rápido diagnóstico y tratamiento de estos pacientes. Los factores relacionados al paciente. Interesante tema. Acá tenemos que tener en cuenta que muchas veces los pacientes, a pesar de que tengan sintomatología o que tengan unas características adecuadas o muy claras para cáncer, para un adecuado diagnóstico, muchas veces no son capaces de seguir indicaciones o atender citas médicas, no por falta de interés, sino simple y sencillamente no saben dónde o cómo atender las indicaciones médicas que se van ofreciendo en el día a día o en el acontecer de cada equipo médico. Acá lo que se mencionaba es de que, bueno, la doctora Margarita Echeverry, que actualmente labora en la Universidad Xavier de Luisiana en Nueva Orleans, lo que nos menciona es de que, bueno, ella hizo un estudio voluminoso con 400 pacientes y trató de establecer la capacidad de alfabetización en salud en una población que se considera latina. Entonces ella encontró que, bueno, los pacientes que tuvieran 10 o menos puntos se considera con una baja alfabetización de 11 a 26 intermedia y alta arriba de 27. ¿Qué es lo que se fue desarrollando después de que se validó el estudio? Bueno, se validó acá que en una población dada en este momento, se encontró que había en 500 pacientes, o en 500 latinos sin cáncer, el 40% tenía una alta alfabetización, 43% una intermedia y 17% un bajo nivel de alfabetización en salud. Por lo tanto, esto representó el puntapié o el antecedente inmediato para nosotros establecer un estudio para poder tratar de identificar cuál es la realidad de la población uruguaya. ¿Está bien alfabetizada en cáncer o no? Bueno, hasta este momento, después de analizar 85 pacientes, tenemos que solamente a nivel intermedio tenemos 74%, 8% alta y un 18% baja. Sin embargo, es importante destacar que este estudio está solamente basado en pacientes con cáncer, donde ya pudimos ver previamente el 72% estaba con un antecedente de cáncer familiar. Entonces, son pacientes que tienen característicamente un conocimiento de cáncer que no tiene una población general o tan abierta como aquellos que se toman de manera aleatorizada solamente con criterio de interés para participar. Así que, bueno, estos resultados van a ser importantes y actualmente estamos trabajando en colaboración con el equipo de la Universidad Xavier de Nueva Orleans con la intención de poder identificar cuáles las características que están afectando la alfabetización en nuestra población y con esto tratar de identificar oportunidades posteriores. Otra situación importante es la toxicidad financiera que ya fue previamente discutida por la doctora Dawn Hirschman y que ha traído un revuelo importante por la relevancia que tiene. Muchas veces pueden hacer todo lo que les traten de indicar el equipo médico, pero simple y sencillamente resulta demasiado costoso o sale de las posibilidades de la población que nosotros tratamos. Y esto desafortunadamente tiene un impacto en distintos niveles, como es a nivel social, comunitario y a nivel de la relación individual, a tal punto que muchas veces tenemos ausencia de características o políticas de soporte para poder afrontar este tipo de gastos que llevan los pacientes. Vivimos en el Uruguay, un país centralizado en Montevideo, y tenemos centros o ciudades muy lejanas donde los pacientes se tienen que trasladar bastantes horas, muchas veces en ómnibus, para poder llegar a una consulta médica. Así que esto no es barato y no se ofrece una red de apoyo de manera clara que pueda ayudar a solventar los gastos y apoyar o mitigar estas situaciones. A nivel comunitario, bueno, muchas veces la gente se apoya en grupos religiosos o en otras situaciones para tratar de mitigar los gastos y muchas veces la gente se une entre ellas y es una forma que mitigan un poco la toxicidad financiera. Sin embargo, está ahí y es algo que afecta la esfera comunitaria. A nivel de las relaciones, bueno, el soporte financiero por medio de los padres, de familia, de amigos, ¿cuántos no hemos visto que hacen rifas, etcétera, para tratar de solventar el gasto o compra de materiales simplemente de curación porque no hay posibilidades de curar de manera efectiva un estoma o algo por el estilo y no pueden ir hasta el centro de atención médica comunitario porque queda bastante lejos o no está en condiciones de ir para allá. Y por último, no menos importante, el nivel individual, por supuesto. Muchas veces tenemos el uso de ahorros personales que estaban destinados para otro momento, otra etapa en la vida y que simple y sencillamente son gastados en una enfermedad que es crónica y que no se va a acabar después de utilizar todos esos ahorros. Seguramente la enfermedad sigue ahí o las alteraciones propias del cáncer van a seguir ahí y necesitan hacer algo más. Entonces, actualmente, bueno, estamos en plan de analizar la alfabetización en salud e identificar cuáles son las características de nuestra población. La toxicidad financiera es un debe, es algo que tenemos pendiente en el Uruguay. Sin embargo, bueno, por lo pronto estamos por explorar algunas situaciones de farmacoeconomía por medio de una pregunta clínica que ya se ha mencionado, que se va a agregar en el protocolo iCheck-It o S2013 que corre la doctora Don Hershman, con la intención de saber qué tanto toxicidad financiera se genera por medio del uso de una sobredosis en las pacientes tratados con inmunoterapia en el Uruguay. Así que bueno, ¿con qué nos podemos quedar? Simple y sencillamente con que bueno, necesitamos abrir la discusión con la universidad para tratar de incrementar la exposición de la oncología como un campo fértil que necesita ser explorado en instancias cada vez más bajas para que los pacientes, los médicos que se enfrentan al paciente en la comunidad tengan el conocimiento y se sientan cómodos tratando el cáncer o enfrentándose a un paciente de cáncer. Obviamente es importante identificar y explorar los factores que retrasan el diagnóstico y tratamiento. Lo local no significa regional. Así de que es importante compartir la información, establecer vías de comunicación, enlaces con otras comunidades o con otros grupos con la intención de que esto vaya mejorando la comunicación y la cooperación internacional. Y el mentoreo, por supuesto, que es altamente deseable. Agradecemos a la doctora Gralo que nos trae todo lo que lo que ofrece ASCO y creo que es importante tomar acción y enrolarnos más en lo que ASCO nos ofrece. SWOG-SLAI, por supuesto, es una vitrina donde podemos nosotros observar estudios, tomar ideas, participar, colaborar, así que no hay que menospreciar esta situación. Y bueno, por lo pronto, una frase que tomé de una presentación que hizo la doctora la doctora Echeverry de Nueva Orleans. If there are no data, there's no problem. If there's no problem, there's no action. Así que tenemos que tener en cuenta dónde estamos parados, qué es lo que tenemos que hacer y tomar acciones, no solamente crear información, sino hacer algo con la información. Ahí agradecemos la participación del equipo de la doctora de Nueva Orleans, lo que es la doctora Margarita Echeverry, del doctor David Anderson y el equipo que está trabajando en este momento a recolectar la data. Gracias. ¿Preguntas? Ya hay otro micrófono.
¿Quieres caminar?
Ah, ya. Ya alcancé. Puedes usar así.
¿Qué? Ahora sí, bien. No, primero gracias por la presentación, estuvo muy interesante. Mi pregunta es si en cuanto a la alfabetización en salud, entiendo que en nuestro país todavía estamos en la etapa diagnóstica de ver cómo es el nivel de nuestros pacientes, pero quería preguntarte si tienen alguna hipótesis o de qué tipo de intervención, a qué nivel, digamos, podemos intervenir para mejorar la alfabetización, tanto opinión tuya personal o basada en los estudios en otros pacientes, si el impacto sería teniendo intervenciones a nivel poblacionales, a nivel de la consulta con el paciente. No sé si se entiende.
Sí, claro, está clara la pregunta. Las intervenciones que se pueden lograr hacer una vez que tenga el diagnóstico definitivo son múltiples. Se pueden hacer intervenciones desde el plano, y empezar a hablar de cáncer desde el plano educacional de la población en general. Se pueden hacer eso para los pacientes que están en formación y que se pueden exponer a conocimiento nuevo, por así decirlo. Posteriormente, obviamente, se puede tratar de hacer intervenciones a nivel social, tratar de que el cáncer deje de ser tratado como un tabú, tratar de abrir la discusión de manera global, de manera social, que la gente pueda saber que el cáncer no tiene ningún, o sea, es mejor hacer el diagnóstico temprano que tardío. Actualmente tenemos programas, tenemos clases, tratamos de hacer un esfuerzo para tener una exposición y también educar a los médicos, pero hay que tratar de hacerlo más y más global para que los médicos también puedan hacer su labor de tratar de educar a la población, tratar de decir que, bueno, si bien es cierto, el paciente, la enfermedad puede ser diagnosticada tardíamente, también puede ser diagnosticada de manera temprana y esto tiene un impacto, ¿sí? Que los pacientes tengan como saber más información del cáncer de manera simple, sencilla, con términos simples, accesibles, que puedan tener una fácil comunicación con ellos desde cualquier nivel. Yo creo que eso sería lo más importante, tratar de acercar y aterrizar terminología a nivel social con la intención de que otras instituciones también se vean involucradas. En este caso, tal vez la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, otras instancias, donde trabajemos en un programa más elaborado que permita llegar a las poblaciones de una manera más
Yo tengo una
amplia.
pregunta corta.
Comentario sobre esto y así que lo completo.
¿Cómo no?
Yo, lo más rápido, introducir navegación en el programa asistencial del Uruguay, que no existe.
Muchísimas gracias por la presentación.
Un placer.
Usted mencionó hacer cambios curriculares para integrar oncología.
Sí.
Una de las cosas que yo he visto más difíciles, particularmente en Latinoamérica, es modificar currículum. Las carreras ya tienen una carga bien pesada, una carga curricular. ¿Cuál es su experiencia acá en hacer esas modificaciones académicas, si son posibles? Porque sería para que otros países aprendiéramos de lo que ustedes están haciendo.
Creo que esa pregunta la voy a pasar a alguien con más experiencia, pero vamos a hacer.
En realidad no los invito a que sigan nuestra experiencia porque nosotros perdimos lugar. Nosotros tenemos un curso, diría que relativamente fuerte en cuarto año, antes del ingreso al hospital. Se remodeló el plan de estudio, se mantuvo la parte básica y molecular y no la clínica con el formato que tenía previo. Hemos hecho un esfuerzo en recuperarlo. Tenemos algunas participaciones puntuales a lo largo y la patología está presente en la formación del médico, obviamente, específicamente en las unidades o áreas que se tocan. El enfoque global oncológico es a través tenemos pasantías de verano, que son opcionales, tenemos las optativas, que son algunas importantes, y vamos a cambiar algún formato para una prevención en cáncer, a ver si lograr una modalidad de llegada más amplia, pero nosotros queremos también participar un poquito más con aspectos clínicos en esa etapa. Es verdad que es difícil ganar espacio porque en ningún plan de medicina cabe nada.
No, sí.
Y después, esto es una opinión personal con respecto a la identificación del retraso. Yo creo que la formación del médico en Uruguay, esto lo he discutido con internistas que enseñan la medicina más directa, es basada en el modelo francés y de agrupación sintomática, y Mauricio Cuello, no otra persona quizá, tiene la sensación que el médico uruguayo enfrentado a un síntoma único tiende a minimizar.
Bueno, gracias.
Pero
No,
esto
Ya, muchísimas
es
gracias.
discutible.
no hay tiempo para más preguntas, lo siento. Pero yo creo que ustedes saben dónde se encuentran el doctor Cuello y el doctor Iván Lira. Bueno, gracias. Bueno, vamos a seguir con la siguiente exposición. Es el doctor Joe Unger. Es profesor asociado en el Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, investigador senior de servicios de salud y bioestadístico en el Centro de Estadísticas y Manejo de Datos de SWOG. Es vicepresidente de ENCORE de SWOG. Quiere decir, el ENCORE es el programa de investigación en cáncer en la comunidad también, y es investigador principal del programa de atención de cáncer del Centro de Estadísticas de SWOG. Ha sido estadístico principal en varios estudios importantes de calidad de vida, durante el tratamiento y el control del cáncer. Además, es miembro del Comité de Dirección sobre el Manejo de Síntomas y Calidad de Vida en el NCI en Estados Unidos. Hey, Joe, can you share your screen? There you go. And can you talk just to make sure we have good sound?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Trying to get in presentation mode here. I could? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Joe Unger, as mentioned, and I'm going to talk today about socioeconomic deprivation and cancer outcomes. And as Daisha mentioned, I'm at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. I've been with SWOG for quite a few years. So to start with some background, poverty is detrimental to health, as we all know. A key underlying reason is that individuals from socioeconomically deprived areas have limited access to healthcare resources. Socioeconomic status, therefore, may become a chronic risk factor for worse disease outcomes. In cancer, patients living in socioeconomically disadvantaged areas have been shown to have worse outcomes. Some studies from 2017 by Singh and Jamal showed that cancer patients from the most deprived areas had a 56% increased risk of mortality. Moss in 2020 showed that cancer mortality risk was notably higher in countries with high poverty levels. But one unresolved question, and a key one, is whether these disparate outcomes remain after accounting for access to quality guideline-based care, which these studies were not able to account for. So we systematically examined whether patients from poor areas experience worse cancer outcomes, and we used data from patients in cancer clinical treatment trials. This is really critical because trial patients have uniform access to protocol-guided care and are uniformly staged, which limits the potential differences in underlying health status. The use of trial data, therefore, limits potential confounding influences of inconsistent pre-treatment evaluation, care, and post-treatment surveillance. We use data from large phase 2 or phase 3 clinical trials for major cancers conducted by SWOG from 1985 to 2012. And you are all familiar with SWOG by now, so I don't have to recount these details here. We pooled data across trials of similar histology and stage, which increases our power to identify differences in outcomes between patients from areas with different levels of socioeconomic deprivation. Socioeconomic deprivation was measured using the Area Deprivation Index, which is a measure that relies on 17 indicators reflecting a diverse set of socioeconomic status variables, including education, employment, housing quality, and poverty. The ADI is scored from 0 to 100, with higher scores indicating greater deprivation. And we split it into quintiles, reflecting a number of approaches in the literature, with 81% to 100% indicating most deprived and 0 to 20% indicating most affluent. We employed covariate adjustments for age, race, and sex to account for potential differences in clinical risk across a diverse set of cancers. We used a composite prognostic score based on the factors that were included in stratification to create high versus low risk categories of patients, standardized on a 0 to 100 scale. Additional models also adjusted for insurance status, prognostic risk, and rural-urban residency. And we looked at 5-year overall survival, progression-free survival, and cancer-specific survival using Cox regression frailty models. So here are the results. We examined 41,000 patients from 55 trials comprising 24 different cancer histology and stage-specific cohorts. The four most common cancers were breast, colorectal, lung, and prostate, the big four, which comprised 72% of the sample. And here you can see the characteristics. The majority of patients were less than 65 years, which is common in clinical trial cohorts. Most were female. There were 10% Black patients, 4% Hispanic patients, and 63% had, 37% had advanced disease, and 63% were not advanced disease. So here's a forest plot of the hazard ratio comparing the highest deprivation quintile versus the lowest deprivation quintile. So this forest plot has boxes that show the hazard ratio. These horizontal lines are the 95% confidence interval, and this vertical line is the line of equal hazard. So any value to the right of this vertical line indicates increased risk of any of these outcomes for those in the with the most deprivation. And as you can see here, those with the most deprivation had a 28% increased risk of death, 20% increased risk of progression, and a 27% increased risk of cancer-specific death. We also looked at it according to quintiles for the 5 quintiles altogether, with the lowest as the reference group. And this is really an attempt to examine, and this is really critical in, when you're doing observational data analyses, to examine whether or not there's a dose response, because that reinforces the idea of the validity of a causal inference. These analyses were conducted using frailty models again, and you can see that there's a clear trend towards consistently increasing risk of death or other outcomes as the level of deprivation increases. And this is a very regular finding, as you can see. So there clearly seems to be something going on here. This forest plot of the hazard ratio of comparing the highest deprivation quintile versus the lowest deprivation quintile was done within these individual groups. So again, a forest plot again, as I described previously, this is the line of equal hazard. And this is really an attempt to see whether or not those findings were robust, regardless of which subset you were looking in. And you can see it didn't really matter for the most part which subset you were in. There was increased risk of death for those with the greatest deprivation compared to those with the least deprivation, for all subsets except for those with Medicaid or no insurance, which is interesting in its own right. So to summarize, this comprehensive study combined data from more than 40,000 clinical trial patients. Participants were from a wide variety of cancer types and stages. They were uniformly staged and prospectively treated and followed under protocol-directed care. But even after accounting for differences in demographic variables and clinical risk, and given the advantages of this data set in terms of uniform staging and treatment, patients from the most deprived areas had a greater risk of death. These findings were consistent for progression-free and cancer-specific survival, suggesting an association with both cancer and non-cancer outcomes. The risk of death increased consistently as the level of deprivation increased, which again suggests that dose response pattern that I mentioned. The findings were uniformly observed for all subgroups of patients, except for those with Medicaid or no insurance. So in conclusion, socioeconomic disparities in cancer outcomes persist for almost all patients after accounting for initial access to protocol-directed quality cancer care in clinical trials. So a key question pertains to the magnitude of the increased risk of death in patients from socioeconomically deprived areas in the cancer population. Few studies have applied a multi-attribute index to examine this relationship. So this is really about comparing our results to those that have been done before in an apples to apples comparison, a similar fashion. The few that have done it include Singh and Jamal, as I mentioned earlier, which categorize counties according to 11 U.S. census-based indicators using registry data from the 1990s. They showed that cancer patients from the most deprived areas had a 56% increased mortality risk. Mastert and colleagues applied a socioeconomic index based on 6 indicators to a cohort of patients from 2000 to 2002. They showed a 68% increased mortality risk for those in the most deprived areas. So on average, these studies showed about a 60% increased risk of mortality. That compares to about a 28% increased risk of mortality in our study. This comparison suggests that access to protocol-guided care maybe mitigates about half of the negative effects of living in socioeconomically deprived areas. So it's not meaningless to be on a trial to get that quality guideline-based care. It doesn't resolve all the disparities. It resolves perhaps half of the disparities we would otherwise see. These findings are consistent with prior literature demonstrating the enormous potential reductions in cancer-related mortality due to the elimination of socioeconomic disparities. Findings were consistent with the hypothesis that low socioeconomic status is a risk factor for adverse outcomes due to poor access to resources, be that medical, technical, or financial. So again, the trial participation perhaps provides that beneficial initial access to guideline-based care, but may not materially alter the tendency towards poor access to healthcare resources over the long term, which can be deleterious for patients' health outcomes. Research has suggested, and this particularly goes back several decades actually, that the potential effects of chronic stress exposure on health outcomes through mechanisms of altered immunological and neuroendocrine function could be prevalent in those with low access to resources writ large, whether that be economic or health resources. Risky health behaviors may also play a role. And for vulnerable populations, a diagnosis of cancer may amplify these high-risk behaviors. So what are the policy implications of this? Well, for one thing, we know that oncology care resources are sparse in certain areas, and that even patients with access to initial quality care may not be able to access supportive care and post-progression care. So great, they got on a trial, but then what happens after they've progressed? What happens when they're struggling during the trial and they're not actually at their clinic? Telehealth models could provide the convenience to overcome some of these key constraints, and telehealth models, as we know, and really took off during the pandemic out of necessity, and the efficacy of those strategies is currently being evaluated. Limitations may be particularly burdensome for patients from deprived areas that lack oncology clinical care infrastructure. I think that seems self-evident. So mechanisms enabling patients to maintain access to quality care, such as durable health insurance, are going to be required. This is highlighted by the fact that there was no gradient among patients with Medicaid or no insurance, so there was no added benefit to residents in affluent areas. Congress recently passed legislation requiring Medicaid programs to cover the routine patient costs for cancer clinical trial participation in the U.S. This is a really important step that has been taken. This legislation could provide coverage for routine supportive care that patients with Medicaid may be lacking. In terms of limitations of our data, of our analysis, the absence of data on supportive care administered during therapy, the management of acute limitations, and treatments administered after progression. These were all lacking. We lack details about the types of resources relevant to cancer survivorship. And there was an absence of an observed ADI gradient among patients with Medicaid or no insurance. As I mentioned, that, however, is somewhat limited by the relatively few patients in this subgroup. So there may have been reduced power. So in conclusion, initial access to guideline-based therapy in a trial is not by itself sufficient to eliminate disparate outcomes related to socioeconomic deprivation. It really eliminates some of it, but not all of it. Future research should examine whether the etiology of this residual disparity is related to reduced access to supportive care or to reduced access to post-protocol therapy and or to differences in health status that may not be reflected by protocol staging criteria. Policies to mitigate socioeconomic differences in cancer outcomes should emphasize access to cancer care services beyond initial therapy. So it's not just what happens initially, it's what happens over the long term. And I just want to acknowledge all of my colleagues on this study and my funding. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos preguntas para Dr. Ungar. ¿Quiere pasar el podio? Just one second. Joe, can you turn your Zoom, make sure the interpretation's on? Are you're going to do it in
this
Spanish
one?
or English?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Bueno,
Interpretation.
Just so you can ask in Spanish if you want.
ok. En primer lugar, agradecerle la presentación. Es un tema extremadamente relevante y más todavía en esta época de post-pandemia que generó una crisis económica y incrementó la proporción de pacientes o la proporción de pacientes con dificultades económicas, ¿no? Sobre todo en los países más pobres, pero es algo global. No, el comentario o la preocupación, estos resultados implican que la proporción de pacientes con dificultades económicas, los pacientes más vulnerados económicamente, puede constituir un sesgo que, digamos, va a impactar en los resultados de los estudios clínicos y en consecuencia debería ser tomado en cuenta en el análisis multivariado, ¿verdad? En el diseño de los estudios y bueno, y por supuesto en el análisis. Y la preocupación es si estos resultados, que son así, que no sorprenden, pueden determinar un riesgo para los pacientes más vulnerados en el sentido que puedan no resultar seleccionados para algunos estudios clínicos. No sé si se entendió la pregunta. El comentario que debe ser tomado en cuenta como una condición para el análisis, ¿verdad? Y lo segundo es si podría ocurrir que algunos estudios clínicos limitaran el acceso de estos pacientes porque va a impactar en los resultados terapéuticos y en la posibilidad de poder demostrar el beneficio de un nuevo medicamento, por ejemplo. ¿Cómo se encara esa situación? Gracias.
Dr. Unger, were you able to turn on interpretation?
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm having some
Oh, no, that's
technical
okay.
limitations this morning.
That's okay. So you can add. I'll do my best and add if I forget a detail that you find important. So her question, she's worried a little bit about that these results might imply that vulnerable patients might create bias in clinical trials, and should their socioeconomic status and other variables that might indicate vulnerability be taken into account in multivariable studies? That was the first question. Okay. And then there was a second question. Sorry, can I get these? I'll just do both. And then I'll let you answer. The second question was whether or not these results could create the risk of limiting access or other negative impacts for the patient in clinical trials, or where people exclude them from clinical trials due to the fact that it could impact results.
Such an excellent question. I mean, I think, I suppose those who are poorly motivated might argue that that's the case. But the trend in the US is very much in the opposite direction. The trend is towards access, improving access, because based on the idea that reliable trial results, they're only reliable to the cancer population to the extent that the trial cohorts represent the cancer population in an appropriate fashion. This has been recognized. And I think what these findings indicate, so in terms of just to alleviate concerns about the interpretation, randomization in a randomized trial will balance out risk factors, whether they be socioeconomic, clinical, or other. But I don't know that that by itself is an issue. Clearly, the trend is towards improving access to trials, but research that I've done and my colleagues have done with me shows that you clearly have to interpret the results of studies, whether they be randomized trials or other trials, in the context of your trial cohort and the kinds of patients that are enrolled. To me, this seems at this point somewhat self-evident. It also, though, speaks to the value of randomization. If you're trying to derive a reliable inference from a trial, you need to be able to randomize patients to balance out risk factors. Single-arm studies, which are unable to do that, are challenged to some extent by having to adjust and using multivariable regression, as you suggested. In my view, those studies have too often relied on adjusting simply for clinical risk factors. They have to also account for the socioeconomic demographic status of the patients. To me, that's what this paper represents and reveals to some extent, as well as some of the other research that we've done. Great question. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctora Chavez, you can unmute yourself and ask the next question.
Sure. Thank you so much for that great talk, Joe. I was wondering, I mean, clearly you have shown how important is social deprivation for outcomes. And we know that social determinants of health play a key role. So access, it's an issue, and not only access to initial treatment, but probably access to preventive services and good nutrition, and that probably determines adherence to treatment, et cetera, et cetera. In other part of your work, you've researched extensively the role of race and ethnicity in outcomes. And we know that racial and ethnic minorities do tend to have higher rates of poverty. So my question is, what do you think is the relationship between these two important factors, race and ethnicity for one side, and social demographic factors and social deprivation? I mean, do you think that the differences in race and ethnicity are only related to poverty, to say in simple terms?
Well, I mean, that's a great question as well, Mariana. Thank you. You know, we did a study in SWOG about 10 years ago or a little more, led by Kathy Albane, where we examined outcomes by race and ethnicity in our SWOG trials. And we found, and this is, again, the advantage of using a clinical trial cohort to examine these questions, because these patients by design all have access to care initially. So you can't simply argue that differences by race or ethnicity are due to differences in access to care. That is already accounted for by the design of this secondary data analysis using trial patients. What we found in that study was that there were similar outcomes by race, in particular, Blacks versus non-Blacks, for all cancers, except for the hormone-related cancers. In prostate cancer, Black patients had worse outcomes, and in breast cancer, Black patients had worse outcomes. So the alignment of that finding with the fact that these were the hormone-related cancers suggested that there was something else going on there. It wasn't just access to care. It wasn't just their socioeconomic status or what have you. That paper has gone on to motivate, I think, in part, the research that ended up highlighting some of the things like the fact that Black patients are much more likely, much more commonly self-identified Black patients, much more commonly to, for instance, have triple negative breast cancer. So there is, you know, there is a relationship there, I think. It's you know, argued commonly that race is a social construct. However, self-identified race is highly correlated with, I think, sort of their genetic ancestry. So it's kind of a marker for that, and that's kind of what's going on there, I think. But it is clear also that there's a lot of overlap in those domains. I mean, this study here, which I didn't highlight that particular result, but among Medicaid patients, I think it was the study or another, Medicaid patients are much more likely to be, there's intersectionality going on, right? There's Medicaid patients are much more likely to be Black or Hispanic.
Joe, could you summarize what Medicaid is too, just for our audience, since they might not
Medicaid, I'm sorry. Medicaid is essentially, it's a national program, but it's run by the states to provide health insurance for those with limited resources, basically, who, for want of a better word, who don't have the ability to buy insurance otherwise. So it's both a analytically, it can be used as a marker to identify those who have socioeconomic deprivation, but it's also, you know, functionally provides healthcare to many thousands and millions of patients in the U.S. So anyway, I hope I answered your question, at least in part, Mariana.
Yes.
There is clearly the term of art is intersectionality. You know, there is an overlap between those different domains. I think that's clear, and it's meaningful, and it's a little bit challenging to interpret at times.
Thank you. I invite you to share your second presentation, but before you do, if you look at the bottom of your Zoom screen, there's a globe, and underneath that globe, you'll see the word interpretation. Do you see that there on your Zoom?
Globe.
It's next to the chat.
I have a share screen and participants.
So you don't have the interpretation on your Okay.
17.
All right. Well, if there's any questions in Spanish, we'll try my job at interpretation again, but I'm not as professional as the ladies in the cabin back there. So, all right, go ahead and
Okay.
share your screen and continue with your second one. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry for fumbling around here. This background is actually, it's not very far removed from what actual time it is here. Very early in the morning. Okay. Am I good?
No, we can't see your screen.
Oh, sorry.
Are you sharing?
Working. Working.
Oh,
Is that good?
it's starting. Yes, now we can see it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, very much on a different track. I want to talk today here about patient-reported outcomes in terms of the principles of study design and analysis. So, cancer treatment advances have transformed a cancer diagnosis into a chronic disease for many patients. Research has increasingly focused, therefore, on patient survivorship. In fact, there were 15 million cancer survivors in the U.S. in 2016. That number is currently up to about 18 million, I believe. Projected to climb to 26 million by 2040, although I would argue that estimate may now be low. Likely is. Therefore, there's been an increasing emphasis on the patient's perspective in examinations of new treatments using patient-reported outcomes. PROs are designed specifically to reflect the patient's survivorship experience and to augment clinical outcomes with respect to disease, treatment, symptoms, and quality of life endpoints. We have put together a set of guideline principles to drive our patient-reported outcome research. And they are 5 principles. We rely on hypothesis-driven research questions, the use of validated PRO instruments, the application of PROs to assess quality of life has to be feasible in the context of the trial's main objective. We try, as always, to minimize the burden on patients and sites, and we try to limit bias in the assessments of PRO outcomes to the extent that that's possible. So let me go through these one at a time. In terms of hypothesis-driven research questions, the questions have to be guided by prior experience. This aids in the interpretation of clinical impact. It reduces the possibility of false positive findings, and it limits the excessive use of PROs in trial settings and the burden of form completion for patients and data managers at study sites. In terms of the application of validated instruments, validation is a detailed process. It's a multi-step process. It's really designed to assess whether or not the instrument has construct validity and is reliable and is responsive. It's really about, is the instrument that you're using measuring the thing that you think it's measuring? So validated instruments are obviously key to examination of quality of life and PROs. Translations also are typically required to have been formally validated. Validated instruments cannot or should not be altered because this can affect the survey validity. So for instance, picking out a series of questions from a validated instrument is usually not allowed because the instrument in its entirety has been validated as exactly as it has been laid out to patients. So picking things out can change the interpretation. We try to emphasize feasibility in terms of eligibility. PRO's use must be feasible within the trial. In terms of eligibility, we try to be clear and limited. In terms of using and being eligible for the PRO or quality life study, patients simply have to be eligible for the clinical study, and they have to be able to complete the assessments in English or whatever other languages are available and have been validated. Quality life participation requires that all patients, we typically require that all patients participate in the study, in the sub-study, to avoid selection bias. Sometimes quality life studies are optional, and that is something that the study team, the clinical study team, will typically determine if there is a fear that asking patients to participate in a quality life study may limit enrollment for the clinical study. However, I would argue that that is rarely the case. Most of the time, patients actually appreciate participating in quality life studies as long as the burden of assessment is not too great. Pivoting to the idea of limited burden, PROs may be burdensome to patients, as I mentioned, although they're generally accepted as limited. We try to limit PROs to those that are informing the study hypotheses. A threshold time of about 15 to 20 minutes has been recommended. Limiting burden, of course, has benefits for the research team and staff who require adequate resources for the administration and collection of PRO data. It's also advantageous for assessment of PROs because the more studies, the more questions that you ask patients over time, they're going to start to stop answering them. They're going to stop answering them after a while, and then that affects your interpretation. So you have to be as precise as you can. In terms of the assessment of PROs, PRO data collection should start at baseline so that you know what the patient's pre-study, pre-treatment value is, and you can account for that in your analysis. The duration of the assessments must be sufficient to detect a clinically important change in quality of life domains. But this has to be balanced against the need to assess meaningful differences. This need to assess meaningful differences has to be balanced with the risk of increasing non-response. This can be achieved in part by aligning PRO assessments with clinical follow-up visits, which can also facilitate interpretation of possible relationships between PROs and clinical endpoints. However, the PRO assessments should not be linked with the clinical outcome status like disease progression. For instance, this can induce a biased interpretation in terms of the patient's overall treatment and disease experience in terms of their quality of life. So, and sometimes you'll see designs where patients are asked to complete their quality of life assessments only up until progression, and then they're done, or only up until the end of study intervention, and then they're done. This can be, as a conditional research question, it's a narrower research question. It's valid in its own right. But when you end up with treatments that have very different patterns of disease progression, for instance, you're going to get very different patterns of assessment of PROs, and that can be very challenging to interpret. The interrelationship among these design principles is basically represented here. You can see that they are interrelated. They can induce either a virtuous or a negative cycle depending on the study design. So for instance, the use of hypothesis-driven research questions, if that is present, then that will limit patient burden and will enhance feasibility. If it's absent, it can be cumbersome for researchers, it can be difficult to interpret, it can be burdensome for patients because there will be excessive assessments. So you can see that this if the application of these principles, in my view, tends to be a virtuous cycle. In terms of analysis principles, PRO analysis principles should be incorporated alongside the key design principles. This facilitates reliable and interpretable PRO results. Analysis principles have two domains, in terms of their statistical design and the missing PRO data. PRO statistical designs try to identify a minimally important difference between arms in the specified PRO instrument. A minimally important difference or a clinically meaningful difference is oftentimes available in the literature. It's derived based on different approaches, but it really is about saying this is what's meaningful for an individual patient in terms of achieving some kind of outcome. However, a lot of times this minimally important difference may not be available, especially for new instruments. In that case, we tend to rely on effect sizes. Effect sizes are basically the ratio between the absolute difference in the mean PRO scale scores by study arm and the study standard deviation. So, for instance, a medium effect size is often used. So if there's a 10-point difference in a 20-point standard deviation, that would give you a medium effect size. Endpoints should be assessed at pre-specified follow-up times after trial registration. Sample sizes should be large enough, of course, to allow comparisons by treatment arm with full power. And again, the primary aim is going to be to assess differences by arm in primary PRO scales at pre-specified assessment times. This is designed to reflect clinical relevance, consistent with the design, and it aids in the clinical interpretation. Longitudinal analyses are frequently used to assess trajectories for multiple follow-up assessments over time by arm using linear mixed models. This better accounts for the spectrum of assessments with increased power, but there's also the increased potential for informative missing data by study arm, which could also influence the interpretation. We try to adjust for meaningful covariates to account for any stratification factors used to balance the randomization assignment for the clinical study. Those will also be accounted for in the quality of life covariate adjustment. We always adjust for the baseline PRO score because it can be so meaningful in terms of their follow-up scores. Also important other demographic or clinical factors that can be potential confounders are also going to be accounted for. Now, missing data can occur due to patient dropout and the submission of incomplete PRO forms. Missing data is a real issue and is a real challenge for assessment of quality of life. Clearly, it influences the interpretation of the PRO data. The influence of missing data on the results can be reduced, although not wholly eliminated, if appropriately accounted for in the analysis. We always try to apply a system of automated prospective reminder notifications to sites to minimize missing data. This enables sites to better anticipate follow-up assessments and plan for communication with patients. Retrospective queries for missing data are not adequate because once time has passed, you can't go back and ask a patient how they were way back when. In the long term, electronic patient-reported outcome platforms should enhance data collection. And SWOG is piloting at this time electronic patient-reported outcome mechanism in one of its studies. There are missing data. The best quality control practices will not prevent wholly missing data. Patterns of missing PRO data should be routinely monitored. I think the key question is, there are two key questions, right? Are there missing data over time so that you're just not getting very many responses? But also potentially and importantly for randomized studies, are the patterns of missing data different by arm? This is a real challenge for interpretation. We use cohort plots to examine whether or not you can identify whether those patterns are different between the arms. If they appear to be non-random, then there is a regression technique called pattern mixture models that can be used for sensitivity analyses. This enables the modeling of the observed missing data patterns through covariate adjustment. So it's used to assess whether your interpretation is robust to this different regression technique. I have an example here, but in the recognition that there have been there was a request for me to go faster, I'm going to just skip that. So in conclusion, PROs that assess symptoms and quality of life are critical to newly planned clinical trials. We include them now in almost all of our randomized studies, whether that's randomized phase 2 or 3. The value of PROs is recognized by the NCI through its support and development of quality of life scientific committees, electronic patient-reported platforms, and also patient-reported toxicity ratings. Adherence to key PRO design and analysis principles, in my view, is really critical to ensure valid interpretation, to identify meaningful differences, and to better translate the clinical trial results to a diverse set of stakeholders. And here I want to recognize some of my colleagues in SWOG's PRO Corps, including Lynn Henry, who I know is at the meeting there, and others.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any questions from the audience? Analysis of patient-reported outcomes, missing data.
Sunrise.
Dr. Tamales has one question.
I'm Javi from Chile. Hi.
Yes, hi.
I have a question. It might sound a little, I don't know, stupid, but so sometimes patients ask for clarification, and some pro instruments like don't encourage you to answer that kind of thing. So how do you recommend for us physicians to don't mess with the instruments about the clarifications with the patients?
I think trying to provide, and nice to see you, Javi. I know we talked just a month ago at the Young Investigators course, so good to see you. We try to provide guidance to help patients in terms of clarification, and of course there are instructions that are clearly provided with the instruments, but to avoid in all instances trying to guide the response. So to the extent that can be done, those are our guidances. But you're right. I mean, it's a little bit of an imperfect art at that level of the patient and, for instance, a nurse or what have you. But we do try to maintain that firewall in terms of guiding what the response should be. Any guidance should be about clarification, as you indicated. I hope that helps.
No, última pregunta? No. Bueno, thank you, Joe, for joining us today and for giving 2 talks in a row at this very inconvenient hour in Seattle.
You're welcome. Thank you. It's great to be there. Take care.
Thanks so much. Bueno, ahora voy a invitar a la doctora Grelo de pasar el podio para compartir su presentación sobre Patient Advocates. Hubo un cambio en la agenda y pasamos la presentación de la doctora Grelo al final de la sesión. Gracias. ¿Puedes subir eso o hacerlo desaparecer? Así desaparece solo. No. Can I maybe move it? Es que ella no quiere que eso bloquee la pantalla. Ahí.
Thank you. So I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so, and we've actually amazingly done a good job of catching up. So I am going to talk a little bit about the role of patient advocates in clinical research and hopefully make the point that this can be very valuable to you and your research and not a burden of any kind, but actually it will enhance your work. So I have here a quote from our SWOG group leader, our big guru, Chuck Blanky, who talked already this morning. And this is a quote from the SWOG website. It says, "Advocates make our trials better. They ensure our work is relevant and realistic and efficient. We want our trials to open and close quickly, and in the end, have a big positive impact on people with cancer. Advocates get us there." This slide shows the continuum of different patient advocacy opportunities. In the beginning in the United States, I think most of the efforts were on patient support, providing medical, psychosocial support to other patients and their families. But as over the decades, the role of patients in cancer increased, they moved on to education and information and dissemination. So the role of patients could be to inform or educate patients and the public about cancer risk factors, about screening recommendations, about treatment options, about the benefit of enrolling in clinical trials, and about quality of life. I'm specifically going to focus on patient advocates involved in research and in clinical trials, and make the case that at least in the United States, we've really strongly moved toward involving patient advocates in shaping the research agenda and determining the questions, in oversight of the research process, and in starting new research initiatives. And then advocates can be our strong ally politically as well. And I do understand that the word advocate that we use in the United States does not translate well into any other language. I think I saw the translation of my talk as defenders of cancer or something like that. But in this role, we actually do have kind of a legal kind of advocate lawyer role. And our patient advocates can influence our elected and regulatory bodies about reimbursement for cancer care, but also about research funding and where it should go, about patient needs and other legislative issues. So a cancer research advocate can really serve across a combination of all of these areas. And I'll just give you one example, maybe where the cancer advocates really were more true advocates in the legal sense. This was early days. The National Breast Cancer Coalition, NBCC, in the United States, which was mainly a group of lawyers, a true translation of advocate there. They went to Congress in 1993 and made the case that Congress should earmark an extra more than $200 million for breast cancer research. And in addition to what the U.S. National Cancer Institute was already getting. So they made the case. We were in a time of peace, so we had all this Department of Defense funding that they didn't want to lose from that budget, but we weren't using it for military action. So they said this would be a good use of it. And in the end, you're not really decreasing the Department of Defense budget, but you're just using it for something else. And if we go to war or something, you can reuse it. So that was their argument, which was a very creative argument, right? So they got the money in 1993, about 210 million. And they created something called the Department of Defense Congressionally Directed Breast Cancer Research Program. And it's been continued annually ever since. They created a new model for research and ensured that patient advocates were participating in the grant review process. And so there were scientific level of review, and then there was programmatic level of review. And that was more, how does this fit what we think are the highest priorities? So the grants were reviewed by science, and then they were reviewed with how do they fit with what we think are the biggest priorities. And so they created a new model of grant review, and patient advocates were participants in the whole grant review process. And to date, since 1993, over $4 billion have been funded through our Congress. You know, we don't agree on a lot of things in our Congress, but we all agree on funding cancer research. So no matter what side we're on. And so this is separate from all the funding that the National Cancer Institute gets as well. And then they decided that they needed to train patients to be good grant reviewers. And so they created something called Project Lead, which trains advocates in the fundamentals of breast cancer science and research design and critical thinking skills. And they hold an annual advocate leadership summit with sessions on the latest research, training and advocacy strategies. How do you go to Congress and get this much money? And presentations by respected researchers and public policy experts. So this is just one example. We've got a lot of NGOs in the US and globally that have done similar things, but this was way back in the early 1990s, and this was one perfect example of a win by working with patients. So around the same time, in the mid-1990s, the U.S. National Cancer Institute created what is now called the Office of Advocacy Relations. It went through several iterations of names, and this serves as the U.S. National Cancer Institute's main way of engaging the cancer advocacy community. And here's a quote from Doug Lowy. Up until a couple of weeks ago, he was the acting NCI deputy director. And his quote is, "Research advocates play a vital role in shaping the National Cancer Institute's work. They challenge us, and they ensure that we never lose sight of what we're here to do, which is to improve patient outcomes by advancing cancer research. We can't do this without the unique perspectives that research advocates bring." You can find this on the USNCI's Office of Advocacy Relations website, and it talks about how patient advocates can and should be included in advising, in designing, in reviewing, and then disseminating the information about cancer research. And they're saying we should involve them on what are the research questions, what is the strategic direction we should be taking, and then design them in programs, activities, in clinical trial development and accrual, review the proposals and the communications and the grants, et cetera, and help us talk in lay language back again. So edit all of our scientific mumbo jumbo so that it can be translated to the community. And then help us disseminate all of the findings, amplify the findings, and share this out into the other patients and the community, and promote the new developments and show what we're doing with all that investment of funding. Now, SWOG, patient advocates. SWOG has been a true leader in engaging patient advocates for a couple of decades now. And you can find this patient advocate resource guide on the SWOG website. In SWOG, advocates serve as the voice of the patient in developing and in executing SWOG trials. And the SWOG Cancer Research Network has the largest and most experienced group of advocates in all of the U.S. National Cancer Institute's clinical trials network. SWOG has two different types of patient advocates: the research advocates that are clinical trial experts. And so these are assigned to a specific SWOG committee, and they're involved in all aspects of trial design and development. So they would be assigned, for example, to the SWOG breast cancer committee or the lung cancer committee, and they'd have expertise in that. And they, in their role on that committee, they would ensure that the concerns of patients, the medical, logistical, emotional, financial. I heard a new toxicity recently at a meeting, time toxicity, how long it takes you to get in all the extra appointments and sometimes can be part of a clinical trial and coming back and forth. And it ensures that all of these are addressed. And it also ensures that patients really understand the risks and the benefits of joining a trial. Then we have a separate group of what we call community advocates, the community experts, and they can work across committees. So we might have advocates who represent a certain ethnic or racial minority or various different kind of underserved or underrepresented communities. And they work across a more broad set of disease types, but representing their community within those disease types. So this might be, as this slide says, African Americans or military veterans or other communities. I know you can't see this form very well, but again, we'll share the slides. This is a paper written by a group of SWOG participants, and it's a new framework for patient engagement in cancer clinical trials cooperative group studies. And this is in this paper, and it shows the SWOG Patient Advocate Protocol Review Worksheet. Now, we are not expecting, if you can read this, expecting the patient to have all the scientific knowledge to discuss details and p-values and all of the things we've been talking about at this meeting. But they can talk about the primary study objective. Is this important to patients? And study design elements. Are there problems with eligibility criteria? Are they too narrow? You know, usually they tell us broaden it, don't be too restrictive. The different comparison arms, the different endpoints, PROs, we just heard Joe Unger talk about, the number of study visits, they're asked to comment on that, and the different biospecimens that we might want to collect. Is it too much? And then the feasibility, what's the accrual? We've got our N now, right? The number, is this reasonable? And how are we going to go and get the number of patients? And so this is the kind of input we're asking for, you know, not is the, you know, the hazard ratio high enough for the power acceptable. And then this is just an example of some ways, some concrete ways that patient advocates have contributed to SWOG trials. First of all, over on the left, this is another shot from the SWOG website, and it just has some SWOG, they're not even official SWOG clinical trials advocates. They're just people who have participated in SWOG trials, and they've talked about why they did, what was the benefit, why they think it was important. I mean, that is a big value to convince other patients to be on trials. And it turns out, I just went on the website a couple of days ago making these slides, that the middle one here is actually my patient who enrolled in a trial. So I had to put a picture of that. And then so examples of what the contributions have been. In one trial, it was the patient advocates who coordinated telephone counseling as part of a phase 3 trial. In another trial, they helped identify, it was a survivorship trial, groups that were interested in this trial that could accrue to the trial. They've advocated for developing specific studies addressing issues vital to cancer survivors. So they brought the question to SWOG and said, this is what we're being told by survivors or patients is something that's totally unanswered that we think you should study. So they bring the questions. They've helped draft patient materials, including informed consent documents and questionnaires. They've helped write press releases on results of study for a general audience, and they've increased participation in studies by bringing them to the attention of other patient groups. This is going back to the USNCI and their Office of Advocacy Relations. This is a report from back in 2009, but it's really still valid today. If you're looking at how to optimize the participation of cancer patient advocates in your trials, this is a whole little booklet that you can download for free at this address. First of all, focus on how you're recruiting them. You know, think about, do you have a group of experienced and diverse advocates already, or can you look when you're recruiting, what do we need to help us? Assess if you have applicants for research advocate positions, what qualities you might want for your particular need, and then match the right advocate to the right activity. You can have very passionate advocates, but they just fit certain areas better than others. Train, I mean, you know, they need some training and coaching and resources, and it's a train the trainer ultimately. In the US, we've got a lot of experienced patient advocates now who do the bulk of the training, and we need coaching and knowledge and tools. Monitor and help track and evaluate, and it's just like anything else, continuous process improvement. And it goes both ways. Are the advocates working the way we want, but are we working the way they want to? You know, you've kind of got to constantly monitor and then promote. And when you've got good advocates, retain them and recognize them and recognize the staff who's working well with them. And then you will have a good group of advocates. These are just some principles for successful advocate engagement. So now you've identified your advocate or a couple of advocates, but you've got to make sure when you're asking them to be on a research grant or be part of a trial or join a committee at SWOG, you know, first you got to talk to them about the time commitment and how many meetings are there, how many phone calls, you know, what kind of work outside of the phone call and the meeting schedule. Is there any compensation, not just monetary, but other forms of recognition? So do they get an honoraria and some paid compensation? Will travel be paid for if they're asked to come to a meeting? Will meeting attendance to ASCO meetings, you know, will part of their compensation be that they get to travel, you know, to a big meeting, or will they get co-authorship in some way? To talk about that up front, tell them what you're giving. Don't expect them to do. Some of them can do it for free, but they all can't. And it doesn't need to be outright money, but it needs to be something in return. Be specific about the role you want them to play up front. And then make sure you give them the perspective you want. Are you asking them to be part of this trial or part of a group because you really want their breast cancer experience and expertise? Or do you want them to perform in some other way? Is it a more broad trial? You're actually asking them because of their, you know, their underrepresentedness, you know, across the trial. What actual role do you want them to play? And don't just have it be because I'm submitting a grant and I need to have a patient on the grant. That is not the right role, you know, really involve them. They'll be invested in it. So in conclusion, this is from a paper by a very prominent breast cancer advocate. What advocates contribute? Key benefits of including advocates in the research process. They add a human face and a sense of urgency to cancer research. I've had patients say to me, I'm dying now. You know, we need to get this research done. Look at my face. I'm the one you need to do better after I'm gone. And that's so impactful. They ensure a patient focus. We are doing this research to get better outcomes for our patients, period. That's why we're doing this research. They provide a diverse perspective. They stimulate discussion. They expand the public understanding of science, and they help us spur innovation. So with that, we have time for maybe a couple questions, but lunch is about to call, and thank you very much for your attention.
I have a question.
Yes.
And in SWOG, for example, there's the champions of the trials that sometimes are SWOG champions and as well as other cooperative group champions. Are there something similar with advocates? For example, if SWOG doesn't have an advocate for a specific disease, can, you know, like the advocates themselves speaking between them? Or the relationship it's through the investigators?
So that's a good question. And SWOG has dozens of patient advocates. So I don't think it would be likely that there wouldn't be, you know, a SWOG advocate for a committee. But are you asking if it's a trial that was started by another group and SWOG is now joining it, would there be potential for a couple of advocates, one from the other group, one from SWOG to join? Was that what you were asking?
Yeah, like cooperation between advocates from different groups.
Yeah, they talk a lot together. They do joint training together. So there is a lot of the advocates also communicate just like the researchers do across the groups. Yeah, they support each other.
The one thing that he didn't mention was in this particular case, it's for gynecology and there is no committee.
We don't have a committee. We don't have a
So
gynecology
there's
committee.
no specific advocate.
Okay.
But we're going to try to find one for you. I just wanted to say at my own institution at the University of Michigan, you know, we use advocates. We have them for breast cancer. We have them for bladder cancer. And they're incredibly helpful. You know, we are able to meet with them monthly or every other month. We present ideas and they tell us if they're stupid or not, you know, or if they think that it's something that is of interest to them. They help us further develop it. And then if we are writing a grant and we have to have an advocate, we already have them on board, but we don't wait until the end. We bring all of my colleagues bring ideas and get feedback, and it's really helpful. So we have advocates that help both, you know, what should we offer to our patients for clinical care and what do we need in the clinic, but we then specifically have them answer questions about research as well. So it's just an idea that you start small with like one disease and then you can build.
Yeah, when we did that at my former institution, the University of Washington and the Fred Hutch, we in breast cancer, we were the strongest with growing the advocates, but we every year added on a couple more advocates and we involved them in clinical care decisions. Like if we were creating a new clinic or we were having a problem with how things were working clinically, or we wanted to start a new clinic, we involved them in research and we did trainings with them. And then, you know, started out when they were new, took them on a tour of everything. They went to see the labs and the inpatient wards and all, and then did regular yearly updates. So we found them to be a big value, not just for clinical trials, but overall in our clinic too.
Hola.
Yes.
Hola. Hola, sí. No, nosotros en hematología estamos empezando, realmente no tenemos experiencia con incluir a los advocates.
en este tipo de procesos. Y este año estamos desarrollando una herramienta de mHealth, más o menos como lo que habló la doctora Tami sobre la aplicación, pero es una aplicación para ayudar a navegar los pacientes a través del proceso del linfoma. Y incorporamos recientemente como pacientes expertos para la fase de evaluar un prototipo, por decirlo así, de la aplicación, y la verdad es que nos sorprendimos de, por un lado, lo bien recibido que fue eso desde el lado de los pacientes, o sea, como estuvieron muy entusiastas a sumarse, y en realidad para nosotros y también para la gente que hace el software y que desarrolla, que no tiene tanto contacto con los pacientes, fue súper valioso como contar con que ellos van a tener el testeo de la herramienta antes de liberarla, porque lo que hablábamos con los informáticos también es eso, que muchas veces se desarrollan cosas para los pacientes sin incluirlos, y eso hace que tengan un mal uso o bajo uso, y ellos, los informáticos que están trabajando en esto, por ejemplo, tenían experiencias previas de haber desarrollado una aplicación para otra patología no oncológica, pero que luego no tuvo una buena adherencia, y decían que lo que pensaban era que había faltado eso, incluir a los pacientes que lo iban a usar, o con las patologías que lo iban a usar, a ver si se adaptaba a las necesidades o no, o era algo que los médicos veían como importante, pero los pacientes no. Me parece que no solo para la investigación, sino para este tipo de cosas, cuando uno quiere capaz de desarrollar una estrategia para mejorar la alfabetización o otro tipo de estrategias, hay que tener en cuenta si empezar a incluir pacientes, y bueno, yo veo que se van formando esos pacientes expertos que son los que más ayudan.
Perfect example, right? Yeah, it's doing a prototype, letting them look at it early, having them give input before you try to launch it more broadly is going to make it much better, right? And make it more practical for the patients. So that's a great example, and good luck to you as you incorporate it in hematology. I have a gyn-onc advocate maybe for you. I just thought of it. I'll talk to you.
Make you feel pressure about it?
Great. I'll turn it back over to you, Dasha.
Bueno, thank you very much, Dr. Graylo. I think there's a lot of interest in Latin America, but very few countries have working advocate programs. So thank you very much for sharing SWOG's experience. Maybe later you can share more about the SWOG trajectory and how it changed over time, because I think that would be of interest. Bueno, en el interés de comer y dormir y descansar, vamos a terminar la sesión para hoy. Tuvimos una sesión muy completa. Vimos ponentes sobre todos los temas, todos los factores sociales, sociales, políticos, de tratamiento, acceso tardío al tratamiento. Vamos a continuar el tema de control de cáncer en la tarde, enfocándonos más en el manejo de síntomas y supervivencia, y también tenemos varios ponentes que van a presentar sobre comités dentro de SWOG y cómo funcionan, comités de enfermedades diferentes. Entonces espero que eso sea de interés y que regresen a las 13:55. A la 1:55, sí. Y último detalle que se nos olvidó mencionar ayer es que vamos a enviar una encuesta al final. Entonces, si tienen que irse, o si tienen que ir a la casa después de esta sesión, por favor, busquen la encuesta en sus correos. Nos encantaría tener su retroalimentación. Bueno, muchas gracias.
speak two words. Him and your eyes, they show you love him. As they show you love him. He's lost for words again. Glimpse of time to see it. Can feel the hollowness. It's like a lullaby. Talking one language. Love is the message. We are talking one language. There is one way to survive, to discover our common mind. Soul, عشق و موزیک برای همیشه. अमन प्यार संगीत हमेशा के लिए. సమాధానం స్నేహం సంగీతం ఎప్పుడు.平和愛と音楽いつまでも. This is how I feel. I connect the kind of calm in mind. Peace and love are real. So keep in mind, your heart will find. Talking one language. Love is the message. We are talking one language. There is one way to survive, to discover our common mind. We're talking one language. Love is
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a dar comienzo a la segunda etapa de este día, dedicándonos al área de investigación y gestión de síntomas y supervivencia, un área de particular interés. La primera de las presentaciones la va a hacer el doctor Robert Krause, que es profesor de cirugía en la Universidad de Pensilvania, jefe de servicio de cirugía en el Centro de Medicina para Veteranos de Filadelfia y es co-chair del Comité de Palliative Care y End of Life de SWOG, oncólogo cirujano, que va a hablar de oportunidades para investigación en el control del cáncer. Dr. Krause, gracias por venir. Tiene que compartir en, ¿eh? Could you share your screen? ¿O lo tengo que habilitar yo?
Should I share my screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
No. O yo.
Is it there? So, how do I get this? I want to put it on the as far as a slideshow, but there's this bar up top. How do I get rid of the bar so then I can go? Maybe I'll do this. Slideshow. The beginning. Is that okay now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I appreciate the opportunity. I, like some others, would prefer to be there with you, but I still am excited to virtually be a part of this project. Disclosures. Other than what I'm going to be talking about, there is some overlap with some of the other presentations, but I think that's okay. There is overlap within these our committees, but that's I think a great positive. And so within the structure of SWOG, there's the cancer and control committees, or cancer control and prevention committees, and there's 5 of them, all under Dr. Hirschman's lead. They're under the umbrella of NCORE, which is the NCI Community Oncology Research Program. And within cancer control, there are the 4 committees. So I used to be, years ago, the co-chair of cancer survivorship, and now I'm in the palliative end of life care committee, recognize what an important part of cancer control that is. And so we've branched off to a separate committee. There's also the other 2 committees you'll hear from Lynn Henry, focusing on symptom control and quality of life and cancer care delivery, which a lot of the financial burden and other such studies are really under that committee. So a lot of what I wanted to talk about was some of the things that we can do together, and what does it mean to potentially do studies with our Latin American colleagues and sites. And so here's some of the criteria for SWOG trials to accrue in Latin America. And some of these are, or really most of them should be sort of standard in all, whether we're accruing United States or Latin America, but it really is important to have very straightforward outcome measures, simple eligibility criteria, limited technology requirements. Now we heard that technology in Uruguay might be, or likely is, more advanced than other Latin American sites, and that's great, and that could open up other opportunities. We heard about PROs earlier, patient-reported outcomes, and anything that we do must be validated in Spanish. We just can't, assume that a survey that someone's been using is, if someone just translates, that it works the same way. It has to be validated. Limited patient burden, and then standard of care interventions are much more likely to succeed in Latin America, at least in some of the different countries. So, non-experimental drugs, different ways of using them would be potentially easier. And as a surgeon, I'm biased that I think surgical trials have advantages. I'm going to talk to some examples that maybe make that point. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about an example. Ejemplo S1316 de obstrucción intestinal maligna. Now, I have a research assistant who's from Mexico, so he helped me with my Spanish. Mi español es muy malo. So I'm not going to read this slide in Spanish, so you'll really hear how bad my Spanish is. But the point is that for malignant bowel obstruction, for most patients, there's really not a defined algorithm. Is it better to go under surgery, or is it best to get non-surgical interventions? So we designed this study as a partially randomized, partially non-randomized trial. The non-randomized component augmented the randomized component, and the randomized component really validated the non-randomized component. Patients had to have the same criteria to be accrued into this study. Patients that were non-randomized said, I don't want to be randomized, and they were included. These are our final numbers. You can see what our N was, you know, our targets. We our final randomized population, and you can see in red and yellow is were actually eligible. There were some reasons why patients who were accrued later found were ineligible. But it was really a tour de force that we were able to complete this study, and this is where we really were able to align with our Latin American colleagues to help complete this trial. Now, just as far as the eligibility criteria, they're pretty straightforward. It was basically, it had to be a surgical candidate, and there had to be equipoise within the surgical team's feelings that they weren't sure whether surgery or non-surgery was optimal. Criteria for malignant bowel obstruction had to be intra-abdominal or retroperitoneal, we included, not an emergency, they were not eligible, and they had a reasonable performance status. And so our primary endpoint was a pretty straightforward endpoint, days out of the hospital and alive, over 91 days, about the median survival. We had multiple important secondary outcomes. First, we looked at days that were eating and had dietary recalls. And this emanated out of the University of Arizona, which is a SWOG site, and we partnered for this study, and they had Spanish speakers. So actually they would call people at the different Latin American sites as they would in America, and we did have Spanish-only speakers in America. And so we ensured that that was in place. Our quality of life instruments or surveys, one was the MD Anderson Symptom Inventory GI, very well used and validated in Spanish-speaking populations. Then the EQ5D, it's a preference-based quality of life measure, and that's the E stands for European, and so that clearly had been validated in Spanish-speaking populations. And then we had morbidity, mortality, survival. So you can see that ultimately from this study, we accrued from a lot of different sites to get it completed. The University of Tennessee and Northwell were #1 and #2. But not far down, you can see a couple Latin American sites. But importantly, when we look at the randomized component, this is where our Latin American colleagues really helped complete the study. So you can see from Mexico and then Peru, and then we did have one patient also from Colombia, ensured that it was about a quarter of these patients. So ultimately allowed us to complete this trial. We only hope that we were able to include our Latin American sites earlier, but I'm going to talk a bit about that. But just so this is the demographics of our study. you can see that we're very well matched, surgery and non-surgery, as far as many factors, including Hispanic, exactly the same in both sites. One thing we did learn also is that, and as you may know in Uruguay, but there's different ways that Latin American countries actually label race and ethnicity. It's not the same as the United States. And you need to be cognizant of that. But when you look at the randomized versus non-randomized component, you see that 27% of the randomized were Hispanic. And so we are unequal in the randomized component, and that's not a negative. That is from our Latin American colleagues and how we were able to ultimately complete the study. It adds to the generalizability, hopefully, of our findings. Now, one other thing that we ensured of is that, you know, there's resources, there's the SWOG websites where the coordinators go, et cetera. And the materials, of course, have to be in Spanish also, what will be used to accrue patients. So we had brochures. In a study with advanced cancer, we had condolence cards, and we had them in Spanish. But I will say that probably the most important thing that really allowed us to ultimately work with and accrue from our Latin American sites was our monthly team calls. Now, they were led by the coordinator at the time. I was on each one of those. Some people could speak English, but most she was translating. And it allowed us to, in a few minutes, to answer questions, what issues people were having, further explaining things. And it definitely was a huge part of allowing us to complete the trial. So we found, there's cultural differences that we have to be aware of, and a lot of them we don't know going in, and we find out. So I'm not going to read this, the Spanish. In English, we have a consent, and it said, what happens if I'm injured or hurt because I took part in this study? Now, in the SWOG response to that, in the consent form, is this study sponsors will not offer to pay for medical treatment for injury. Your insurance company may not be willing to pay for study-related injury. If you have no insurance, you would be responsible for any costs. Now, we were just talking about standards of care, so it's pretty much irrelevant to this particular study, but there was no way it was going to get through Latin American sites, especially, so Mexico changed the wording, and likely, or maybe you would need to do the same thing in Uruguay. In case you experience damages related to the research study, you will get adequate care and treatment at the Instituto Nacional de Cancerología without cost for you. It never would have gone through their IRBs without that. And so how long does it take to go through? So these were different timelines that were given to us, and trying to understand the different sites was really took quite a bit of time. But these timelines were not realistic, to be honest. And it took much, much longer, especially I would say Colombia, where we had so many stops and starts. And it just once we had decided that we were going to go ahead and include, we had everything in effect that we could accrue from our Latin American sites, but it really took a lot longer to get them up and running. Otherwise, you would have seen a lot more higher numbers accrued from those three institutions. So what are some of the barriers and how do we overcome them? So first of all, of course, is language. And so this is one where I'm going to say again also is really starting from the beginning. This was going to be a much more limited site study. One of the things we found out early when we tried to recruit, our first patient was from Arizona and only spoke Spanish. So we started to right away get everything translated. But there's also different dialects, et cetera, in the different countries. And this is also a lot where the different coordinators in different countries working together really helped. We have to recognize there's cultural differences when the diet, when they would call about, diet and what people are eating, etc. Especially in, I would say, Peru, where there were regional foods that were unknown to the interviewers and had to be known. There's regional dialects. There's different ways families make decisions. We found it in the recruitment process. Literacy may not be as much of an issue in Uruguay, but certainly was an issue in some sites. And we heard talk about advocates. It's really important, certainly in studies with advanced disease, and surgery, and having local advocate involvement is important. So administrative, and this is where during the study, the leadership, Dr. Mahar from Mexico, and now Dr. Chavez McGregor is in that role, and at the time, someone named Mercedes Lopez, now it's Dacia. Is incredibly important, the team that can simplify and help the communication process and figuring things out that become very, can be very frustrating because we're so, far away and there's, the differences that we have. So that team is incredibly important. The delays in approval I talked a little bit about, and it's just having the constant communication and setting up meetings where you can regularly talk helps to at least understand what's going on and knowing that things are continuing to progress. Communication, I can't say that word enough, how the calls, virtual, this kind of thing is incredibly helpful. Relying on each other and relying on the other Latin American sites to really help each other is an incredible benefit. Staff turnover is an issue everywhere. It was something that we encountered during the S13-16 study. Once again, one is you can anticipate delays once that happens, but working with the coordinator teams and the SWOG team is really important. There's different standards of care. There's different ways treatments are. There's different abilities to get certain medications. And so how flexible can we be with a study? One of the things for the S13-16, we had mandated for the non-surgical arm to have octreotide or a somatostatin analog. It was too difficult for some of our Latin American sites. Coincidentally, at the same time we were bringing them on, we found that there was a shortage in the United States, and so we made it not mandatory. And without that sort of flexibility or change, we would not have been able to accrue from Latin America. So what kind of trials could accrue? Within surgery, which as a surgeon, as I said, I'm biased, but advanced cancer trials, non-surgical as well, perioperative treatments. I'm going to give some examples of these quality of life interventions and potentially symptom toxicity monitoring. So here's just a few quick examples of things that are sort of ongoing in different status of leading to potentially a trial. So this study came up and was presented to the surgical committee at SWOG as well as our committee, palliative care, and basically for patients who have advanced carcinomatosis beyond what you can resect, can doing a high-PEC procedure, which is hyperthermic chemotherapy, laparoscopically, so minimally invasive, can they get benefit of quality of life and ascites, malignant bowel obstruction, etc.? There is evidence in the literature to that. When this was presented, I will tell you, the surgeons that were part of the Latin American committee came up to me and said, we could accrue to this trial. We hope this trial goes through because we could put patients on. The study is currently, there's some pilot data that's being accumulated, and I'm hoping in the future, a version of this particular study will be in the future. Here's another example that should be relatively straightforward to do in the United States and in Latin America, but it wouldn't be. It won't be because of what the intervention is. This is an intervention for patients who have pancreatic tumors and have a distal pancreatectomy. The leak rate is historically pretty high, around 25%. The pancreatic leak thus leads to lots of different problems, infection, hospitalization, diet changes, etc. And so in a pilot study that was done at the University of Washington, they saw that using an octreotide or a somatostatin analog prior, the leak rate went down to 3%. Tremendous. And so we've had great feedback within the SWOG NCORE Executive Committee that one of the issues is related to the drug itself. Now, the drug itself is difficult. We're sort of negotiating. It's a generic now, which makes it potentially even harder, and it's not cheap. But if we do, those negotiations do go through, can we include Latin American sites on this study? It would be great, because it's really straightforward. These are things that are done, and if the drug can be, it's just a one-shot administered pre-op. Another example of not really a surgical trial, but a post-operative trial and these are operations that I do, so I think this one would be tremendous. It's patients who have gastric or esophageal resections. We, of course, change the way people eat. And a lot of times we just, make general recommendations and off they go. And we see them, and if they have sometimes strictures, we dilate that, et cetera. But we really don't have systems in place to truly help people get back to their new normal. And so this has been tested as a pilot study at City of Hope. And basically it's to help people using telehealth to manage their diets versus, and it would be a comparison versus usual care. And so this one I think has really tremendous opportunity. We're in the process of planning an R01 and going through the SWOG concept, NCORE, et cetera, the system within SWOG. And so this is one where if we move forward, it would be wonderful, especially if there's the technology in place. And I heard earlier from a presentation where people have internet and people have the computers, people have the phones, that we probably could include, as long as obviously, and we do, have the appropriate Spanish-speaking counselors. Very quickly, one last one just to think about. I'm not going to go through all the words, but toxicity for patients with advanced cancer. This is for kidney cancer, that there's ongoing pilot. Can real-time toxicity monitoring improve survival and other quality of life outcomes? This one is being led by Chung-It Fung, who's at Rochester. Rochester in New York is a SWOG site. And so that, I'm hoping that pilot data will be completed sometime in early 2023, and then we'll start to think, go through the process for SWOG. But they use that software, CareVive software, which is part of it, which we would have to ensure that the Spanish is relevant and readable, et cetera, to then hopefully include Spanish-speaking sites too. All right. So what are some other challenges? So one of the things with cancer control studies is, for most of our studies, we need external funding, and so that often is a challenge within the United States, and certainly would be for Latin America, but not overcomable. For S1316, we had external funding and then working with SWOG, we're able to accrue from Latin America. The distribution costs from drug companies sometimes are difficult. but can be worked through. I think one of the things that I mentioned earlier, but including Latin American sites in this original study planning, I think is really important. And of course, a big part of that is knowing for the investigators to be aware of, can this study accrue, go through the process and with Latin America. And then the standards of care and what other things that may need to be changed or altered slightly so that we can include Latin American. So the big question, I think tomorrow you'll be talking about some ideas about, studies that emanate from Uruguay. Can they actually be accomplished through SWOG? And so one of the things that is clear, they have to be relevant to United States populations. And if it is going to be a study, and things may have changed, but one thing I've learned is that we have to include at least, have to include SWOG sites as well. And then, can we get customs clearance? When we ran a similar program in Colombia several years ago, one of the first study ideas that someone had was using marijuana or a derivative of marijuana and for advanced cancer, which is a great one, but can it actually go from Colombia to the United States? And the answer is no, at least not easily. Could it come, now the same company could make the same thing from the United States and go to Colombia and send it from the United States to Colombia? That could happen. So anyway, it's a lot, and then we have, a head of pharmacy committee was working with us, et cetera, the resources within SWOG to help figure those things out. So a few final conclusions. So I really believe that there are a lot of opportunities for Uruguay and other Latin American sites to participate in cancer control studies. It's really important to identify investigators and what are the appropriate studies as early as possible in the development and opening of SWOG studies. And in what I've learned is that really barriers can be overcome with the appropriate leadership, and the appropriate leadership is in place with Dr. Blanke, Dr. McGregor, et cetera, appropriate communication, resources. One must be very flexible and patient. So with that, I say thank you, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Gracias, doctor Kraus. Si tienen una pregunta o comentario. Yo sí tengo algún comentario. Para nosotros es un área muy importante de investigación y en particular en los cuidados paliativos. Uruguay, solo el 60%. Do you have interpretation or you need the interpretation?
I can hear.
Okay. Uruguay, la población uruguaya tiene acceso solo el 60% de la población a cuidados paliativos. Hay una ley relativamente reciente que está en camino de implementación y el desarrollo en esta área es muy importante para nosotros. El Hospital de Clínicas de alguna forma coordina la formación de los especialistas en cuidados paliativos y es nuestra intención en breve incorporar al comité de SWOG un integrante del equipo de paliativos. Es una tarea pendiente de los próximos días. Y tengo una pregunta puntual sobre el estudio de la laparoscopía. ¿El brazo de la laparoscopía incluye algún procedimiento quirúrgico de reducción de volumen además de la quimioterapia hipertérmica o solo la quimioterapia hipertérmica?
So, okay. So first of all, please, contact me if someone wants to be a member of our committee. We would welcome you. And if any of you have specific ideas, surgical or advanced cancer, please come to me. As far as the study, there is good evidence that repeat HIPEC without the major debulking can help certain patients who have the advanced carcinomatosis. The debulking, of course, is probably the most important part of it, but it's also the most morbid. And so with patients with advanced incurable disease, doing it, and it's been shown over, I think that doing a partial debulking really doesn't help people. So we're talking about more just the high-PEC part of it with the main focus of goals of minimizing ascites, minimizing bowel obstruction, and improving quality of life.
Muchas gracias, doctor Kraus. La siguiente presentación es investigación en el manejo de síntomas, oportunidades y retos, y para eso contamos con la doctora Lynn Henry, que es oncóloga médica en la Universidad de Michigan y es copresidente del Comité de Manejo de Síntomas y Calidad de Vida del SWOG. Su investigación se centra en cáncer de mama, pero también otras enfermedades neoplásicas, y en este momento también coordina un estudio que monitorea síntomas activos en pacientes tratadas con hormonoterapia.
Gracias. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and to get a chance to see people in person and get to talk about some symptom management research opportunities. So as you heard, my name is Lynn Henry. I am the co-chair of the SWOG Symptom Management, Symptom Control or Symptom Management and Quality of Life Committee. And really the goals for my talk today, I want to describe symptom management and quality of life in SWOG. You've heard a little bit about this already from others. I want to examine some opportunities for conducting symptom management trials in Latin America, because as you've heard, sometimes those may be the most appropriate for trying to conduct both within SWOG and within SLAI. And then I want to discuss potential challenges for symptom management quality of life trials. As Dr. Kraus mentioned, there is going to be a little bit of overlap probably between my talk and both his and Dr. Unger's from earlier today, but we sort of all put our own spin on it, so hopefully it will still be informative. So when we're talking about quality of life and we talk about patient-reported outcomes, sometimes we think of them as interchangeable, sort of the same thing, but in reality, they're not. So when we talk about quality of life, what we're doing is we're talking about questions that are trying to get at any aspects of life. It can be symptoms, but it can be other things as well. When you're talking about patient-reported outcomes, you're talking about anything reported by the patient. And again, that can be symptoms or that can be something else. But really, most of what we focus on here in SWOG is health-related quality of life. And so there we're trying to look at the impact of illness or treatment on physical things, but also on emotional and social aspects of quality of life. So it's more focused than either quality of life or patient-reported outcomes alone. So with the key things that we want to think about in these studies, and you've heard about these from Dr. Unger, we want to make sure it's hypothesis-driven, limited patient burden and site burden, validated instruments. We want to use assessment schedules that make sense biologically. You don't want, unfortunately, if you have a cancer where, the half of the patients have passed away within a year, you don't want to do assessments at baseline 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years. And we want to make it feasible to include PROs without a high likelihood of missing data. So there's a lot of different questionnaires that are out there that we can select from. And sometimes when you have a study and you're like, oh, I want to include PROs in this study, It can be a little overwhelming if you go to the literature to try to decide which ones to use. So there are some questionnaires out there which look specifically at overall global quality of life. And then there are some that look at individual symptoms. And when we think about the global quality of life questionnaires, you can then use some what they call multidimensional symptom or function scales, where you might have 5 questions or 7 questions that are all trying to get at different aspects of fatigue, for example. Or it might be that you have an instrument like the QLQ-C30 that's written there, where it's 30 questions long, hence the name. But it might be 1 question about diarrhea, 2 questions about fatigue, 3 questions about pain. So it'll be sort of a mixture of different things that all go into a single summary score at the end. That is true for a lot of the FACT or FACET questionnaires as well. And then there's also these questionnaires that have been developed by the US government, the National Cancer Institute, called PROMISE. And these tend to be very short questionnaires. They have a whole bank, so they'll have this huge number of questions that are specifically about fatigue, but then they have put them into groupings so that you might select these 4 or these 6 or these 7, depending on what your interests are and how much you want to ask about fatigue. And you can also do that either just as the short questionnaire itself, and then you can easily plug the results in and get a score. Or it can be computer adaptive testing. So patients complete it on a computer. Depending on the answer to the first question, they may get a different second question, and they try to make the questionnaire as short as possible by doing that. Then there's also individual symptoms. And so in addition to the PROMISE single symptom questionnaires, there's also this thing called Pro-CTCAE. So this is analogous to, if you've heard of the CTCAE, which is what the physicians fill out when we're talking about toxicity. This one is the patient-reported version of that. You're technically measuring adverse events the same way the physicians are. You're assessing, but they're individual symptoms, and you can have 1, 2, or 3 questions per symptom. There's severity, interference, and frequency, and not all of the symptoms make sense to have all 3 of the questions. One of the challenges of the Pro-CTCAE is then all of a sudden, if you've asked 3 questions, you have 3 different values for fatigue, and how do you deal with that? And the people are coming up with new ways to try to summarize that into a single measure to make it easier for us to analyze and interpret the data. So this is just an example of the PROMISE Profile 29, which is one that we use all the time in SWOG. We try to harmonize across studies to make it simpler from a behind the scenes logistical approach, but it also makes it easier to do a cross-trial comparison. And so this one just has the first 4 questions are physical function. The next 4 questions are about anxiety. There's also fatigue and depression, and it's a total of 7 different symptoms that are being asked about, each with 4 questions, plus there's a pain severity score, and that's how you get 29. So this is just an example of one that we use all the time. An example of Pro-CTCAE, this one's for joint pain. And you can see here that it talks about frequency, intensity, and interference with activities. So you've heard this already from a couple of people. There's 3 SWOG committees that are all looking at symptom management, quality of life, survivorship, palliative care, and end of life. And we are all sort of overlapping. As Dr. Kraus mentioned, if you have surgical ideas, he is a great person to go to. I will say that if you have any ideas, you can go to any one of us, and we will help get it to the sort of the right committee. We have 3 main approaches in SWOG for how to look at these different topics. So one is as the quality of life component of a disease-focused trial. So if you're going to do a trial in colorectal cancer, and you want to primarily say, what does this new treatment do for colorectal cancer? But secondarily, you want to say, what does this new treatment do on the fatigue of patients with colorectal cancer? That would be an example. We have some symptom-focused observational trials, such as the SWOG 2013 that was mentioned earlier. And also we have some symptom management interventional trials. And I'm going to give some examples of all 3 of these. So in terms of disease-focused trials, this is just 2 examples out of many, many examples of studies that are either ongoing or upcoming that have quality of life or patient-reported outcomes components. So the first one is a study of diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. The study is specifically in elderly patients, so patients at least 75 years of age, using a standard chemotherapy regimen called R-mini-CHOP, with or without this drug CC486. And the goal is overall survival. Does it improve overall survival? But, because this is an older patient population, one of the big questions is, if you start giving even more medicine, are you going to have problems with giving the medicine from a safety and toxicity perspective? So a key secondary outcome for this study is feasibility in the elderly population. And they're specifically looking at frailty status and seeing if that is associated with overall survival in the 2 treatment arms. So in this study, they're actually having people do geriatric assessments in clinic. It's one of the first studies that we've done in SWOG where we've included that. And so, this is very important for this study, and it took a lot of work to get the sites to be willing to agree to do this type of analysis of patients. They're also evaluating the effect of treatment on functioning and frailty, as I said, using the geriatric assessment, both completed by the physician and by the patient. A different trial that's just now getting developed, the protocol is currently being written, is called the Scarlet trial. And here what they're doing is, this is what we call a de-escalation trial, although people debate about whether they like that term. What we're trying to do is use treatment regimens for patients with higher risk breast cancers, but that don't include anthracyclines. The question is, can you actually use immunotherapy, not use an anthracycline in patients who have specific types of triple negative breast cancer? So again, the primary endpoint is event-free survival. But in terms of secondary objectives, we want to look at fatigue. We're using immunotherapy. We're using less chemotherapy. What will the different regimens, how will they differentially impact patients? And we want to look both right at the end of chemotherapy to see what the acute differences are, but then we also want to look long-term, 18 months, to see what the differences are that are more prolonged. So for this study, we're using a fatigue measure, the PROMIS fatigue, and we're also using the PROMIS profile 29, so we can get at a lot of different symptoms. And finally, we're looking at the pro-CTCAE measures, specifically neuropathy, nausea, vomiting, and joint pain, because those are not covered well in any of the other measures that we're using. So we're trying to use non-overlapping toxicity assessments. So I'll go over this really briefly because I know Dr. Unger touched on this, but we really, as clinicians, as researchers, we like to try to get as much information from a study as we possibly can. And we have a definite tendency to put in a lot of questionnaires. And so we really have to step back and be focused and say, what are the key things that we want to gain? What do we not want to say at the end of the day? Oh, I really wish we had captured, whatever it is. We have to balance that with the burden for the patients and the burdens from the site. So, are we interested in, are the disease symptoms improving? Is the patient's functioning improving? Are the side effects too bothersome? Are the side effects worse because of comorbidities or because of other patient factors? And they really, by asking these questions, we can try to get at this question of, if the 2 treatments end up being kind of similar, is one a clear winner in terms of side effects and functioning for the patient? So we want to be able to capture that information. Switching gears a little bit, this is a study that was mentioned earlier. This is SWOG 2013, also called iCheckIt. And so this is an observational study of patients who were starting immunotherapy, either singlet or double immunotherapy, but without chemotherapy. The goal of this study is to develop a risk model for development of toxicity. We're specifically focusing on grade 3 and higher immune-related adverse events that are non-hematologic. We also want to look, though, at incidence of any grade toxicity, because a lot of little toxicities add up to a significantly negative impact. We want to look at the trajectory of quality of life during treatment. And then we also want to do some translational studies and look at biomarkers. Can we predict who is going to get toxicity, when they start an immunotherapy? So this is just the schema. It's very simple. We enroll patients, they fill out some questionnaires and get some blood drawn. They go on their standard of care treatment. They get evaluated at week 4, 12, 24, and 52, and they're done. If they develop a grade 3 or higher immune-related adverse event during that time, then we ask patients to fill out a couple of additional questionnaires and get some blood drawn so we can learn more about it. this is the translational objective, less relevant for what we're talking about today, but we are trying to put together a biobank so that we can go back and try to look at things that are either disease, treatment, or side effect related. And then this is the pharmacoeconomic analysis that was mentioned earlier from Dr. Lira. We want to look at the economic impact of looking at weight-based prescription versus a fixed dose, because if there really aren't any differences, then you can do the one that's more cost effective. So this is currently the amendment that's including this addition of this additional information is under review right now by the Division of Cancer Prevention. So, why would you want to consider participating in the studies I've talked about or coming up with other ones? And so, a lot of what we do within SWOG in general is asking questions that pharmaceutical companies aren't that interested in, trying to think about giving less treatment. No drug company is going to want to support that. Observational cohort studies, again, you can't find a company that really wants to do that. And then for non-pharmacologic approaches, there's behavioral interventions. It could be acupuncture, it could be Tai Chi, it could be cognitive behavioral therapy. There's also telemedicine strategies, which also you've heard about a little bit today. And those are things that we're well suited for. There's a lot of relevant questions to ask that are out there. You can think about, symptom experience for different groups of patients that can be related to different clinical settings, different cultural settings. You can be looking at who is likely to get symptoms. We actually do a lot of that within SWOG. We've looked at it for chemotherapy-induced neuropathy. Now we're looking at it for immunotherapy. And we've taken that one step further now to try to look at a neuropathy intervention to try to prevent neuropathy. So they sort of lead on each other, follow on each other. You can look at inherited genetic effects. Are some people genetically predisposed to different side effect profiles? We know that's true for some drugs. There's a lot we don't know about. Financial toxicity you heard about today. And then also in terms of healthcare delivery, again, that was touched on quite a bit earlier, and there's a huge world of opportunity there, and it may be more accessible and generalizable for patients, but we do need to see if it's effective. There's a lot of barriers. Dr. Kraus touched on some of them. For drug studies, it's possible if you need an IND, that could be a barrier. Getting the drug to the sites, getting the samples and the drugs through customs, either direction, either sending it to Latin America or back, and then having to make sure that you have the same standard of care regimen. You do have to understand the idiosyncrasies of each country and institution. That was touched on earlier. And then, as I said, for translational endpoints, if you want to ship things back and forth, that can be an issue. Do you have access to the right tubes? Is everything going to melt going through customs? This type of thing. And sometimes you have to tailor your studies appropriately that you may be able to collect some of the samples, but not all of them. For non-therapeutic trials, we've touched on this. If it's a behavioral intervention, is it available in the right language? You'll hear about a study I'm putting together in my next talk, which is available in English and in Spanish, but is not available in Portuguese. And so that was a dismay to some of our SWOG colleagues. And then for all trials, you really, as we said multiple times today, you have to make sure that the questionnaires are linguistically and psychometrically validated in the correct language. And, Spanish is tricky. I'm trying to learn Spanish according to Duolingo, which is probably not exactly what you speak here. But, you'll have the Spanish that's here, you have the Spanish that's in Spain, and there will be different things on different questions and on different questionnaires. And some questionnaires you will find have been validated in Colombia and in Mexico, and other ones it's just Spanish. So you have to take that into consideration depending on what the topic is. There are some funding issues. Hope Foundation has been tremendously supportive of SWOG and SLAI, and we have some other ways to try to get some funding, such as this thing called BIQ SFP from the government that sometimes covers some quality of life and patient-reported outcomes, but not always. As I mentioned, you do have to have the PROs in Spanish. Luckily, we now have a huge bank that we have multiple options. So there's and all of these also are free for us to use, which is also nice because some of the ones out there cost money. If you want to use something from like the Medasi from MD Anderson, it's going to cost you $550. I just paid that bill. So, you know, everything adds up. So some potential ideas, totally off the top of my head and others, people. You can examine the symptom experience of standard treatments, sort of a comparative effectiveness kind of thing for symptoms. You can look at caregivers. You know, there's been a lot these days about, you know, not only does cancer and cancer treatment affect the patient, it affects the caregivers as well. And so that is something that can be looked at either in a standard study or in a telehealth type of approach. You know, we do have to have things open in Latin America and in the US, but we have a very large Hispanic population in the United States that speaks Spanish. And so some of these interventions that are focused on Spanish-speaking populations are appropriate for both locations. As I said, de-escalation studies, some that are going on right now, omitting radiation based on your Oncotype DX recurrence score. You know, that's something that is currently being studied. You can then try to look at, if you don't give as much treatment as you used to, how does that impact the patient? Does it impact their fear of recurrence? Does it impact their anxiety levels? There's a lot of secondary analyses that are out there that can be done. So we have a lot of data from prior studies that have been collected. And so you saw that Dr. Unger was able to go through and do a lot of these studies looking at associations with race and ethnicity and financial status on outcomes. And so there's a lot more where that came from. And there's some funds sometimes to try to help support the statistical component of those studies. So, you know, if you're interested in doing secondary analyses, please reach out to any of the committee chairs. We can try to help get information to you about what data have been collected in case you want to try to do some of those analyses. And then what's the optimal approach? You know, there is no one optimal approach, obviously, but you know, we can add Latin American sites to trials that are primarily being conducted in and originated from the United States. But as was mentioned, we want to be really proactive. It takes a while. It takes a lot of work. Doesn't mean it isn't worth it. The work is definitely worth it, but it helps if we think about it sooner rather than later. We want to make sure that there's support all the way through to get through the process because it is sort of long. And we want to choose trials that ask questions that everyone is interested in, because if you're interested in it, you're going to have more incentive to put in the work to get it opened. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
¿Alguna pregunta o comentario? Doctor Ramales.
I have a comment. It's not a trial from SWOG, but it's a de-escalation trial that we are working with from the Breast International Group. It's a de-escalation of radiation therapy on early breast cancer, luminal A. And we couldn't participate in the quality of life part of the trial because the fear of recurrence was not validated in Spanish. And it was really, really sad because that trial was designed on 2017 and was activated like 3 years later. So we could, you know, adapt the instruments in 3 years, but we didn't. And my question was, it's when the trials are being designed in SWOG, do you oversee if the instruments are already validated in Spanish? And if they aren't, can we participate? Because for us, it can be a work for us, a really interesting work for us, you know, participating in the translation and the adaptation through Latin America.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so I know that it's been recognized that this is an issue. And so there are a number of questionnaires that have not been validated yet that the NCI is actually taking the lead and going ahead and validating because everything's been, oh, if you speak English, you can participate. And if you don't, you're out of luck, which is completely wrong. And so we now have a lot more questionnaires that are validated. We're working on more to get them validated. The NCI, as I said, is taking the lead, and they're also pushing us. So nowadays, if a cooperative group goes to the NCI to say, we want to open this trial and English speaking only, they're pushing back and they're saying, why not English and French? And so at a minimum, and they'd like to have more than that as well. And so I think a couple things are changing. So one is nowadays, a lot of times they'll just make it optional, or they'll let you enroll patients in the quality of life component of everything that is available in that language, and you just don't complete the ones that aren't available in that language. I've seen that paradigm as well. But we are trying to make sure that the ones that people use often are translated and sort of higher on the list, or individual groups can certainly try to validate it. It's not that easy to validate a questionnaire. I am not a specialist in that, but we do have people in SWOG and Fred Hutch who are. And so certainly we can talk with people to try to get key ones validated or work on it if need be. But we never want to exclude patients simply because they don't speak the same language that I do.
Muy breve, nosotros tenemos una experiencia local donde utilizando una tablet y una conocida locutora del medio, una periodista, le hacía el cuestionario de calidad de vida, el QLQ30, y además también el paciente iba respondiendo en la tablet frente a las preguntas, y también una de ansiedad y depresión. Se publicó recientemente, creo que en el Journal of Patient Report, lo tengo que chequear. Y fue eso, además, que el paciente lo llenaba en la sala de espera. Cuando entraba a la consulta, el médico ya veía el resultado. Y bueno, y se valoró después creo que a los 2 meses, la experiencia en el grupo que tenía 2 brazos, en el grupo que utilizaba la tablet, y fue tanto el médico como los pacientes, en comparación con llenarlo manualmente al calidad de vida, que son cuestionarios pesados, lo valoraron muy positivamente. Es una alternativa, es un trabajo de la doctora Silvia Castillo, que en este momento no está acá, pero tenemos alguna experiencia. El grupo del hospital de psicología médica tiene también amplia experiencia en el manejo de estudios de calidad de vida, y nos apoyó un poco en la validación para que el cuestionario no tuviera mayores modificaciones. Pero quería contarte una experiencia local.
Yeah, no, so in this case, you were able to get the results right away? Immediately. Yeah, so when we have the quality of life incorporated into clinical trials, often we don't feed the results back right away. We do like to try to capture the quality of life information from patients before they see the provider, just in case the interaction affects what their responses would be. But we usually don't feed it back right away, and we instead tell the patient to please let the provider know what their responses were, because some clinics are set up that they might fill out the questionnaire over here and with the study coordinator in one room, and then they'll go to a clinic and the paper won't necessarily go with them. So try to keep it consistent. Hopefully, though, someday we'll be able to capture it electronically. We're doing that as a pilot in SWOG and actually in all the cooperative groups right now, instead of on paper, because it lessens errors and it saves time and manpower. But we haven't quite gotten there yet. But we do know that having patients answer the questions about their symptoms and feeding that to the provider actually does improve quality of life. Because the patients, providers are more informed about what's going on with the patient than just relying on you asking me what's going on.
En su momento, no era específicamente mi grupo, pero creo que se desarrolló con la intención de, más que recoger información para estudios clínicos, algo más directo para la práctica, que tiene que ver con algunas condiciones de la práctica asistencial acá, que lo voy a hablar cuando me toque, porque tiene que ver, tiene algunas particularidades que hacen que muchas veces sea difícil el abordaje de esos aspectos de calidad de vida, y se buscaba una visión rápida, a ver si era útil con este tipo de instrumentos. Muchas gracias. La siguiente presentación es de también gran interés, es la publicación y presentación de los resultados de investigaciones. Para eso, el invitado es el doctor Enrique Soto. Enrique es un oncólogo médico que trabaja en la Clínica Integral del Cáncer en el Adulto Mayor del Instituto Nacional de Ciencias Médicas y Nutrición Salvador Subirán de México. Y tiene una amplia experiencia también en evaluación oncogeriátrica. Es un placer tenerlo en la tarde de hoy aquí.
Ya está, ¿no? Lo logré. Casi. Ah. Ah, ok. Ah, bueno. Perfecto. Bueno, se escucha con este. Voy a hablar con este. ¿Se oye? Sí, para moverme también. Entonces, bueno, primero que nada, muchas gracias por la invitación a Mariana y al resto del equipo de SWOG. El día de hoy me pidieron que platicara con ustedes sobre publicar y presentar los resultados. Siempre es un tema difícil del cual hablar porque evidentemente nadie tiene la última palabra en esto, ¿no? Entonces, lo que yo voy a intentar es darles algunos tips prácticos y generalidades de cómo publicar y presentar los resultados y por qué publicar y presentar nuestros resultados. ¿Cuál es la importancia de esto? Entonces, ¿por qué es importante publicar nuestros hallazgos de la investigación? Pues evidentemente porque eso ayuda a avanzar la ciencia y ampliar la base de la evidencia, pero también porque nos ayuda en el desarrollo de nuestras carreras. Entonces, prácticamente algo que todos queremos lograr como investigadores, como oncólogos, etcétera, es avanzar en nuestras carreras y la investigación es una forma de hacer esto. De hecho, en el público, ¿cuántos de ustedes son residentes? Entonces, la gran mayoría de nuestro público el día de hoy, por lo menos aquí en persona, son médicos residentes y no sé en internet, pero probablemente sí. Entonces, bueno, parte de lo que se pide de los médicos residentes es que durante el entrenamiento desarrollen proyectos de investigación, publiquen, etcétera. Y esto es pues una presión que hay, seguramente todos han oído esto de publish or perish, ¿no? Pero no tiene ningún sentido publicar por publicar, ¿no? También hay que publicar para que avance la ciencia y crezca la evidencia. Y la buena investigación nos beneficia a todos, nos beneficia personalmente a nosotros, profesionalmente, pero también lleva al beneficio, por supuesto, de los pacientes y de la sociedad en general, ¿no? Y además, aunque suene un poco nerd, publicar y presentar es algo muy divertido, ¿no? Entonces, es una parte importante de que nuestro trabajo sea satisfactorio. Pero, al mismo tiempo, publicar no es fácil y puede ser abrumador, sobre todo por estas presiones que hay, ¿no? Entonces, hoy les voy a platicar un poquito sobre buenas prácticas en la publicación científica, cómo reportar los resultados de una forma responsable, que es sumamente importante. Voy a darles algunos tips prácticos para publicar en nuestro trabajo, cómo diseñar un artículo científico, cómo revisarlo, enviarlo y diseminarlo. Y finalmente, platicar un poco sobre la presentación en foros y espero que tengamos tiempo después para preguntas, que creo que es lo más importante. Ahora, sí quiero decir, hasta la persona más experta, aquí en el público hay gente más experta que yo en escribir. En internet también hay gente más experta que yo en escribir y creo que todos les podrán decir que a pesar de haber publicado y publicado y publicado cosas, siempre seguimos aprendiendo y siempre va a haber algún colega que nos enseñe una cosa nueva sobre cómo escribir un artículo, cómo mejorarlo, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, esto es algo que se aprende y se sigue aprendiendo durante toda la vida, ¿no? Nadie es absolutamente experto en esto. Entonces, bueno, la primera buena práctica en la publicación de las que les quiero hablar es la colaboración. Entonces, es muy importante que no intentemos hacer las cosas solos. Nadie puede hacer esto solo, ¿no? Entonces, ya lo ven ustedes, SWOG es un grupo colaborativo y así como se colabora en el diseño, y en el desarrollo de los proyectos también hay que colaborar a la hora de escribirlos, ¿no? Entonces, siempre tomar en cuenta las opiniones de los colegas, contar con colaboradores clave. Desafortunadamente, en algunos lugares, como los países donde nosotros trabajamos en América Latina, a veces tiene que escribir todo el oncólogo, ¿no? Hacer la parte de estadística, etcétera, ¿no? Pero es más importante o útil tener estos colaboradores desde el principio y apoyarse para escribir los artículos, ¿no? Es muy importante también que todo mundo que va a participar en el artículo entienda cuál es el propósito de la publicación y aclarar desde un principio qué va a hacer cada quien y qué significa ser un autor. Y ahorita vamos a hablar un poquito más al respecto. Obviamente hay cosas muy importantes desde el punto de vista ético, entonces hacer una investigación y no reportarla es un problema ético. Hay muchísima investigación que se hace y nunca se publica en extenso, queda en abstracts, si es que queda en algo, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque esto crea sesgos en el conocimiento general y hay una tendencia a publicar solamente los resultados que son positivos. Y esto puede hacer que se cree la idea de que ciertas intervenciones son útiles cuando a lo mejor no lo son, nada más que las cosas negativas no se están publicando. Entonces hay que intentar publicar todo lo que se hace. Y bueno, nuestro reporte, por supuesto, debe ser completo y preciso. Sobra decir que no hay que plagiar, no hay que fabricar datos y no hay que duplicar publicaciones. A veces hay la tentación de publicar más veces o publicar más de una vez los mismos datos y esto no es apropiado, ¿no? Ahora, en cuanto a la autoría, es una cosa que siempre es un problema y desde mi punto de vista creo que es más problemático en América Latina. Entonces, ¿qué es un autor? ¿Cómo se define un autor? Un autor tiene que participar en el diseño del trabajo y o en la adquisición, análisis e interpretación de los datos, ¿ok? Tiene que participar en la redacción o en la revisión crítica del artículo y tiene que aceptar responsabilidad sobre lo que se va a reportar. Y hay que tener mucho cuidado con los autores fantasmas. Y bueno, esto pasa muchísimo en nuestro medio, que veo unos artículos en los que todos los artículos de una institución tienen al jefe de enseñanza, al jefe de investigación, al director del hospital. Entonces, estos autores fantasmas, autores invitados, hay que evitar tenerlos. Es muy como en México pasa muchísimo y seguramente aquí también, ¿no? Entonces, cuidado con los autores fantasmas. Alguien tiene que haber hecho estas cosas para ser considerado un autor y esto se tiene que plantear desde el principio del estudio, desde que se diseña. Entonces, en resumen, ¿qué cosas tiene el reporte responsable? Bueno, tenemos que ser honestos y claros. Si las cosas se hicieron de una forma diferente a lo que estaban planeados, si los resultados no salieron como queríamos, hay que reportarlo de forma honesta. Siempre hay que presentar los métodos sin ambigüedades. Hay veces que los reportes se cambian de lo que era un protocolo, al final se analizan de forma diferente y no se presentan esos cambios. Publicar resultados positivos y negativos. Siempre reflejar lo que se planteó en el protocolo inicial. Y esto pasa incluso en estudios, si ustedes checan los estudios más de alto impacto en el New England Journal of Medicine, hay muchas veces que el protocolo tenía un objetivo primario y al final los autores reportan en el estudio otra cosa en el paper y era diferente a lo que se pensaba en el protocolo. Siempre hay que reflejar lo que se planteó desde un inicio. No publicar cosas repetidas para tener más papers. Hay mucha gente que parte un estudio en 10 cosas diferentes y lo manda y lo manda y lo manda y al final acaban publicando lo mismo. Y esto, entiendo, en parte es por las presiones que tenemos, ¿no? Que parte del sueldo depende de cuántos papers publicas o graduarte, etcétera, pero esto es inapropiado. Y finalmente, siempre revelar conflictos de interés y patrocinadores, aunque estos patrocinadores no estén relacionados exactamente con lo que uno está haciendo en el artículo. Si uno recibe dinero de la industria farmacéutica, por ejemplo, hay que reportarlo siempre, aunque el estudio no sea de los fármacos de esa industria, ¿no? Siempre reportar. Siempre es mejor exagerar y reportar de más que no reportar. Ahora, ¿cómo empezar? ¿Cómo empezar a escribir un artículo? Entonces, cada quien tiene diferentes formas de escribir un artículo. Yo les voy a decir lo que funciona para mí con cierta base en la evidencia. Entonces, escribir es parte de nuestro trabajo. Entonces, no es algo que tengamos que hacer en nuestro tiempo libre cuando podamos. Hay que reservar tiempo para escribir, sentarnos y tener un tiempo dedicado en un lugar dedicado para escribir. A mí me sirve mucho crear un mapa conceptual, un outline, y que trace una historia. Al final, los artículos son literatura técnica, ¿ok? No vamos a escribir poemas ni novelas, son literatura técnica, pero tienen que contar una historia que tenga una secuencia lógica. Y de hecho ese es uno de los, ahorita que hablemos de las presentaciones, para mí ese es uno de los problemas que luego tenemos a la hora de escribir los latinoamericanos, que nos gusta decir usar muchas palabras para decir algo que se podría decir en menos palabras, ¿no? Entonces, dividir esta historia en trozos manejables y si vamos a colaborar, darle a cada quien un trozo que sea manejable, no intentar hacer todo una misma persona y establecer metas a corto y a largo plazo, ¿no? Es decir, vamos a tener estas secciones del artículo en 3 semanas, el artículo completo en 3 meses, pero establecer metas y deadlines. La gente trabaja en general mejor con deadlines. Ahora, una cosa que a mí me sirve mucho es siempre revisar si existen guías para el tipo de artículo que vamos a escribir. Entonces, existen las guías del Equator Network y bueno, probablemente todos ustedes conozcan las guías Consort porque están en todos los artículos de aleatorizados, pero existen guías para reportar todo tipo de estudios, ni se imaginan. Hay guías para estudios observacionales, para revisiones sistemáticas, estudios diagnósticos, para estudios de costo-efectividad, para encuestas en línea. Entonces, si ustedes escanean esto, les va a abrir la página del Equator Network y yo siempre lo que hago cuando voy a escribir un artículo, sobre todo si es un tipo de artículo que a lo mejor no he escrito antes, es buscar si hay una guía de reporte. Y estas guías suelen tener unos checklists que le dicen a uno qué incluir en cada parte, ¿no? Entonces, por ejemplo, yo también soy editor de la revista del Journal of Geriatric Oncology y muchas veces nos llegan artículos y lo primero que yo veo como editor es había una guía para este artículo y si siguen esa guía a lo mejor lo pueden mejorar. O cuando me mandan a revisar un artículo, luego reviso un artículo y digo, este artículo no sigue las recomendaciones que hay ya escritas. Entonces, eso nos ahorra un montón de tiempo porque nos dice exactamente qué tiene que tener cada parte del artículo. Siempre busquen si existen las guías y úsenlas. Funciona un montón, desde el desarrollo de los protocolos y obviamente para escribirlos. Los artículos en general siguen esta estructura, los de investigación, la estructura IMRAD, que es introducción, métodos, resultados, la A es de AND y discusión. Y hay que usar cada sección estratégicamente para contar la historia del artículo. Entonces, el orden en el que se escribe, pues cada quien lo escribe en un orden diferente. En general, a mí me gusta escribir primero métodos y resultados y después hacer el resto, pero eso pues es un poco de cada quien. La primera parte del artículo, por supuesto, es el título y el abstract. Recomendaciones generales, buenas ideas, usar títulos precisos, interesantes y atractivos. Y el abstract debe atraer al lector y resumir la historia del artículo. ¿Qué cosas no hay que hacer? Títulos muy largos o incluir cosas en el abstract que no vengan en el artículo. Es que uno lee el abstract, vienen cosas y luego en el artículo no se habla de eso. Y en general, el abstract debe poder leerse solo, ¿no? La primera parte del artículo es la introducción, como todos ustedes saben, y me gusta pensar en la introducción como un embudo o una pirámide invertida que va primero de los antecedentes generales, lo que se sabe en general de este tema. Siguiente párrafo habla de por qué se necesita este estudio, por qué es importante investigar lo que queremos investigar. El siguiente introduce la pregunta de investigación, o sea, dice qué es lo que intentamos resolver específicamente nosotros. Y finalmente, el último párrafo habla sobre nuestro objetivo. ¿Qué quisimos hacer en este estudio, ¿no? Entonces, esta forma como de embudo que va de lo general a lo específico. Y la siguiente sección es los métodos. Los métodos por lo menos deben incluir el diseño del estudio, dónde se hizo y quién se incluyó, cómo se recolectaron los datos, cómo se analizaron y la aprobación de los comités. No tener aprobación de los comités es causa de rechazo de cualquier tipo de estudio, hasta por los estudios observacionales, retrospectivos, hay que tener aprobación de comités, aunque sea una aprobación sin riesgo, ¿no? Y lo que hay que pensar cuando uno escribe la sección de métodos es, ¿podría otra persona que quiera hacer el mismo estudio que yo, hacer ese estudio leyendo mi sección de métodos? Si la respuesta es no, si la respuesta es otros cuates que la lean, no van a saber repetir mi estudio viendo esta sección, entonces está mal escrita. Hay que volverla a hacer de tal forma que las personas la puedan repetir y usar suplementos, ¿no? Si quieren poner siempre es buena idea incluir los cuestionarios que se usaron, etcétera, para que la gente entienda mejor qué es lo que está pasando. La siguiente sección en esta cosa IMRAD es los resultados. Entonces, bueno, los resultados son el mero mole, como decimos, del estudio. Y recomendaciones generales de cómo escribir los resultados que les puedo dar una vez más. Esto es un work in progress, ¿no? Hay que seguirlo haciendo. Pero presentar los resultados en una secuencia lógica que siga los métodos, eso es muy útil. O sea, si ustedes pusieron los métodos y hicimos esto y esto y estudiamos esto, que los resultados se presenten de esa misma forma, siguiendo la lógica que pusieron en los métodos. solo presentar los resultados y no interpretar, a veces nos sentimos tentados a poner en los resultados. De forma muy satisfactoria pasó esto. Los resultados son objetivos, tienen que ser muy objetivos, no analizar, ¿no? Para eso está la discusión. Y a veces la gente se equivoca y entonces pone interpretaciones en los resultados y resultados en la discusión. Y eso hace que el artículo no cumpla su objetivo de contar una historia, ¿no? Todos los resultados van aquí y no en la discusión. Y finalmente hay que usar inteligentemente las tablas, no duplicar los resultados de las tablas, quizás recalcar algunas cosas en el texto que sean muy importantes de las tablas, pero usar las tablas para ahorrarnos espacio, para ahorrarnos texto, para poner las cosas de una forma visual que sea útil para nuestros lectores, ¿no? Y no duplicarlos. Ahora, la discusión es muy importante y también me gusta pensar en ella como un embudo, ¿no? Entonces, la primera parte, el primer párrafo de la discusión son los hallazgos principales resumidos, ¿okay? No con resultados, sino decir qué es lo que encontramos. Y esto es extremadamente útil porque genera el marco sobre el cual se construye el resto de la discusión. La siguiente sección debe de ser una comparación con la literatura y dónde quedan nuestros hallazgos nuevos en relación con lo que se sabía. Siempre se sabe algo. Es poco probable que lo que nosotros hagamos sea lo primero que se hizo en eso, aunque a veces nos sintamos tentados a poner hasta donde sabemos, esto es lo primero que... Pero en general hay alguien que ya hizo algo similar. Entonces, poner eso en contexto es sumamente importante. Es fundamental utilizar muy bien la sección de fortalezas y limitaciones. Hay muchas veces que creemos que no poner las limitaciones de nuestro artículo va a hacer que la gente no se dé cuenta y sea más fácil que lo acepten. Sin embargo, un buen revisor va a encontrar esas limitaciones y como revisor, ya sea en un protocolo, en una propuesta de un grant, en un artículo, que los autores se te hayan adelantado a encontrar sus propias limitaciones siempre le da mucho valor al trabajo porque te das cuenta que lo pensaron muy bien, o sea, que realmente analizaron sus resultados y qué cosas significan y qué cosas no, ¿no? Entonces, siempre ser honestos con las limitaciones, no exagerarlas. Tampoco queremos que el párrafo de limitaciones diga que lo que hicimos es una porquería, pero sí ser honestos con las limitaciones de nuestro artículo. Y finalmente hablar sobre cuáles son las implicaciones. ¿Qué significa esto para el cuidado de los pacientes, para la prevención del cáncer, para lo que queramos estudiar? Y por supuesto, esta implicación tiene que ser clara, concisa y muy importante, apoyada en los resultados. Una razón para rechazar artículos común es que las conclusiones no estén apoyadas por los resultados. Si tú reportaste una cosa y tu conclusión no tiene nada que ver con lo que reportaste o exagera mucho lo que reportaste, pues eso hace posible que ese artículo sea rechazado, ¿no? Finalmente, una parte importantísima, las tablas y las figuras. A mí me gusta decir desde el principio qué cosas van a ir en tablas o figuras, es decir, estos datos van mejor en una tabla, van mejor en un dibujo. Las figuras y las tablas deben ser autoexplicatorias. No hay que repetir información del texto y hay que hacerlas las más simples posibles. Hay tablas que son complicadísimas, que tienen 7 ejes y así. Esas tablas, en general, no hay que usarlas ni tablas enormes, ¿no? Hay que intentar que sean lo más simples posibles y revisar siempre que los números estén bien y coincidan con el texto. No les quiero ni decir la cantidad de las veces que las tablas dicen una cosa y los textos dicen otra y eso siempre genera mucha desconfianza a la hora de leer un artículo. Bueno, ya escribimos el artículo, fuera tan fácil. ¿Y ahora qué? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que sigue en el proceso? Pues bueno, la revisión crítica. Siempre se debe enviar a los coautores para revisión crítica. Seguramente les ha pasado, si han escrito algún artículo, ahorita les preguntaré. Es frustrante enviarle a los coautores cosas y que no le respondan a uno nada. O sea, todos los autores deberían responder, por lo menos que están de acuerdo con lo que es el artículo y continuar hasta que todo el mundo esté satisfecho. A veces cuando escribimos una cosa y la volvemos a ver y la volvemos a ver y la volvemos a ver, la vemos perfecta, la vemos preciosa, no le vemos ningún error. Por eso siempre es bueno tener ojos frescos, porque otras personas encuentran cosas que uno que ya lo vio 1.000.000 de veces no lo ve. Y considerar siempre una revisión por una persona que tenga conocimientos de inglés si lo vamos a mandar a una revista extranjera. Es muy común y muy triste que artículos muy buenos sean rechazados porque el inglés no es apropiado. Y a lo mejor el contenido del artículo es muy bueno, pero a nosotros como editores nos pasa mucho que recibimos artículos que tienen una idea muy buena, una premisa muy buena, pero que son muy difíciles de leer y entonces los revisores de plano no los leen, tal cual los batean, ¿no? Entonces, y bueno, eso es parte de nuestro trabajo como una comunidad global, ayudar a que eso se haga bien. Entonces, sí es muy importante apoyarse en otras personas para revisar los artículos. Y lo siguiente es enviar a publicación, ¿no? Entonces, ¿dónde publicar? No todo puede o debe publicarse en el New England Journal of Medicine. Y escoger una revista apropiada puede ahorrarnos mucho tiempo y mucho dolor. Y sobre todo, mucho dolor, no solo emocional, sino de estar reformateando artículos, que seguro todos ustedes lo han hecho y es una pesadilla. Yo, ¿qué es lo que me gusta hacer? Primero, identificar el público. ¿A quién le interesa nuestra investigación? ¿Quién quiero que lea mi investigación? Quiero que esté en un lugar donde lo lean las personas, digamos, correctas, ¿no? Lo que normalmente hacemos es escoger 3 a 5 revistas y hacer una lista ordenada de dónde se van a enviar. Se pueden ordenar por factor de impacto, por la revista que a ustedes les guste más, etcétera, pero hacer una lista de vamos a enviarla a este, luego a este, luego a este, luego a esta. Y estudiar los requerimientos. Cada revista es distinta. Cuidado con el formateo. Supongo que a todo el mundo le ha pasado, a mí me ha pasado que ya en el tercer envío, la carta al editor, me equivoqué y le puse el nombre de la revista anterior y entonces dices, esto seguro me lo van a batear. Pero entonces hay que cuidar la hora de la reformateada, que no se note que es la tercera vez o cuarta vez que han estado enviando el artículo, ¿no? Tips prácticos otra vez. Y bueno, ¿qué es lo que pasa aquí? Todos ustedes lo saben, se envía la revista. Hay 2 opciones, que el editor de plano lo rechace o que se envíe a revisión. Si el editor lo rechaza, pues next. Después los revisores pueden pedirnos revisiones o rechazárnoslo. Si no lo rechazan, pues next. Los revisores pueden pedirnos más revisiones y esto se puede volver un ciclo que puede ser a veces una pesadilla, o de plano rechazarlo después de revisiones. Y si somos afortunados, eventualmente nos van a aceptar nuestro artículo. Es muy importante que en general hay que hacerle caso a los revisores aunque mandemos a otra revista. A mí me ha pasado que me mandan un artículo de una revista, lo rechazo por ciertas cosas, o sea, como revisor, y luego de otra revista me lo vuelven a mandar y está igualito, no le han cambiado nada. Entonces, pues lo voy a volver a rechazar. Les puede caer, sobre todo en campos muy chicos del conocimiento, le puede caer al mismo revisor el artículo más de una vez. Entonces, cuidado con eso. Y algo que yo creo que es muy importante es diseminar nuestros trabajos. Yo personalmente todo lo que publico lo pongo en Twitter. Y esto está basado en la evidencia. La promoción en redes sociales aumenta la lectura de los artículos. Este paper me encanta, es un ensayo aleatorizado del Mayo Clinic Proceedings, en el que estudiaron 68 artículos publicados durante 3 meses y los aleatorizaron, los pusieron todos en Open Access de forma secreta y los aleatorizaron a promocionarlos por redes sociales o no promocionarlos por redes sociales mediante varias cuentas de la Mayo. Los artículos promocionados por redes sociales se descargaron en promedio 1000 veces y los que no eran promocionados 142 veces. Entonces, promocionar nuestra investigación es parte fundamental de escribirla, ¿no? O sea, hay que hacerle publicidad a nuestra investigación. Las redes sociales son muy buenas para eso. Pero también es importante platicar nuestros resultados en persona y estar así enfrente de la gente o por la pantalla y platicar lo que hacemos. Y esto normalmente lo hacemos en conferencias, eventos. ¿Y por qué es importante esto? Nos permite obtener retroalimentación, o sea, la gente nos puede platicar sobre lo que estamos haciendo y ayudarnos. Nos ayuda a obtener nuevas ideas, establecer colaboraciones, obtener prestigio y apoyos y hacer que nos inviten a nuevas cosas. Presentar nuestras cosas puede hacer que la gente se dé cuenta de lo que hacemos y nos inviten a hacer otras cosas, a hablar, a colaborar, etcétera, ¿no? Para preparar una presentación exitosa hay que saber cuántos de ustedes han hecho una presentación oral en un congreso. Alcen la mano. Ok, la mayoría no. Entonces, para presentar una presentación exitosa, pues hay que ver qué formato de presentación tengo, si es oral o póster, entender mi mensaje principal, el tiempo que tengo para presentar y quién va a estar en el público. Consejos generales también de presentación. Hay que tener un formato consistente y simple, ¿no? Cuando se presente sobre todo un estudio de investigación, seguir ese mismo formato IMRA. Letras grandes que se puedan leer, pero tampoco enormes que se vean feas. Usar frases cortas. 6 a 7 líneas por diapositiva, 8 a 9 palabras por cada línea y mezclar gráficos y texto, ¿no? Perfecto. ¿Qué cosas matan una presentación? Entonces, este es un estudio que me encantó, en que le preguntaron a la gente qué era lo que hacía que una presentación fuera poco exitosa. ¿A quién se le ocurre? ¿Qué es la primera cosa que dijo la gente así? ¿Qué es lo que peor puede pasar en una presentación? ¿Eh? Así es, diapositivas demasiado complicadas o ilegibles. Segunda cosa, es como eso de 100, ¿tienen 100 uruguayos, dijeron? ¿No? ¿Sí lo tienen? ¿Qué otra cosa? Que la gente lea las diapositivas, a los que están así, presentando así, eso no es muy buena idea. Aquí pues están estas ayudas, ayudan a darse vuelta, ver el público, etcétera. Pasarse del tiempo, que nos encanta en América Latina y es porque muchas veces decimos lo que les diga, demasiadas palabras. Queremos hacer una novela de García Márquez en cada diapositiva. Faltas de variación de la voz y finalmente no tener objetivos y conclusiones, ¿no? Entonces, como consejos generales para la presentación oral, no pasarse el tiempo. Aquí yo tengo 5 minutos ya nada más. Practicar la presentación con colegas con anticipación. Utilizar todos los elementos de las diapositivas. No hay que poner cosas en las diapositivas de las que no van a hablar. O decir, esta diapositiva no importa esta, no la pongan. Hacer que la presentación fluya lógicamente. Mantener contacto visual e interactuar con la audiencia. Y finalmente revisar muy bien la ortografía, ¿no? Es una presentación con faltas de ortografía. Yo me desconecto de una presentación con faltas de ortografía. Ahora, si nuestra presentación es en formato póster, pues bueno, los pósters son una buena forma de tener una publicación inicial. El público va al póster que le interesa a propósito. Entonces, la gente que va a ir a su póster es porque de verdad lo quiere ver, ¿no? O sea, hay que estar preparados para gente que sabe el tema. Aunque llevar un póster puede ser una cosa muy frustrante y triste si nadie lo visita, estar ahí parado 3 horas y que nadie vaya. O sea, hay estrategias para hacerlo más llamativo. Y no sé si ustedes, ¿alguien ha visto el formato Better Póster? ¿Alzan la mano? ¿No? Sí. Entonces, pues este es un póster tradicional hecho por nosotros, que la verdad nos quedó medio feo, pero es súper cargado, ¿no? Muy difícil de leer. Y el formato Better Póster es así, es ahora lo que se está usando, en la mayoría de los congresos ahora están haciendo esto, y lo que tiene es el mensaje principal en grande, el texto a los lados para los que quieran leer más, para que la gente que vaya pasando los atrape el mensaje, y finalmente uso de links a páginas de internet y así para que la gente pueda leer más cosas. Entonces, si ustedes buscan en internet Better Póster, les salen los formatos y ya nada más pueden meter su póster ahí y la verdad se ven bonitos y atraen mucho al público. Este es otro ejemplo, ¿no? Que hicimos nosotros. Le podemos poner una figura, el correo, etcétera. A mí me gustan, yo ya hago todos así. Entonces, bueno, en conclusión, hay que empezar a planear la publicación desde que diseñamos el estudio, seguir las conductas responsables de publicación, utilizar guías de publicación y listas de cotejo a la hora de escribir nuestros artículos, redactar, revisar y enviar el artículo de forma colaborativa y finalmente diseminar y presentar nuestro trabajo en foros y en redes sociales. Entonces, con esto termino. Muchas gracias y espero sus preguntas.
¿Alguien tiene una pregunta o comentario? Por aquí, ¿verdad?
Está bien.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Dana Kimmelman, yo soy ginecóloga. Un poco raro acá, pero me encantó la presentación y tengo 3 preguntas, puedes contestar una sola, no importa. Una es, en América Latina, como tú ya debes saber, cuesta mucho balancear la asistencia con research, es como muy difícil. Entonces, como tú ahora hacías énfasis en que hay que tener tiempo y hay que dedicarle el tiempo, me gustaría si nos puedes dar algún consejo sobre cómo hacerse el tiempo. Acá tenemos un problema muy grave que es el multiempleo, lo cual no pasa en Estados Unidos, donde pueden trabajar en un solo lugar y dividirse el tiempo para investigación y para asistencia y tener un salario acorde, que tampoco pasa acá. Entonces, si nos pudieras guiar en eso, te agradezco. También preguntarte sobre esto de publicar la data negativa, que no puedo compartir más, si realmente pensás que hay una tendencia de las revistas a publicar más los datos negativos o son más rechazados que otra cosa. Y después, por último, preguntarte con respecto a no duplicar o no publicar cosas que ya se publicaron mucho. A veces yo pienso que igual necesitamos datos nacionales o saber más qué pasa con nuestra población. Yo particularmente trabajo en oncofertilidad y desde el punto de vista de la reproducción siento que necesitamos conocer más qué pasa con nuestra población y no guiarnos solo por lo que pasa a nivel internacional. Perdón, que son muchas.
Voy de la más fácil a la más difícil. Entonces, las revistas en general rechazan más fácil resultados negativos. Hay algunas revistas que particularmente publican resultados negativos. Por ejemplo, yo soy editor de The Oncologist y en The Oncologist hay una sección de ensayos clínicos rápidos que está diseñada específicamente, por ejemplo, para reportar resultados negativos. O sea, hay revistas que lo están haciendo y hay que buscarlo y mandarlo. O sea, los resultados negativos son importantes o los estudios que no se pudieron hacer por alguna razón son importantes. La segunda en dificultad, la última. Yo sí creo que hay un lugar para hacer cosas que son como en nuestra población, pero no todo. O sea, es necesario repetir todo, decir, esto en Uruguay, esto en Argentina, no. Pero yo lo que sí creo, y esto conecta mucho con las otras presentaciones, es tenemos que buscar qué son las cosas que nosotros tenemos o que ustedes tienen que no tienen en otros lados, ¿no? Por ejemplo, vimos la plática de disparidades. Entonces, ustedes ven, en Estados Unidos hay una obsesión con el color de la piel. Entonces, todas las cosas de disparidades son cómo se ve, cuál es el color de la piel de la gente, ¿no? En México, por ejemplo, esa no es tanto la disparidad. La disparidad es más la gente rural con la urbana. En Uruguay, pues puede que sean los inmigrantes venezolanos o que sean los indígenas uruguayos, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que lo que hay que encontrar es qué tiene nuestra población que no tienen las otras poblaciones, cuál es nuestra peculiaridad que sí vale la pena estudiar, ¿no? Porque nada más decir, bueno, esto en Uruguay, esto en Argentina, tiene poco interés, ¿no? Entonces, pero yo creo que hay muchísimas oportunidades ahí, cosas culturales, cosas sociales, cosas económicas que varían entre los países y que son relevantes. Y eso también nos toca a la comunidad global, darnos cuenta que eso también es oncología, ¿no? O sea, un poco esto de la oncología global que se está haciendo ahora, tiene el problema, es un arma de dos filos. Tiene el problema de que, pues sí, hay más inclusión, pero también la gente dice, bueno, eso no es Uruguay, eso es oncología global. Y no, es oncología, ¿no? O sea, el cáncer es cáncer donde sea, pero sí hay que encontrar esas cosas que tenemos nosotros que no tienen ellos. Y de hecho hay muchos estudios, si ustedes ven, por ejemplo, ese de la obstrucción intestinal maligna, ese es un estudio que en Estados Unidos seguro los cirujanos no querían aleatorizar a sus pacientes, ¿no? Y entonces ese estudio sí se puede hacer en México, no se puede hacer en Estados Unidos. O nosotros tenemos cosas, situaciones, desigualdades que nos permiten hacer cosas que ellos ni pueden hacer y que después parte de la idea y lo que tenemos que intentar hacer es esta innovación reversa, ¿no? O sea, cosas que se desarrollan en el mundo en desarrollo y se transmitan al mundo desarrollado. Nosotros hacemos cosas que ellos hacen por $3 millones con 10,000 pesos. Entonces, ese tipo de cosas son importantes y las tenemos y no hay que quitarles valor. Y la última, dificilísima. Entonces, yo, por ejemplo, he tenido mucha suerte porque yo tengo apoyos de la investigación que me pagan. Entonces puedo tener tiempo dedicado para la investigación y efectivamente el tiempo dedicado para la investigación casi no existe en América Latina. En México también la gente tiene un trabajo en la pública en la mañana y otro en la privada en la tarde y viene y va, corren entre 5 hospitales para tener el sueldo, ¿no? Entonces yo sí creo que es importante y bueno, aquí están parte de sus jefes y eso, que a la hora de diseñar los planes de trabajo, o sea, hay que decir, si la investigación es una cosa que le damos importancia en este centro, tenemos que asegurarnos de que nuestro personal que hace investigación tenga un tiempo dedicado a la investigación y que ese tiempo dedicado a la investigación esté incluido dentro de sus responsabilidades de trabajo, porque además se los piden. O sea, en los centros de trabajo nos piden que investiguemos, pero no nos dan un tiempo para hacerlo, así como en tu tiempo libre. Y la investigación no es una cosa de tiempo libre, es un trabajo full time que puede ser compartido con la clínica y de hecho creo que lo debe de ser porque de ahí salen las mejores ideas. Pero yo sí creo que tenemos que cambiar la estructura de cómo hacemos las cosas en América Latina y buscar estos apoyos, ¿no?
Dos cosas. Una, acá en los residentes de información tienen después del segundo año, tercer año, la posibilidad de tener un 20% del horario protegido para dedicarlo exclusivamente a la investigación. Sí, es decir, ese día lo toman y no hacen asistencia solo a eso. Y cosas de investigación igual pueden hacer en horario los otros días, pero ese día no. Y lo otro te voy a preguntar, ¿cómo manejas el tema de los costos de publicación? ¿Ustedes tienen alguna política intrahospitalaria? Esto es un arma de doble filo, ve gente que solo puede publicar en cosas que puede pagar y ve que se ha llenado y ha proliferado un volumen de revistas de escaso valor y otras que sí tienen valor también con las estrategias de ser open han transformado los costos de una forma brutal. No vas a querer poner una foto en color y después no tienen ningún remedio en pedirte que le hagas 10 revisiones por año, ¿no? Tampoco, eso ni siquiera te genera un descuento, pero ¿cómo lo manejan? ¿Tienen una financiación dentro del hospital? ¿Cómo lo hacen?
Pues en general mandando a revistas que no cobran, ¿no? O sea, eso es el primer interés, ¿no? Las primeras revistas a las que vas, las que no cobran. Que sí, que cada vez quedan menos, ¿no? O sea, la verdad es que la industria de la publicación es una mafia. O sea, es una mafia, o sea, son las farmacéuticas, las aseguradoras y las publicistas son nuestros mafias que están a nuestro alrededor. El Sevier tiene más margen de profit que Google, ¿no? Entonces, obviamente el Sevier es un robo. El trabajo que publican es gratis. Los que se los revisan es gratis y luego encima te cobran y se lo cobran a las instituciones. O sea, es un robo, ¿no? Y todos estamos metidos en ese ciclo y no vemos muy bien cómo salir. Hay iniciativas para intentar salir de eso, todas estas cosas de preprints, etcétera, que tienen a la vez sus problemas. Ya lo vimos en el COVID, todas las cosas que se publicaron que resultaron ser malísimas. Bueno, aunque el peer review tampoco fue perfecto, ¿no? Pero yo creo que parte del beneficio de las colaboraciones con el mundo en desarrollo, o sea, del mundo en desarrollo y el mundo desarrollado, es que se obtengan fondos para pagar ese tipo de cosas. Entonces, por ejemplo, cuando yo trabajo con gente de Estados Unidos, Canadá, etcétera, pues ellos pagan, porque ellos tienen eso, ¿no? Nosotros no tenemos, las instituciones no tienen ese presupuesto. ¿Ustedes tienen presupuesto para pagar a lo mejor un trabajo al mes, ¿no? Porque ahora además hay revistas de $5,000.
Bueno, pero si a mí me pagaran un trabajo al mes, estaría contentísimo. Pero acá, claro, acá lo que hay es la Comisión Sectorial de Investigación Científica tiene un llamado que se hace 3 o 4 veces al año en donde financia publicaciones para esos gastos, pero no es suficiente tampoco.
Y la otra es que hay que intentar que nuestros gobiernos y eso se suscriban a estas cosas en las que les dan descuentos, ¿no? O sea, hay unas cosas que son gratis y uno es socio, pues hay que pagar la inscripción y en algunas, por ejemplo, Biomed Central lo tiene, algunas cosas del Sevier, pero en general, pues eso es de lo más difícil, ¿no? Sobre todo en trabajos que no están con fondos de un grant.
Yo tengo una pregunta y es clave para lo que estamos hablando. Yo pienso que también tenemos que empoderar las revistas locales. Yo formo parte de la Biblioteca Nacional de Medicina y de los evaluadores que le damos entrada a las revistas latinoamericanas al PubMed. Y es súper fuerte y competitivo porque los que publicamos en Latinoamérica preferimos el de impacto, la de afuera, porque la ven más y estamos con eso matando a la revista local que no va a tener el chance de entrar a formar parte de las prestigiosas revistas. Entonces, y con esto no estoy haciendo la pregunta porque me la hago yo todos los días. O sea, ¿cuál es ese balance? Porque entonces estamos pagando por revistas de afuera en vez de invertirle a las locales y poder avanzar las que tenemos acá en nuestro idioma. Y lo último que le quería comentar que no escuché que usted hablara es de Cielo. Todo el tiempo estamos haciendo referencia a nuestros estudiantes de que revisen en PubMed. Y yo veo cada vez más artículos que dicen, no hay artículos en la comunidad latina de tal, pero es porque no revisan Cielo y la gran cantidad de publicaciones que existen en portugués, en español y en inglés en esa base de datos.
Sí, claro. Entonces, bueno, es muy bueno oír eso porque ahora a partir de este año soy el editor en jefe del Mexican Journal of Oncology. Entonces ya sé cuando pidamos que entre a PubMed, a quién le voy a... Pero sí, o sea, yo creo que las revistas locales tienen un papel y que hay que crecerlas. ¿En Uruguay tienen revista de oncología? No. Pero bueno, la revista mexicana de oncología que queremos que sea latinoamericana eventualmente, pues está disponible para lo que quieran mandar, ¿no? Feliz de ver. Pero sí, yo creo que tenemos que encontrar un poquito cuál es el rol de estas revistas comparado con el mundo exterior y sobre todo animar a que la gente que publica cosas valiosas en nuestros países, pues publique ahí. Pero hasta, por ejemplo, yo como editor de la revista, encontrar revisores. Los revisores buenos no quieren revisar la revista de Mexican Journal of Oncology, quieren revisar cosas gringas también, ¿no? Entonces, sí es un problema, es una competencia muy dura, incluso para la revista de Estados Unidos, pues ahora competir con Lancet, JAMA, que ahora tienen cientos de revistas cada una, y entonces yo creo que esto se va a hacer cada vez más un monopolio y hay que tener mucho cuidado con eso.
¿Sí? Bien, tenemos un mínimo retraso, entonces vamos a pasar a un break y por favor le pedimos que vuelvan rápidamente en 10 minutos, a lo sumo 12.
Nada más para los residentes de oncología, a partir de marzo de este año, en el hospital en México vamos a abrir una alta especialidad en oncología geriátrica de 1 año con título universitario para oncólogos y además pagada. Entonces, si alguien está interesado en irse 1 año a México a aprender oncología geriátrica, acá voy a andar, me dicen.
Bueno, vamos a continuar con la segunda parte de esta tarde. No sé yo. Y vamos a empezar con calidad asistencial. Para eso, investigación en calidad de atención y acceso. Nuevamente le vamos a pedir a la doctora Dan Hirschman que haga su presentación. Ya puede compartir pantalla. Perfecto, ¿la vemos bien?
Are you ready for me to start?
Sorry. Yes, you're going to start.
Okay, all right, great, excellent. Thank you so much. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about really methods for improving the quality of cancer treatment and some of the work that we've done in that area in SWOG. And when we think about quality healthcare, it's doing the right thing at the right time in the right way for the right person and having the best possible results, which is, a lofty goal. Sometimes we're not always so great, even when we know what the right thing to do is for a person. So poor quality care can come from a variety of different factors. It can come from too little care, where it's really an underuse situation where you're not providing an effective treatment or service when it would have produced a favorable outcome. It can also come from too much care, excess use, when you're really the risk of harms exceed the potential benefits. And it can come from wrong use. So when you just don't do the right thing, even though the right thing is known in terms of what to do. And there are a whole variety of factors that can determine medical care. There are things that are warranted or appropriate in terms of decision-making, factors such as clinical factors, biologic factors, patient preferences, discussions, decisions that we make every day with patients that help guide their therapy. But there are also unwarranted determinants of care, which is any factor that's not clinically relevant and not necessarily based on the patient's preferences. So a lot of what we do, which you've heard about earlier today, has been understanding unwarranted determinants of care. And it's often these unwarranted determinants of care that can result in healthcare disparities. And unwarranted determinants of care can come at the patient level, where we have multiple examples where income, net worth, education, culture, insurance, factors like that influence the care a patient receives. But they can also come at the physician level. So the type of training we have, our education, our social networks, personal preferences can impact the patient's care. They can come from where a patient is seen. So the type of hospital in terms of their payer mix, how much they invest in medical technology, their research enterprise can affect the care that a patient can receive. And in the US anyway, where you live from a county, state, and I guess international level can determine, based on the number of physicians in that area, the density of physicians, and how much investment there is in healthcare spending. So as I mentioned earlier, we focus on cancer care delivery research, which is really looking at how the organizational structures and social factors, technology, and provider and individual behaviors can affect the care, the quality of care that patients receive, either their outcomes, their access to care, and really not only focusing on patient level factors, but also focusing on patient-clinician interactions, the workforce and the systems that we work in, and how intervening at all of these different levels can maybe improve healthcare quality. So, you know, a lot of the methods we use to look at interventions to improve, you know, practice level change involve conducting what we call pragmatic trials. And sometimes these pragmatic trials are actually cluster randomized trials. So I thought it would be worth taking a minute to review some of this before we get into some of the work that we've done. So pragmatic clinical trials are really different than the traditional randomized clinical trials that we're all used to determine if drug A works as opposed to drug B. And traditional randomized trials are really the gold standard for evaluating certain types of interventions. They're really designed to maximize the internal validity, but they often come at the cost of being able to generalize because they're very, very strict eligibility criteria on very select patient populations. And because there's reduced heterogeneity in the patient population, sometimes the results only apply to select few patients, even though they're then implemented in a much broader population. Pragmatic trials, on the other hand, are designed with a conscious effort to generate evidence with greater external validity so that the research questions are as similar as possible to the questions that are faced by clinicians and other decision makers on a day-to-day basis. So they're designed to test the effectiveness rather than directly testing the efficacy of an intervention. So they're sort of more real world or under practical, you know, under the normal practice that we work in. And they're designed to either improve practice or to directly inform public policy. They often take place in settings where everyday care happens, such as community clinics and healthcare systems that are in the community. And they include diverse patient populations, so they're generalizable. And in designing them, often they involve the collaboration of providers and organizations to make sure that the questions asked directly impact patient care. So cluster randomized trials are often done as a way to design trials that are pragmatic. Not all pragmatic trials need to be cluster randomized, but cluster randomized trials are trials in which often pre-existing groups called clusters are randomized to individual intervention arms. And in our world, often that cluster is a specific clinic or possibly a physician, but often not at the patient level. So they're used often when it's not practical to randomize a patient. And so often that's because there would be some kind of contamination if you were to do an intervention in one patient and not do that intervention in another patient, all within the same practice. It may be challenging if the intervention was a system-wide intervention. So the formation of doing these trials, they decrease the effective sample size. So the statistical power is often less. And the problem with them is that the organization unit, the people within it may or may not represent each other as well. And so there can be challenges in terms of designing these trials from a statistical standpoint. So just to sort of look at the goals and designs of traditional randomized trials, they, again, as I said before, test hypotheses under really the ideal circumstance. They often test against a placebo. They're highly selected and highly defined in terms of the patient populations. They often require data collection outside of routine care, and the results may or may not be relevant to practice. Whereas what I said before, the pragmatic trials are usually test one or two or more real world testing of different treatments or interventions. They have very loose eligibility, and they're designed so that routine data and practice can be used as the outcome. And there are certain dimensions for determining how pragmatic a trial is based on the investigators or the site that's being randomized, the intervention and how flexible it is for an organization, how intense the follow-up is, and the nature of the outcomes in terms of whether or not they're things that are usually seen in routine practice. So with that all said, as a prelude, I wanted to talk about the recent results of SWOG 1415, which was a pragmatic trial to evaluate guideline-based colony stimulator factor use. And what we did was we looked at standard order intervention versus usual care to determine the effectiveness of this approach of standing order entry to improve the delivery of GCSF use and to determine how effective it might be for patients with intermediate risk chemotherapy regimens. And just as a little bit of background, primary prophylactic colony stimulating factor use is usually prescribed to patients to reduce their risk of febrile neutropenia, which is known to be a serious life-threatening complication of chemotherapy. However, primary prophylactic CSF use is costly, and it can expose patients to side effects. So despite the guidelines suggesting that you should use it in patients that are high risk or not use it in patients that are low risk, there has been a lot of variability in terms of how practices have taken it up. And research suggested that there's anywhere from 50 to 100% inconsistency in terms of guideline concordance, both for underuse and overuse. And despite the fact that there are known benefits when patients have high risk and known detriments when patients are at low risk. But there's always been some uncertainty in terms of patients that fall into intermediate risk of developing febrile neutropenia based on their regimen. So we designed this trial as a way to help with inform practices in terms of the best way to administer this. And instead of randomizing at the patient level, we randomized at the site level. And so what happened was we randomized sites to either receiving a standard electronic order so that they wouldn't actually have to put in the orders for GCSF. It would happen automatically if a patient was getting a high risk regimen, or it was they got an alert not to give it if a patient was getting a low risk regimen. And then in the usual care arm, the sites just did what they typically did. We also looked at sites that already prior to this had some automatic order entry or guidelines in their system as a control for that for the use to see how practices that already had this in place did. We then took all of the intervention sites, so sites that were getting a standing order entry or an alert not to give, and gave them a secondary randomization. So if a patient was getting an intermediate risk regimen, they were told they either got an order entry to also give GCSF if they were in intervention 1, or if they were in intervention 2, they got an alert not to give it. So it helped us determine both the efficacy of giving it in this situation and how well standing order entry actually works. So to do this, our primary objective was really to look at adherence to the clinical practice guidelines amongst the groups that had standing order entry versus those that got an alert not to give, and usual care. And then as a secondary outcome, we looked at febrile neutropenia rates. And then we did the exact same thing in high-risk patients, in low-risk patients, and in intermediate risk patients. So to do this kind of trial, you need to look at both clinic eligibility as well as patient eligibility. And what we did was we made sure that this was a very easy study for sites to enroll to. So they just had to treat a number of at least 60 patients a year. They had to be able to modify their electronic medical record, and they had to be willing to undergo these randomization rules that I just described. And the patients, the only thing was that they had to be getting first-line systemic therapy for lung, breast, or colorectal cancer, either in the metastatic or non-metastatic setting. And they had to be registered within 180 days prior to receiving their treatment. They could speak English or Spanish, and they couldn't be on a clinical trial that dictated CSF use. So very wide open eligibility criteria. And we looked overall at these 9 elements of pragmatism. We hit the mark on pretty much every setting in terms of the trial being pragmatic. The areas where we maybe fell a little bit short was their flexibility and adherence. So measures in place to make sure that participants adhered to the intervention. Well, no, we actually said that if a provider didn't want to give it for a clinical reason, they didn't have to. And if a site wanted to give it, despite the fact that they were randomized to the intervention where they weren't supposed to get it, they still could do that. So there was some flexibility on the site, on the part of the provider to use their clinical judgment. And in terms of expertise, there wasn't really any expertise required at the site level. So the first thing we did was show how that we could do this within our large NCORE system. The study opened in 2016 and closed in 2020, and it was really very rapidly accruing. We accrued 3,600 patients. And you can see how it broke down in terms of high-risk regimens, intermediate risk regimens, and low-risk regimens that the patients were receiving. So these are our main results. So in patients that were receiving high-risk regimens, there was really no difference between the intervention arm, the usual care arm, or the cohort arm in terms of receipt, because everybody was receiving prophylactic G-CSF. Despite the fact that all of the preliminary work suggested that only 40% were receiving it, close to 100% were receiving it in the high-risk regimens. And then in the low-risk group, there was also no difference between the groups. So despite the fact that there was a lot of data to suggest that 15 to 20% of patients in low-risk receiving low-risk regimens were actually receiving G-CSF, we found that in the usual care, the intervention in the cohort arms, the risk was really in the 5 to 7% range, so substantially lower than what we had anticipated. But what we did find was that there was enormous amount of practice variation. So the orange is patients that the orange and the blue, I should say, for these high-risk patients were both randomized to receiving a standing order entry. So even though these sites were randomized to receive standard order entry, there are several sites that only half the patients got prophylactic G-CSF use in this setting, and a substantial variation from site to site. Whereas in the usual care arm, pretty much everybody got it. So in order to not get it, these physicians needed to override the standing order entry. So there was a huge amount of site-to-site variability. In the low risk arm, there was also a substantial amount of variability. So in the orange and blue, these sites were not supposed to be getting it. They all were receiving an alert not to give it. Yet despite that, you see some sites where close to 20% of patients were getting G-CSF, despite agreeing to be in a study where they weren't going to get it. And this is not that dissimilar from the usual care arm, where most of the sites didn't get it, but some sites there was up to close to 20% got it. So now the intermediate results. So this is where there's more uncertainty. People did not know whether or not there's a benefit of giving G-CSF in this setting. So in this setting, this is the secondary randomization of the randomized groups for both high and risk regimens. So the orange represents patients where they were randomized to an alert, the standard order entry to give it. So despite the standard order entry to give it, still only slightly less than 40% of patients got it, which was substantially more than those sites that were randomized to an alert not to give it, where, you know, only about 10% got it. So there was a close to 6-fold difference in terms of your likelihood of getting it. So you could say that the intervention was very successful in ensuring that patients got it, but still a lot of variability. In the usual care arm, that sort of fell in their in-between group. They were, for the most part, not getting it. And in the cohort group where people had automatic entry, it was not that dissimilar than G-CSF. So they had made decisions to give it despite the fact that there was no evidence. So the standard order entering was effective at changing care in this scenario. But when you look at febrile neutropenia rates, they were extremely low in all 4 groups. So what did we learn? We learned that it's not a useful intervention for patients that are getting intermediate risk regimens. Standing order entry in and of itself is effective. We also saw a huge amount of variation from site to site. So the orange is the group that had standard order entry. Some sites went past it and didn't give it 100% of the time. So, and other sites gave it up to 75% of the time. So the range was from 0 to 75%. And in the group where there was an alert not to give it, again, huge variability from 0 to 33%, and variability in the usual care arm as well. So in summary, we found that standard order entry worked in this intermediate group, but there was a huge amount of variability. And despite an alert not to prescribe, there was still substantial variability, but this using standard order entry versus an alert not to is a good way of changing behavior. So it's something that we can work on to try to improve care. We then did a survey to try to help figure out why this was. And about half the sites, participated in the survey, suggesting that the reason they overrode the standard order entry was based on physician preferences. So it's hard to change behavior. That they thought that patients might be at increased risk. So despite agreeing to be part of a study, they felt that they knew better, even though there was not a whole lot of evidence. Some physicians felt that the risk of complications was low, and so they didn't want to give it. And then other sites, there was some concern about insurance and paying for the G-CSF. So, in terms of trying to understand why we saw what we saw, we found that there was a substantial variability of adherence to sites. And a lot of that is because PIs have their own belief systems. So changing behavior is really hard, and we need to think that through when we want to do site level interventions. Part of the reason pragmatic trials get sites and participants and patients involved in the design is to make sure there's buy-in, but we learned that maybe buy-in doesn't really transcend down to all the groups and the practices. We also learned that guideline adherence exceeded all historical control rates. So it makes us think a lot about how we design these trials. Maybe we had tried to solve a problem that had already been solved, but maybe surely just by agreeing to participate in a clinical trial like this, it changes the behavior of the physicians, and there's what we call a Hawthorne effect, and it changes the way we design these studies and power these studies going forward. maybe we found that intermediate risk regimens, that the febrile neutropenia rate in general was substantially lower than expected. So maybe there's a lot of misclassification on the part of NCCN. We only included first line therapy, so that may have altered the results, but maybe we came to the conclusion that NCCN needs to change their risk and guidance based on these studies. And then our statistics were very different than what we anticipated. And we learned that physician choices can have a large influence on the success of a site level intervention that needs to be paid attention to. So we learned also that recruiting clinics to cluster randomized trials is hard, despite the fact that there are over 1,000 oncology practices. We had some challenges trying to find 45 practices that were willing to participate. So conducting these trials is challenging. As I said, we learned that adherence was much better than we predicted. High likelihood of a Hawthorne effect, and that oncology practices are highly variable and constantly in flux. So EMRs changes, training changes, guidelines change over time, and physicians come and go, and it can make doing these site level randomized trials really challenging. We had a lot of wins, and that we were able to conduct this EMR-based trial in 25 states across a lot of different territories, including Puerto Rico. The intervention sites were able to modify their chemotherapy order sets, so we have the abilities to do these kinds of trials going forward. We had very, very little dropout. Even during the pandemic, we were able to accrue, and we had very, very high minority accrual because we made this trial very pragmatic, with about 12.5% Hispanic enrollment, which is higher than our we generally accrue to SWOG trials. The trial had a lot of influence in terms of we now know that there's no benefit for first-line intermediate risk regimens to giving it. This can change the way the guidelines are designed or implemented going forward. It may temper the enthusiasm for a lot of automatic order entry and alerts and things like that going forward in areas where there's clear evidence, but there's a real opportunity to do these kind of trials where the evidence is not so clear cut. And so it was, a very well done and pragmatic trial. So it's a big win for our ability to conduct pragmatic trials and get really large stakeholder engagement in being able to do it. So as a result, we have several other large pragmatic trials that are ongoing or being planned in SWOG. And we're learning from all of these in terms of how to influence care. So I thought I'd talk just briefly about two ongoing trials. The first was recently activated that's looking at genomic tumor boards. And this is another trial that's randomized by site. 9 sites are being randomized to the intervention and 9 sites are being randomized to usual care. And the goal is to see whether or not remote genomic tumor boards actually improve uptake of genomically informed therapies. This is really important because it will help us figure out how to implement this type of strategy going forward. So we're looking forward to this study accruing and informing future care. The other study is an ongoing study called My Choice, which is also randomizing sites. It's looking at whether or not decision aids that are embedded in the electronic medical record and geared towards both patients and providers can increase chemo prevention in patients that are high risk compared to standard education alone. And this study has also been very successful at accruing. It's about halfway done. And it is a way of both informing both patients and providers when patients are at risk and what their risk may be. So with that, I thought I would end and take any questions.
¿Una pregunta o comentario? ¿Tengan en el público? No. Bueno, muchas gracias, doctor Hersman. Vamos a continuar con el programa. A ver dónde están ahora. A ver si me va. Ahora sigo yo, que todos me conocen, me presento y también me limité en el tiempo, 15 minutos, es como hacerme el harakiri en la presentación, pero como en toda limitación hay que ver una oportunidad, esos 15 minutos me fueron muy útiles porque voy a ilustrar un par de cosas sobre la calidad asistencial en el Uruguay. No sé si tuvieron oportunidad de recorrer la ciudad, pero en muchas de las instituciones de salud van a ver un cartel del Sindicato Médico del Uruguay que en este momento está dando una lucha para tener 15 minutos por paciente. Entonces, eso de alguna forma refleja un aspecto muy importante de la calidad asistencial que impacta en oncología. Un poquito menos porque los oncólogos tenemos algo más de tiempo, pero no mucho. Creo que es 20 minutos, me parece. Es 15 minutos también. No lo conozco. Yo ejerzo solo en este hospital y en otro lugar donde tengo libertad absoluta. Y acá es el único lugar donde no hay una restricción de tiempo de ese tipo, pero es el nivel de demanda y tenemos muchas cuestiones de carácter estructural que afectan directamente la calidad asistencial. Perdón. Nosotros, yo quiero rescatar, para no superponerme con presentaciones previas que hayan hablado de calidad, pero creo que la calidad es una herramienta directa de búsqueda de la equidad y de la forma de asegurar la equidad, ¿no? Eso no es menor en latitudes donde hay menos equidad en el acceso a la salud que en otros lugares, y es una forma de intentar responder a un problema que es un problema que afecta directamente a la población y compromete los resultados en oncología. Nosotros cuando empezamos con el tema de la calidad, en el año 2015 nos visitó Paul Yu, no estábamos metidos en el tema de la calidad, tenemos otras prioridades. Yo, por ejemplo, les voy a contar algunas cosas. En Uruguay, tanto en el sector público como privado, la única institución que tiene todos los recursos para abordar en forma global el cáncer es esta institución. No hay ninguna otra que pueda combinar, que tenga o no tiene radioterapia, o no tiene medicina nuclear, o no tiene soporte de cuidados intensivos, o no tiene algo. Pero la única que reúne todos es para los 3 millones de habitantes esta institución. Ninguna otra reúne todas las condiciones. Eso que provoca una profunda fragmentación del proceso de cuidados. Por ejemplo, el 80%, quizá más, de las instituciones tienen los servicios de anatomía y patología tercerizados. Entonces le compran los servicios, sale la muestra. Hoy que estamos en el mundo de la biología molecular, la muestra tiene que volver para seguir otro lugar, para que otro prestador, todo eso genera una alteración en el timing que realmente termina generando dificultades de calidad y dificultades de acceso. En ese momento, cuando nos visitó, nos familiarizamos con el copy, lo empezamos a estudiar. Recién empezaba ASCO a desarrollar programas, el copy fuera de los Estados Unidos. No recuerdo con precisión si lo tenía en España en un punto y estaba hablando con Brasil, pero había todavía cuestiones administrativas para resolver y en ese momento no progresó. No fue por desinterés de ninguna de las dos partes, Pero nos familiarizamos con eso y bueno, se sembró un poco la semilla de la inquietud y empezamos a hacer alguna cosita que les voy a mostrar. Hace cosa de unos 4 años en HCO, que le mostraba ayer, la Clínica Electrónica Oncológica, para los 4 tumores más frecuentes, incorporamos los indicadores para que pudieran ser medidos en tiempo real la calidad asistencial basados en indicadores de la bibliografía general, ¿no? Algunos de COPI, otros de otros modelos y sociedades. Eso está disponible en todas las instituciones, cualquier institución que lo quiera hacer lo puede hacer, pero no progresó ni se ha desarrollado nada, pero la herramienta está disponible en la práctica clínica. Y hemos desarrollado algunos trabajos, algunas publicaciones en el periodo que se los voy a mostrar rápidamente. Bueno, esto fue lo primero que hicimos, fue una primera experiencia en este hospital, la doctora Clara Rodríguez, en la unidad de cáncer de pulmón. Nosotros no teníamos resuelta algunas situaciones que en ese momento teníamos algunos datos pronósticos de vida real de cáncer de pulmón y los resultados eran realmente malos. Malos cuando uno los comparaba con estudios clínicos. Después, estudiando más calidad, ves que la reproducción de los estudios clínicos en la vida real en cáncer de pulmón prácticamente no se da en ningún lado. Si uno mira los datos del CER sobre vida de cáncer de pulmón estadio 4, está muy lejos de hacerlo de los estudios clínicos. Y eso se reproduce en casi todos los países. Hay publicaciones de la India, publicaciones de latinoamericanas, y la sobrevida mediana de cáncer de pulmón en la vida real en Latinoamérica ronda los 4 a 6 meses. Diferente es en el contexto de estudios clínicos. Nosotros empezamos a ver ahí por primera vez el porcentaje de pacientes en el que teníamos el diagnóstico patológico, el 68%. ¿Por qué pasa eso? Bueno, en Uruguay, por ejemplo, la fibrobroncoscopía, mi mujer es neumóloga, es de mala calidad. Poquísimas instituciones tienen fibrobroncoscopías dentro de los hospitales, y bueno, sí, pero ella no hace fibrobroncoscopía, ella hace otra cosa. Pero hay un problema en la adquisición de la biopsia. Después teníamos algunos otros elementos, indicadores que teníamos mejores resultados, evaluación del tabaquismo, el protocolo de quimioterapia, el diagnóstico patológico en estadios 3 y 4 era solo del 66%. Y otros como la identificación del subtipo era el 47%. Este estudio es del 2017, era muy importante identificar el subtipo, y de la mitad de los enfermos nosotros no identificamos el subtipo en el hospital universitario. Bueno, entonces había mucho espacio para mejorar, y a raíz de eso hicimos el otro estudio que les mostré ayer del Fondo de Recursos, donde vimos que solo 1/7 de los pacientes que deberían recibir inhibidores de zinquinasa los recibían. Ese era un poco, fue el puntapié inicial, el primer trabajo que hicimos, que lo publicamos lo enviamos a publicación al quality de ASCO en ese momento. Hemos trabajado en otros tumores. Santiago Fontes, que es un ex residente, estudió en el Instituto Nacional del Cáncer una serie bastante grande de pacientes, y se presentó un trabajo el año pasado en ASCO-GI, en donde sobre todo analizábamos varios indicadores, pero teníamos algunos que eran realmente llamativos en lo que hace. Por cuestiones de tiempo me voy a ir directo a la diapositiva del indicador, discúlpenme, pero estoy haciendo todo lo que dijo Soto que no hay que hacer. El porcentaje de pacientes que recibían tratamiento adyuvante era el 70%, y los que lo hacían dentro de las 16 semanas, que es donde se concentra el mayor beneficio, eran otro 76%. Entonces, en tiempo y forma lo recibían el 49% de los enfermos. Bueno, ayer o antes de ayer nos comunicaron también la aceptación en el ASCO-GI de este año de un análisis sobre screening o síntomas, diagnóstico colorectal en cáncer de colon en Uruguay. También vemos algunos problemas severos en cuanto a la estrategia de presentación, y acá el diagnóstico por screening del cáncer de colon es bajísimo, a pesar de que el screening está fuertemente recomendado, incluidas las metas estatales. Es decir, las instituciones privadas cobran por mejorar el screening, pero ni siquiera así logramos aumentar los diagnósticos precoces. Y este es un trabajo que Diana Amarillo, que es una colaboradora que está en SWOG, bueno, no está acá porque lo está presentando en Ámsterdam hoy. Establecimos el impacto de los retrasos en el diagnóstico de cáncer de cabeza y cuello en el Uruguay. Esto tiene particular interés para nosotros, para la población uruguaya. En general y como concepto global, Muchos tumores de cáncer de cabeza y cuello podrían tener el mismo pronóstico si se tratan con cirugía o con radioterapia. Ese es como concepto global, ¿no? Bueno, nosotros empezamos a comparar una serie de tumores en nuestro país. Establecimos un porte de corte en donde se expresaba o se podía ver un eventual cambio en la sobrevida, desde lo que se refiere al tiempo del diagnóstico al tiempo de inicio del tratamiento, y se estableció un cutoff de 40 o 41 días, en donde la diferencia en la sobrevida global era muy importante, ¿no? Con porcentajes de pacientes vivos a 5 años que casi se duplicaban aquellos que iniciaban el tratamiento antes de los 40.5 días. Y las medianas de retraso para acceder tanto a cirugía o a radioterapia eran bastante diferentes. Y esto tiene varias puntas que uno al principio puede no verlas, pero si vos te enfrentás a un paciente y le decís, mire, usted va a vivir lo mismo, se hace la quimioterapia con la radio, o se opera, y resulta que después ese paciente para operarse pasa 20 días, pero para iniciar la radioterapia pasa 82, en realidad es muy difícil que logren el mismo beneficio frente a la misma opción. Eso nos pasaba, se ha corregido, es un cambio creo que importante en los últimos años, y tiene que ver con otra cosa. Si uno mira las recomendaciones de equipo de radioterapia que hace el Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica, Uruguay parece que está bárbaro, porque, esto lo digo yo, las recomendaciones del Organismo Internacional de Energía Atómica de número de aceleradores por personas es para un país como de bajos recursos o de otros sectores, pero no creo que a nadie le cabe duda que en Uruguay se necesita más equipos de radioterapia. Los equipos están llenos y los pacientes en algunos lugares tienen que esperar. Entonces, es algo que por suerte creemos que se va a modificar en los próximos años. Y eso tiene que ver con cómo adaptamos las guías a nuestras realidades. Es decir, yo la verdad que si trabajo en una institución donde me es muy difícil acceder a una estrategia determinada, por más que la bibliografía me diga que los tratamientos son iguales, no sé si es ético optar por el menos eficaz en esa situación. Esto nos llevó a participar en un estudio internacional con la IARC y 15 instituciones que está en curso. Se ganó un gran Horizonte 2020, son 4.100.000 euros, para determinar en España y en países europeos las causas de retraso en el inicio del tratamiento del cáncer de cabeza y cuello, que no es un fenómeno exclusivo del Uruguay, es un fenómeno de carácter, diría yo que mundial, por diferentes características. Nosotros participamos en todos los subproyectos, se busca determinar con precisión cuál es el diagnóstico de HPV en poblaciones latinoamericanas. Nosotros en Uruguay, por ejemplo, no tenemos el mismo perfil que se describe en los Estados Unidos en lo que respecta a... Es un perfil mixto, es muy fuerte la carga del alcohol y el tabaquismo en estos pacientes, y algunos son HPV positivos, pero no tan partida como se presenta en la bibliografía, en donde parece ser que hay algunos que son exclusivamente dependientes del HPV y otros dependientes de estos otros efectos. Y junto con Glasgow en particular tenemos un estudio que lo que hace es una versión cuantitativa y cualitativa con toda una serie de entrevistas a prestadores de salud, tomadores de decisiones, médicos y pacientes, en donde buscamos dar respuesta a cuál es la participación del sistema en esos retrasos, y eso lo hacemos en conjunto, sobre todo con la Universidad de Glasgow. Somos los dos únicos países que llevan bastante esa parte. En esto tiene un trabajo muy importante el doctor Iván Lira, que está trabajando con esas entrevistas. Estamos viendo cuál es el impacto que tiene también, ya lo nombró Iván hoy, el estatus socioeconómico en los retrasos en los tratamientos, en el tiempo, al inicio del tratamiento en cáncer de pulmón, cáncer de mama, próstata y colorectal. Utilizando una herramienta como HCO, utilizamos una herramienta de la IARC para evaluación socioeconómica, vamos a georreferenciar a los pacientes y están haciendo su maestría la doctora Florencia Rodríguez y el doctorado del doctor Iván Lira. Y también en cáncer de mama hemos tenido una cierta experiencia. La doctora Cecilia Castillo y la doctora Camejo han evaluado la sobrevida y en vinculación al tiempo al inicio en la quimioterapia adyuvante en un país que, esto debe haberlo dicho antes, no existe la navegación. Es decir, si tú te enfermas de un cáncer, salvo honrosas excepciones, Tu médico en un primer contacto te va a dar 5 recetas. En una te dice, vaya a ver al anestesista. En la otra te dice, consiga la biopsia. En la otra, hágase una tomografía. Y el paciente se gestiona el proceso asistencial sin ningún tipo de navegación, con los problemas de gel de tierra, así que mostró hoy Iván, donde los pacientes no logran ni siquiera manejarse dentro de los hospitales y no tenemos ni siquiera infografía de buena calidad, y vuelve cuando puede. Eso es un problema muy grave y que recién tímidamente estamos empezando nosotros a incluir algún aspecto de la navegación de pacientes en la práctica. Un segundo trabajo que ya se comentó ayer y lo comentó la doctora Delgado fue la efectividad en del trastuzumab, que esto tiene que ver con una medición indirecta de la calidad de una enfermedad que tiene un tratamiento complejo, y los resultados son más o menos similares a los ensayos clínicos, pero obviamente una población muy seleccionada, es decir, son las pacientes que llegan al Fondo Nacional de Recursos, cumplen requisitos muy similares a los estudios clínicos y el tratamiento mantiene una efectividad cada vez similar al de los estudios pivotales, pero no es el total de la población de pacientes con cáncer de mama, ¿no? Muchas no llegan, pasa lo mismo que comentabas en el cáncer pulmón con el sesgo de sobrevida. A raíz de todo esto, se desarrolló acá un programa de cáncer de mama y el gobierno otorgó un gran específico, una partida anual que es interesante para nosotros, en donde está centrada en el paciente, y incorporamos la navegación y tenemos la monitorización de la calidad continua. Además, una propuesta académica en donde rotan varios grupos de estudiantes para trabajar en monitorización de la calidad asistencial y otros factores. La idea es también empezar a empapar a los más jóvenes de la necesidad de trabajar en estos conceptos. Se definen los 5 pasos y el compromiso es que el primer gesto terapéutico se dé a los 10 días. Hoy estamos teniendo en 5 o 6 días el diagnóstico anatomopatológico, en paralelo ya la vio el anestesista a la paciente, ya se hicieron los pedidos de quimioterapia si necesitan ayudancia, y se intenta que empiece en un periodo corto de tiempo. Muchas veces las poblaciones que manejamos nosotros, incluso aunque se le ofrezcan estas condiciones, entre comillas, mejores, no pueden adaptarse por diferentes razones. Porque no pueden dejar a los hijos, porque económicamente tienen que resolver otras situaciones, porque viven lejos, y si bien mejora, igual tenemos una población que necesita mejorar la navegación, obviamente, pero también es víctima de la inequidad socioeconómica y de la pobreza, que ya dijimos previamente, es un factor muy importante. Como el programa tiene 1 año y algo, ya tiene 100 y pico de mujeres incluidas y está funcionando bastante bien, se presentó uno en próstata, donde también se plantea una incorporación tecnológica y donde también se plantea la navegación. El gobierno este año también nos dio dinero para la compra de un robot Da Vinci, para los sueldos necesarios, y va a empezar un programa en próstata con navegación en una patología en donde tenemos malos resultados también en mortalidad, en incidencia de mortalidad y en mortalidad con respecto a lo que son las referencias internacionales. Bueno, no sé, no pasa, pero porque termine capaz. Bueno, pero esta, si no es la última, es la penúltima. ¿No quiere pasar? Eso era un poco lo que quería contar, que hemos hecho algunas cosas en calidad, tenemos algunas publicaciones, hay otras que, en la última terminé entonces. Hay algunas otras que por cuestiones de tiempo no voy a manejar acá, pero lo que intentamos también es sembrar la semilla en la inquietud. Yo creo que la calidad no funciona con esfuerzos individuales, necesita compromisos institucionales, pero también es como, la excelencia es como un estado de espíritu, así, ¿no? Es algo que un hospital y una institución tiene que cambiar en un contexto, no funciona únicamente con un programa. Era un poco lo que les quería mostrar. Gracias. Si alguien tiene alguna pregunta, si no, seguimos con la doctora Lin, que también tiene una presentación sobre estudios de supervivencia.
Well, thank you very much. I know I am the last speaker of the day, and so I appreciate you staying to hear this final talk. So now I have the privilege of talking about survivorship research through SWOG. So very similar to what I talked about earlier, I just want to talk about ongoing survivorship research, think about some potential opportunities for being able to conduct survivorship trials in Latin America, and then also hit on some potential challenges. So there is a separate survivorship committee. You haven't heard from either of their co-chairs at this meeting. It's Dr. Hallie Moore at Cleveland Clinic and Dr. Melinda Irwin at Yale University. And, as you know, we have these three groups. We have symptom management, survivorship, and palliative care and end of life. And we have tried to sort of divvy up different topics within the different groups, although we don't do that completely well. But for survivorship, in addition to cancer survivorship, they also are specifically focusing on cardio-oncology, fertility, exercise, nutrition, and that's in part because of the expertise of the two co-chairs. So again, similar to symptom management and quality of life, in survivorship research, they have interventional studies that they conduct, and then they also have translational studies that they try to attach to disease trials. So for example, for interventional studies, there's an ongoing one called 1501. It's cardio-oncology that I'll talk about in a minute. And there's one in development called 2204, which is a prehabilitation study for lung cancer surgery. So for patients trying to get better performance status before they actually undergo the surgery for lung cancer. Examples of translational analyses that are going on or being evaluated, they want to look at markers of fertility. So for example, for immunotherapy, what does immunotherapy actually do to fertility? We don't know. And so they're trying to use samples that were collected on an old melanoma study and also on our currently ongoing observational study to see what really happens in women who are premenopausal, and also to see if they can look at anything related to who actually becomes pregnant. And then there's also some studies that are ongoing looking at sarcopenia. So what they're taking is their first radiology studies like CAT scans that are being collected anyway. They want to try to collect those into a database and then be able to look at whichever marker of sarcopenia they want to use. It's usually the psoas muscle, or it's at level of L4, or sometimes they use different cuts to really try to say, okay, so when people have this at baseline, how does that influence how well they're going to do on the study? Those are data that are already being collected, so it's not an added cost or an added burden to the patients. It is an added burden to the sites to upload those images sometimes. So in 1501, this is a study that has been ongoing for a while. That's why it has hence the 15 number for 2015. This is a study of carvedilol, which is a beta blocker for prevention of cardiac toxicity in patients who have metastatic HER2-positive breast cancer. So there have been quite a number of studies looking at beta blockers and ACE inhibitors for cardiac toxicity prevention in women with early stage HER2-positive disease, where you only get the trastuzumab for a year. This is trying to look at it in the metastatic setting where they can look over a 2-year period. So they're assessing whether beta blockade compared to no prophylaxis reduces risk of cardiac dysfunction. And they also want to see if it allows people to continue to take trastuzumab-based therapy for longer. They have a number of translational objectives attached to this study. So it looks more complicated than it is. It's for patients who have metastatic HER2-positive breast cancer who are in first, second, third, or fourth line therapy, and they have to have high risk. They have to be at high risk of cardiac problems, which I'll talk about on the next slide. They have to have an echocardiogram that showed an EF of at least 50% or higher. One difficulty with this study is you do have to use a central echocardiogram lab. And so it isn't that you have to send your patients to a specific faraway lab. It's that your own echocardiogram lab has to be certified as using the same methodology as all the other ones in the study. So that is the one hurdle that has to be jumped over in this study. Where they talk about strain, if available, that's cardiac strain. They want to collect that as well. And patients get randomized, and they either get carvedilol 6.25 milligrams twice a day, or they get no intervention. And this dose is thought to be high enough to hopefully do something, but low enough that it won't cause people who don't have high blood pressure to have dizziness or other toxicity. Then they're measuring echocardiograms every 12 weeks for 2 years, and the primary endpoint is cardiac dysfunction. They did have a non-randomized observation arm for patients who are already on beta blockers or ACE inhibitors, but that has closed. So I will say they're having a little bit of difficulty getting this study fully accrued. There, as I said, metastatic breast cancer, you can't be on concurrent anthracycline for obvious reasons. And then these are the definitions of high risk for cardiac toxicity, and it's proved to be a little bit challenging. So it has to be either low EF, older age, obese based on BMI, and history of diabetes, coronary artery disease, AFib or flutter, or high blood pressure. And you would think that at least in the States, a lot of people meet these criteria. I'm not sure about in Uruguay, but you would think that this should be relatively easy to accrue to. I did talk, I don't honestly know what discussions have previously gone on between the study personnel and the different SLAI sites to see if this is something that could potentially be opened at one of the Latin American sites. I know they are still interested in sites if anyone is interested in pursuing that, but I just wanted to bring that up. The other study I wanted to touch on is one that we've been actively discussing in the SLAI committee. It's actually in the symptom management study, in the symptom management committee, but I decided to present it here because it is a survivorship question as well. And so this is the Aspen trial, also known as SWOG 2010. And so this is my study, active symptom monitoring in young women with breast cancer to increase endocrine therapy persistence. And so this is getting back to sort of telehealth and interventions that try to be as pragmatic as possible, I guess, and translatable to the real world. So we want to see what happens if you do active symptom monitoring, which is asking people questions on a regular basis. In this case, it would be weekly for 6 months and then once a month to see if connecting the patient to the clinic, if she starts to have symptoms, if that actually will help improve her ability to persist with first-line endocrine therapy. So we're also going to be looking at symptoms, and we're also going to look at predictors of non-persistence. So can we figure out which patients are more likely to be non-persistent with therapy, and can we figure out which patients are more likely to benefit from this type of intervention? So this, as I already said, what active symptom monitoring is. This is something that has been studied in the metastatic setting, in the setting of trying to manage chemotherapy side effects. The difference here is we're trying to look at a relatively healthy population, young women, endocrine therapy, and who only come into clinic a lot of times every 6 months or every 3 to 6 months or so. So we want to try to increase patient-provider communication. This is not a symptom management trial. We are not telling anyone how to actually manage their patient's symptoms. But I mentioned the objectives, trying to improve persistence at 18 months. And it's really the first endocrine therapy that we're looking at. We also want to look at treatment emergent symptoms. We want to look at adherence, and that's going to be with both patient self-report with a measure as well as in the blood, and then build the risk model. So it's a relatively straightforward schema. We're planning a 1-to-1 randomization to either active symptom monitoring plus patient education versus education alone. Patients will ideally come in every 12 weeks for their usual every 3-month visits, give or take a couple weeks. And we want a total of 540 patients. This is randomized at the patient level, not at the site level. Women have to be premenopausal when they're diagnosed with hormone receptor positive breast cancer. They have to then be planning concurrent endocrine therapy, either tamoxifen or one of the 3 aromatase inhibitors, along with ovarian suppression or ablation. So if you were only going to do tamoxifen and it's a woman who's maintaining her ovarian function, she wouldn't be eligible. Now, there's a lot of different ways you can have ovarian suppression or ablation, and so we're trying to keep it as broad as possible. So patients can be getting a GnRH agonist either every 4 weeks or every 12 weeks. Patients can actually undergo oophorectomy after their diagnosis with breast cancer. As long as they were premenopausal when they were diagnosed with breast cancer, they would still be eligible. And if a woman goes through chemotherapy and loses her ovarian function, either permanently or temporarily, we never know, she would then be eligible without the addition of a GnRH agonist, as long as there's the plan to add the GnRH agonist if her ovaries were to regain function. And we do request that estrogen levels be checked, but it's not mandated. It's okay for patients to enroll shortly before they start endocrine therapy or up to 2 weeks after. We're allowing concurrent treatment to try to keep it as open as possible. You do have to have internet access or be willing to use IVRS. And I will say that at least for right now, we haven't figured out how to set up the IVRS in Latin America, but we're still working on that. It's open to English and Spanish speaking patients. And we also don't want anyone to be planning to become pregnant during the 18-month study duration, but we realize that things happen. So the way the intervention works is it's six short questions. It's actually from the Pro-CT-CAE. It's just asking about very common symptoms: joint pain, hot flashes, vaginal dryness, insomnia, sadness, and fatigue. The patient will get a text or an email or maybe a phone call that says, these are your 6 questions for the week. Answer the questions, which should be very quick. And then as long as there's no concerning symptoms, nothing severe or very severe, or no increase, then nothing happens. She just gets another set of questions the next week, and the site doesn't have to do anything. The patient doesn't have to do anything else. However, if there's a severe symptom, or if her level goes up by at least 2 from the prior week or the prior assessment, then the clinic will get a notification to say, hey, your patient now has hot flashes that are severe, for example. And then it's up to the clinic whether the clinic wants to contact the patient, and if the clinic does contact the patient, we just want to know, was an intervention recommended? And if so, what was it? And we've made it as simple as possible. What was it? Could be medication, it could be non-medication, it could be, just check boxes as opposed to texts. As I said, we're not managing symptoms. We do have some recommendations in the protocol, but it's all based on standard of care. And so this continues for the first 6 months, it's weekly, and then every 4 weeks after that. So everybody is going to complete patient-reported outcomes on paper at baseline and every 12 weeks. We are looking at more than just those 6 questions. We're looking at general quality of life. We're looking at adherence. We're looking at some coping type self-efficacy questions. And we're also doing baseline social determinants of health. We have optional but encouraged blood draws at baseline and then 3 times during the study. So we can look at things like estrogen levels. So we can look at things like the biomarkers of adherence, and also would like to look at DNA if possible. So that's the study. It's going to get launched in December, if we can get everything together. That's only 4 weeks from now. It is R01 funded, so we have funding from the government. We've already gone through all of the hoops that we have to go through to say that it's okay to enroll patients from Latin America. And so we've managed to get IRB approval for the English version of everything. That was just approved last month. And so now we've already started the process of getting this translated into Spanish, and tailoring it for the individual site requirements. So we've been working with the SLAI leadership for this. So, if people are interested, let us know. Unfortunately, we can't open it in Brazil, but so this is, I guess it's just an opportunity if you want to get involved in this trial. So more generally, I know this is a very similar slide to what I showed earlier. Why should Latin American sites consider participating? Again, in addition to what I had mentioned earlier, there are exercise interventions that are out there that could potentially be done remotely or be done in different countries. There's just a lot of different opportunities that are really ripe for groups like SWOG and SLAI to participate in and develop. When you're thinking about relevant questions, again, there's incidence and management of long-term toxicities. We know that there are long-term toxicities. We know that there's cancer-related fatigue. We know that there's insomnia. We know that there are mood disorders. We know that there's cognitive impairment. These are all things that are of great importance to patients, to providers, and to the National Cancer Institute. And they are interested in people developing studies related to this. They can be observational studies to understand more about the symptom at hand. They can include wearables and try to collect more data that way, objective data, not just subjective data from the patients. And then they're very interested in interventions, especially non-pharmacologic interventions, because most patients do not want to take a medicine to treat the side effect of a medicine. And then we've talked about some of these other things already, but some that we haven't are risk stratified survivorship care. Some patients probably need more follow-up than others do, but yet we often put everyone in the same box. So studies related to that, definitely studies related to survivorship in metastatic disease. You know, our patients with breast cancer, prostate cancer are living much, much longer now. And this has been a particular focus of the National Cancer Institute in the United States. And then again, there's secondary analyses trying to look at various things related to neuropathy, infertility, fatigue, all of these symptoms and side effects of interest. Again, there's going to be barriers. We talked about the need to do echocardiogram, lab approvals. If someone wants to participate in 1501, you know, there are radiologic images that have been collected. So people who have an interest in sarcopenia, in machine learning, in diagnosis, you know, there are things there sometimes that have been collected. We can help find out if that's an interest of yours. And then also there's secondary potential options with translational samples, but again, there's cost and there's shipping and customs. So for barriers, we've already talked about the language issues, which are a primary barrier. And then other potential ideas, survivorship interventions that include patients and caregivers. Again, metastatic setting is something that is relatively untapped. And then also things incorporating wearables. I know that the leaders of the survivorship committee have a particular interest in that. And so whether it's Fitbit, whether it's Apple Watch, whether it's cell phones have apps on them that can be used for collecting data like number of steps and things like that, are all fair game. The final thing I just wanted to mention is other potential ideas that I've tossed about with other people. One is like acupressure for cancer-related fatigue. It doesn't require having a provider. You teach people how to, like, what pressure points to use. You have to show fidelity that people can actually reproduce it. But, you know, that is something that could be accessible, cheap, and easily disseminatable. As I mentioned, cancer-related cognitive impairment is of vital importance right now to the NCI. It was what our most recent clinical trial planning meeting was about. The next one, it sounds like, is probably going to be on fatigue. So that's going to be another hot topic. And then one we did have an idea for, and it fizzled because we couldn't get a grant, was mindfulness for improving quality of life in men with castrate-sensitive prostate cancer. We were going to have it open to English and Spanish. It was going to be through Headspace, and but the R01 didn't get funded. So, you know, we don't have anything in that space, for example. So again, we don't really have the optimal approach other than think about things, you know, please be proactive, please come talk to us, and then we will keep doing our best when we're developing new trials to reach out to you, both to, you know, assess your interest and also to get your active involvement so that we can try to optimize the trial design so that it will work both in the United States and outside. So thank you very much.
¿Preguntas o comentarios? Doctor Retamales.
I have a comment. We've been trying to open the 1501 like since a year ago, maybe more time. And sometimes I don't know if it does matter now, but when the protocol was designed, the ultrasound commissioning or credentialing, it's really, really difficult, not only because of the technique, but also the platform that, Michigan is using. And one side, that's the bigger side of Chile. A lot of cardiologists are really interested in participating. In 1 year, we have not been able to upload the images because of the movement. You know, the platform doesn't accept our, I don't know, ultrasound DICOM file. And we've been talking with a lot of people. We don't know what else to do, but as I say, maybe now it doesn't matter because the trial is being enrolling patients, and in the end we're going to open just one site. But it's kind of sad that we couldn't open the second bigger site because of a platform, you know.
Yeah, so I apologize for the for the frustration. That's never the intention, to make it as difficult as possible. Our intention is to make it as easy as possible. And so, you know, I think unfortunately, it's a good example of telling, you know, a lesson for us that as we are developing things, especially those that involve technology, you know, can we do things in a more flexible way instead of a more rigid way? I mean, I work at Michigan. The main site is Michigan. We didn't have the easiest time getting approved either. So, but we did eventually get approved. So I'll bring it back. And I mean, who knows? Yes, the trial is accruing. It has been accruing for 4 years. They are nowhere close to filling, and they would love to have more sites. And so I will again nudge them to see if there's anything they can do to try to get your larger site on, especially after all that work you guys have gone through.
Sorry, the second thing about that specific trial, and that was an input from our cardiologist. Sometimes something that for us looks more difficult, for them it's easier. For example, they propose something that I tried to propose as well in a SWOG meeting, but in the end, I don't know if it's going to work out, about integrating other options. For example, cardiac MRI, then it's faster, easier to upload, and more objective than the ultrasound, because the ultrasound requires so many steps that we are not entirely sure about every cardiologist following every step of it. And cardiac MRI could be easier, faster, and for us, maybe cheaper as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. This is a trial that is led by both a medical oncologist and a cardio oncologist. And so I will circle back with the cardio oncologist just with that feedback, because I don't know if changing at this point would impact the primary outcome, which you really can't do in midstream necessarily. But I'll bring it up.
Además, no sé si es un estándar controlar la cardiotoxicidad con resonancia. Sería agregar otra dificultad metodológica, creo, ¿no?
Right.
O sea, habría que enmendarlo porque bibliográficamente se puede. O sea, porque funciona, son movimientos, se puede calcular strain también. What I've been told is that it can be used. It's easier, it's more objective, it has movement as well, so you can calculate the strain. And another thing, it's not, I don't know if it's going to be so important in this trial. It's, for example, if you have an obese patient or a patient with reconstruction or radiotherapy, sometimes finding the correct window for the ultrasound, it's really difficult. During the credentialing, I was there with a lot of cardiologists doing this process, and sometimes there were very difficult cases for them, you know, like spending just over an hour toward the ultrasound. It can be, difficult. But it's just an idea to using MRI, you know, I'm not trying to convince you, but just think about it.
Thank you.
Bueno, hemos llegado al fin del
Mauricio,
curso. Mariana,
Mauricio,
sí,
¿puedo interrumpir antes de que cierres?
puede, y empezar a cerrar también puede.
Bueno, pues yo nada más quería tomar la oportunidad para darte las gracias a ti, a Iván, a todo el equipo por recibirnos. Bueno, nos estamos acá que no pudimos viajar, pero muchísimas gracias. Thank you everybody that traveled, Julie, Kurt, Daisha, John, every single one of our presenters. I think it was just wonderful. I hope you had a great time. Yo personalmente aprendí muchísimo. Espero que haya sido de gran valor y haya enfatizado el compromiso que tiene SWOG con la formación de investigadores, con la creación de más capacidad en otros sitios. Y bueno, de verdad, Mauricio, a ti y a todo tu equipo, muchísimas gracias. Y bueno, nos veremos pronto y te dejo con las palabras de clausura, pero muchísimas gracias a todos. Thank you so much, everybody. It was a great meeting. I really learned from all of you.
Bien, muchas gracias, pero los únicos que tenemos que agradecer acá somos nosotros, no solo no solo que hayan venido al curso y que nos hayan enseñado muchísimo con una gran generosidad, sino también agradecerles la oportunidad que nos da el SWOG, la oportunidad que nos da la iniciativa SLAI, la paciencia que nos han tenido también en el proceso, y quiero agradecerles realmente de corazón, y creo que en nombre de todos los participantes que hayan venido y nos hayan dado que es un regalo para nosotros. Y también quiero agradecerle a todo el equipo que ha colaborado, a Verónica y a Lucía, que me aguantan el mal humor y me ven todos los días en la preparación del curso, a los compañeros de interpretación, a la gente de Visión Direct, a todos los que hicieron posible, y sobre todo a los que concurrieron como estudiantes al curso. Realmente muchísimas gracias. Y vamos a ver si podemos seguir en esta colaboración, integrándonos al SWOG de una forma cada vez más sólida. Muchas gracias.